challenging spirit within Honda. It gives us the courage to go faster and the thinking to make it real. Whether it looks like a truck, a sedan, or an SUV, inside is the heart of a race car.
Hello and a warm welcome to VIR as we get ready for race 3 of Formula 4. Now this morning before the race, I thought I'd give you a little bit of schooling. You have all heard, unless you've been living under a rock, about Drive to Survive. That's Formula 1 and the road to Formula 1 and staying there. Everybody wants to be Max Verstappen, but as you well know, there are only 20 drivers on that grid. This is the real Drive to Survive because this is where you've really got to cut your teeth. This is the first move out of karting and into single-seaters. Around the world, there are 12 championships, just like the American one. And here's the interesting part. Imagine how many drivers all want to be Perez's drive alongside Max Verstappen. Well, only one guy gets it. 12 championships around the world, not easy. Therefore, you've got to shine when you get the chance. Therefore, in terms of F4, it's not national series in terms of you have to be from the USA. We've got drivers from Canada, from Argentina, from Australia. We've got a bunch of Americans as well, many from Florida, many from Texas, and we're always looking for the next big name. This year, that big name is this man, Patrick Woods Toth. Grew up with his grandparents, lost his parents at an early age. Fantastic story. He has fought his way through to be leading this championship. One more race and 3 more at COTA, and he's got it. And he's on the way. He wins a scholarship to the next stage, and that is FR, or F3 as it's known around the world. Do well there, F2. Then you can knock on Mr. Christian Horner's door and say, I'm ready to go. Get rid of Lewis Hamilton, I'm your next guy. Patrick Woods Toth, big race for you. Obviously, it's a good weekend because you've been consistent. Can you wrap it up here? Obviously not the championship, but can you move from where you are on the grid and get a decent result to take you to COTA?
Yeah, I think we have a good opportunity here. There's a ton of draft, and I mean, the racing's been crazy so far, so I think we have good speed to make up some spots for sure.
Well, best of luck and hope it goes well. Keep it steady. Patrick Woods Toth, that's just one of many, many names trying to shine. I mentioned we've got different countries here. Here's Luciano Martinez. He's from Argentina. So you can choose to see where you want to race, and it really depends on where you feel that you can get the best bang for your buck or the best chance of winning. Titus Sherlock, another man making his way through. He came and joined me in the commentary booth earlier. Always interesting to learn about these youngsters. An American-Brazilian, Daniel Carrera, also looking for a way. Michael Costello, another name for the future. I love these series because that's where the next Verstappen, and that's where he started. Everybody says, how do these guys get to Formula 1 and earning millions and millions of dollars? Well, they have to beat all of the guys on the way up. This weekend, a Floridian has done the business. Soto Schripa, how are you, my friend? What a weekend. Can you finish it off with another win?
I'm going to try our best. The team put together a great car. I'm super excited to go out on track right now.
You've already got 50 points this weekend. You could be in contention for a really good finish to the year.
Oh, yeah. We already did the math in the trailer before we started this race, so going to go give it our all. Juan, Carly, if you're watching this, I love you guys.
He loves you guys. We love you guys. Jesse Lacey from Australia, that's our last man. He'll be in the number 16. Aussie fans will be tuning in. Could he be the next big Aussie to follow in the footsteps of Oscar Piastri? Well, this is where you tune in and find out. They're ready to go for their 3rd race. I'm going to head back to the booth. May the best man win.
Well, thank you so much, Jonathan. Excited to be here with the Formula 4 United States Championship powered by Honda. Looking there at Jesse Lacey, one of my favorite car liveries in the track. As we look overhead here high above, and ladies and gentlemen, do not adjust your TV screens. VIR is this pretty. Unbelievable images we're getting here. Just over those trees is the Dan River, and just over the other side of the trees is North Carolina. You basically have to come into North Carolina to get back into Virginia from Virginia. And be here at Virginia International Raceway. There is the 2-4 of Augusto Soto Schripa. 50 points just yesterday. Unbelievable performance from him. And then Michael Costello from Naples, Florida with J. Howard Driver Development. Been a great weekend for J. Howard Driver Development. These Formula 4 cars are powered by Honda K20 motors. Next year, we actually have the new Ligier chassis with a halo, a driver protection system. And Ligier has come out with a V4 engine they've been testing here this weekend. It sounds unbelievable. And talking to Scott Goodyear, actually they're about 2 to 3 seconds faster than last year's F4 times. There is Daniel Carra, one of my favorite drivers in the series, the number 9 there. Got out of his car, so excited for his finish yesterday, that number 10 from Woodlands, Texas. And we're looking here from the camera is basically where the hog pen was here at VIR back when it was a farm and racetrack. We're looking at the Mission Foods part of the track. Each one of our great marketing partners and sponsors gets a different section of the track. This is the Mission Foods roller coaster, the finish of the Mission Foods roller coaster. These are apartments here that you see behind the Mission banner. You can stay in a garage. You can keep your car in a garage and then stay in one of those apartments at this kind of motorsports race resort is what they call it. There is the number 91 of Luciano Martinez, as Jonathan was saying. From Argentina, calls New Smyrna Beach, Florida his home now, Scuderia Buell. Beautiful car. You can see the Argentina flag there. This beautiful red car. And we've had lots of spectators here this weekend. We have the Optima search for the ultimate street car here with us this weekend. And it has been a lot of fun. I'm being joined here in the booth. Yeah, I'm about to have them join here, so if you will introduce yourself, tell us who you're driving for this weekend and what we're doing.
Yeah, hi, I'm Cooper Becklin. I'm driving for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsports in Formula Regional car this weekend.
Yeah, and Cooper, we've hung out a little bit. I've been watching your career for the last couple of years, and Jonathan was doing a really good job of explaining this Formula 4 class, and now you've moved up to FR. FIA calls it F3. But it's basically the ladder. It seems like a lot of the drivers come from karting to F4 to FR, then hopefully to F2, and then the grand prize of F1. And you seem to be on that trajectory. Is that kind of what you're hoping for?
Yeah, I mean, for us, it's like the route I'm taking is a little different. I think we're going to make the jump to like the Porsches next year. So we're going to take a step back from the Formula cars and make our way over to the
is that the
sports cars?
Carrera Cup?
Yep.
Nice. Oh, that's great. No, and that's the beauty of this, and we see this too. I work in the Trans Am series presented by Pirelli, and we've had Ernie Francis, who thought he was going to be on the trajectory of sports cars his whole life, is now in Indy Next, and even Brent Cruz or Connor Zillage, who were looking at going into NASCAR. Now they might. There's talks of Connor Zillage maybe pursuing the Formula One path. So that's the great thing about motorsports is once you get that racecraft in almost anything, it's fun to try different things out. There's another person in FR, I forget his name, who's also running in Radicals this year.
Yeah, Nick Piercing.
Yeah. And so it's really neat to see the different paths. But here we have Jonathan Green with us back up in the booth. I'm going to steal some of the stuff you're doing on your grid walks. I love watching you do the grid walks.
Well, sorry I'm late, but the reason is I had to go out on track and clear up some oil, and that's why we're delayed at the moment. So we've got a slight delay to proceedings here. You can see that pre-grid where we just were on the left-hand side of your screen. So why don't we take a short break? Because we're under a slight delay here before we get into F4 because of oil spill on the last SVRA race. So stay with us here at VIR. We'll be right back, and we'll be getting underway with our F4 race. And Cooper Becklin.
The Mission Foods Austin Speed Tour returns to Circuit of the Americas November 3rd through the 5th, featuring the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association, International GT, FR Americas, and F4 US Championship. Saturday, you can take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show with Parade Lab. You do not want to miss the Mission Foods Austin Speed Tour November 3rd through the 5th. Children 12 and under are free. For tickets, simply go to speedtour.net.
Yep.
going to Porsche Carrera Cup next year.
Oh, are you really?
Yes.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Great move.
Yeah. Love
Really
that.
is. You know, I mean, you've got to spread your wings a little sometimes. The single seaters is so narrow.
Yeah, it makes more sense.
Mission Foods Austin Speed Tour returns to
Welcome back to VIR. Sorry about the delay. We had a bit of an oil spill from a previous race, so we were just making sure it was clean, because obviously these are our young teenagers from Formula 4 USA, or Formula 4 Americas, and we just want to make sure that all is clean for them to get a good feature race. This is the third race of their weekend, 3 races each weekend. And the organisers try to give these youngsters some 3 hours on track each and every weekend, including practice, qualifying, and the 3 races I was talking about. And obviously, you want to have as clean a track as possible and as fewer delays as possible. And obviously, these guys are learning. It's easy to make mistakes when you're learning. Cooper, you've been there, done that. And but each weekend actually is a really good learning curve, because you've got enough time to really, if you're struggling with one particular issue, all right, it's different tracks, but you've got the time to dial yourself in, haven't you?
Like if you start the weekend off not where you want to be, there's always time. There's always a couple practice sessions. There's always qualifying to fix the car and hopefully get it ready for the next session to have those issues fixed, which is what we've been dealing with. And I think now that we've had this many sessions, I think we do have our car fixed as well. So.
Well, we share a love of high jump, and I know as a former athlete myself, there was always something I was working on, something that I was bugged by. For it could be, your stance, your workouts, your strength, whatever it might be. What have you been working on from a racing point of view? Because people don't really understand this as a sport. It's very obvious when you're doing track and field or football what is physically happening. On racing, it's not as easy because you can't see it.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I've started working with a company called PitFit to help me with my strength and
so they are dedicated to racing.
Yep. So they're a dedicated company. They work with a bunch of IndyCar, Indy Next drivers, all those guys. So
what have you picked up?
I mean, we've only just started as of Thursday of last week. So, but I've been working with them to get my strength up, my reaction time, all that stuff.
Yep.
Help my neck with all the G-forces and all that stuff. So we've been working with them, and then they're also going to help me with my diet as well to keep that up and healthy.
And when you say that, because I'm sure people will be interested, what particular things should people be thinking about if they're looking at getting into a diet that will help them do this sort of thing?
Just mainly just staying away from like the fast foods, I think, is the biggest thing. Like a lot of teenagers my age, we all love our fast food.
Yeah,
so we all love our Taco Bells and our McDonald's, and those things, they're good, but they're very not good for you as well. So they're
they sit, don't they? And
yeah.
They don't digest as well as they should, and you need a metabolism that works quick, don't you? That can deal with it, so that you can burn off fat, basically. Yeah.
Yep. So trying to stay away from all the junk foods, I guess, and more towards the healthier foods and the meats and all that stuff.
Now, I've got a question for you. I was talking to Hannah Greenmeyer, so I've been doing my research on you. She said she used to kart with you.
Yes.
Now, because how tall are you?
6'2".
So how on earth did you go karting, given the fact that you were tall, but also a weight differential? Because whether you like it or not, and you're pretty lanky and thin, but did you have a disadvantage in karting against a 5-foot trimp?
Yeah, I mean, in karting, we all have to weigh, same as cars, we all have to weigh a certain amount. Luckily, I haven't been too heavy to not have weight put on the back of my karts. Okay. We've always been good on the weight side. The length-wise, it's been a little tough.
Yeah.
Ever since I started, I was always taller. I mean, now it's a little different. That
creates more wind resistance. Yeah. I know it sounds silly, but it's true.
But it does, yeah. And now it's a little different. Now I'm in the shifter karts, and it's a bigger chassis than normal. But even then, I'm still in still tight. Like, if I want to go race anything else, it's a super tight fit for me.
Yeah.
So we've got everything fully extended or overextended to make me fit.
We'll have to throw you in a tin top. There's a little bit more room in those.
Yeah, for sure.
So, as you can see, cars on track, a big field as always, and this is a very important round. There are only 4 races left in the 2023 championship. Just to remind you of what is happening in the championship, Patrick Woods-Toth, who I spoke to on the grid, the Canadian, leads at the moment from Michael Costello. Tyler Sherlock had a good race weekend so far. He's in 3rd. Alex Berg has been up and down this weekend. He's currently 4th. Jesse Lacey, who starts at the front due to the fact that he was fastest yesterday, and there were a few penalties handed out as well. And so the Australian will start at the sharp end, and it could be a good race for him, given that he's not that far off Alex Berg, so he'll want to make hay, as they say. Daniel Kara is in 6th place, then Lewis Hodgson 7th. Jimmy Lockhart not racing anymore. The big story is Augusto Soto-Schripa of Florida for International Motorsports. He's already scored 50 points this weekend. He started the weekend in 9th position, so he's now moving up the board very quickly, and another good result here could really help him get into contention with 3 more races at COTA. Cooper, who do you know on this field? And
I mean, me and Jesse have over the break we met each other in iRacing lobby, so we've been playing the sim a lot. Together. Cool. We did that.
What do you play?
We were doing a lot of the F4 car actually on the sim, so that, and then I've been doing some of the Porsches, some of the LMP3 cars, the F3 cars.
I'm going to be cool and I'm going to be cool with the kids. What's your rig?
What's my rig? I'm going to be honest with you. I don't even. We've had it for so long. I don't know exactly what it's called. I don't know the name off the top of my head, but it's.
I'll let you know. I spoke to Liam Lawson the other day, now in the dizzy heights of Formula One. He was telling me that during the pandemic, his rig was an ironing board. His wheel was planted on an ironing board. So there you go. You can do anything in sim racing, and that's by the way, if you haven't got the money to go racing, every one of these drivers, including I'm sure Cooper here, will tell you that there is no a PlayStation, you name it, there is no substitute for getting and learning sim work at a very low cost. Go on the internet, go on Craigslist, whatever. You can get yourself started, can't you?
Yeah, very cheap for $300.
Yeah. So you don't need a budget of 150,000, let's say, to do the real thing. And if you start doing it, and in fact, Gran Turismo is out in the theatres right now. A young man from Wales who I got to know very well, Jan Mardenborough. That's exactly how he started in the Nissan series of Gran Turismo, and now he is doing the real thing and has been doing for quite some time now. But a great story, and a lot of guys are coming through from sim racing. Fraga is another one. He and his brother, the Brazilians, did exactly that too. Started off in sims and have gone through. So it's now a common story. So get out there, start practicing. If you want to do this, that's the way to start, and that's the way to learn your craft before you do the real thing. Because once you smash up a car in real life, it gets a bit more expensive, doesn't it?
Absolutely, yes.
So the grid is formed, and Cooper, this is one of the main parts of the race. How's your starting at the moment?
My starts?
Yeah.
They're not perfect. They definitely need work. It's something me and my driver coach have been working on. So that's what I've struggled with all year. My race pace has been pretty good. It's just getting my starts down. So we're definitely working on those for sure.
Okay, watch for the black, white, and red in second place. Augusto Soto-Schripa. The reason being he's won both races so far this weekend. Jesse Lacey slightly creeping, but he's okay. Still in his box, but away they go. And a good start from the front row. Everybody lifting off and going for it as they head down to the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers Turn 1. And it is the 16 of Australian Jesse Lacey leading at the moment, but here comes Daniel Kara around the outside. He's going to get stuck outside there. Woods-Toth also on the outside line, but it's going to swing into the inside line, so it's a good line to take if there is not too many marbles out there and you can hold your line and not get pushed off, and that's exactly what happened. And now a car gets spun round in, second or third, people avoiding action, so 2 cars gone off. The guy that spun, not sure who that was, but he's got going again. And so there's a real traffic jam going through 2 and 3, and now we head into Snake for the first time. So plenty of drama, Cooper, but that was a good recovery.
Yeah, it was a good one. A little 360 for him for the style points.
Just a little pirouette for style points. I like it. And already Jesse Lacey building on that lead. Soto-Schripa has gone backwards, and a great start from Patrick Woods-Toth. A phenomenal start from our championship leader from Canada. The man from St. Lazare has done a good job. That's the oil patch that they were covering up, so I'm glad they got to it. Well, you can see how extensive it was. It went for several corners. Alex Berg getting racy as they come into the Oak section. The Oak Tree corner, as it's called. Berg side by side with Martinez, the Argentinian. Berg's getting the better of him. They're wheel to wheel here. Great racing. Look how close they are, almost touching wheels there. Down the back straight. Michael Costello up to 4th place. But Patrick Woods-Toft, he's gone from what, 5th to 2nd in just a matter of corners. Excellent stuff. And look at this, all vying for position coming into the braking point. 5 cars all lined up trying to make position. Now they have to go into single file. Good clean start though, Cooper. Just what we wanted. A little bit of a delay. Hasn't got them over antsy. As Titus Sherlock under pressure as well from Berg. Across the line, Jesse Lacey. Patrick Woods-Toft, Costello 3rd, then Berg and Sherlock. Jaramillo in 6th position. Luciano Martinez, Alex Benavides. Daniel Carras dropped to 9th, and Bacon Zelenka is your 10th placed man. And then just behind him, Ty Durst, Hannah Greenmeyer, who had a great race. In fact, she's had a great weekend. Some of her best results. This is turning out to be a bad weekend, sadly, for the 21. As he goes round, that's Ava Dobson. She goes round, I should say. And yeah, Ava just starting out in her career in Formula 4, but she got frustrated and spun out in the wet yesterday, and the same has happened here in the dry. But she is very, very new. She's 15 years of age. In fact, she couldn't start the season. She was too young. And so she did some junior races and got her head around the car outside of the championship. But now she joined it from Road America when she turned 15. But still learning away, and it's easy to make mistakes. But Cooper, you know that feeling. You've got to kind of gather yourself, haven't you, when you make mistakes? But everybody goes through the same system, right?
Yeah, I mean, everybody makes a mistake here and there. Some worse than others, but I mean, you got to figure out a way to drop it and keep going.
You know, it's interesting watching Formula One these days because, you know, Max and Russell and all those guys all raced against each other early on. And yeah, even the great and mighty that we see now in Formula One, they made their same mistakes in Formula 4 or Formula BMW or whatever they were doing. But this particular series has been a really good setup around the world for young drivers trying to make it into Formula One and take the ladder to success. And Formula 4, as I mentioned earlier, is the way to start off your car racing career. Alex Berg, the young Canadian, his father got to Formula One. Not a big star by any means, but always useful to have that kind of insight. As Berg goes up to 3rd now, so a really good start from Alex Berg. Costello now 2nd. Whoa, a little bit racy by the 19 there. Costello getting out of shape as Woods-Toft is all over him in 4th. What can you adjust in these cars? You know, what's your input as a driver?
Yeah, I mean, while you're driving, it's not much at all. It's just
can you
brake
change
bias.
The brake bias?
Yep,
Yeah.
that's the only thing while you're driving.
And when do you do that, and why?
So, for us, at least in the Formula Original car, I think it's a little different. But like for us, we have like your brake bias goes forward and backwards.
Yep.
So if you lock your fronts, you typically want to go back.
Yeah.
So you don't end up locking in. When you lock the tire, it gets super vibrating and super unstable. So if you're locking fronts, you usually put the brake bias back. If you're locking rears, you put it front.
And as the fuel load goes down, does that make a decision-making reason for changing the bias?
Not too much. Usually, at least us, we haven't figured out a way that it's changed our car very much at all, like with how much fuel we have in the car for brake bias. But I'm sure to a certain extent it does make it feel a little different.
So when you're racing, you're not only racing the other 30 competitors out there, you're also thinking, I'm going to tell my engineer I don't like this, or it's slipping, or it's oversteer or understeer. We often hear that. And so you're sort of kind of mentally thinking about what you're going to say to your engineer when you get back, right?
Yeah, I mean, during the race you have feelings of the car, and you feel how the car reacts to certain things you do. So when you when you come back, you want to be able to tell your engineer what exactly the car was doing. If it was oversteery, understeery, you're having problems, you're bottoming too much, those are all things you want to come back and tell your engineer.
And do you ever get a sweet spot where you go, wow, this is awesome?
Yeah, I mean, there's always those times they'll come back and the car is amazing.
Yeah.
But I think there's always something you can do as well to make it better.
And it always changes. Everybody's trying to do the same thing.
And the track changes too, so you want to adjust.
Here comes
to the
Berg.
track.
Whoa, Alex Berg, and he's caused an incident and taken both cars out, sadly. And I'm afraid I would blame or put the blame on Alex Berg in that particular incident. He's got a bent front, left suspension. He's still going, but he's taken Costello. And Cooper, as I said before the race, I want you to judge. You tell me how you see Alex Berg approaching this and whether he was at fault or not.
Yeah, I mean, that definitely looked like a super late move.
Here he is in the pink helmet.
Yeah, it looked like he just made a super late move to the inside, kind of a dive bomb, almost like a karting move.
And you could see how his hands are not out of control, but sort of
going left to right.
Yeah.
And looks like he almost lost it as he went in and ended up collecting. So,
well, Michael Costello is going to be pretty annoyed because he's second in the championship at the moment, and that is just played into Patrick Woods-Toth's hands. As we head towards Coda next time out, those are the sort of incidents that can make and break an overall champion. There is our championship leader. And the reason I mentioned at the top that it's so important, you know, I think of somebody like Carl Kirkwood, who a few years ago was racing in these cars and then went up to FR, and now, of course, is a very accomplished and an IndyCar winning driver already, still a youngster. And, you know, this is where these youngsters make their name, and little accidents like that can really change your day. And there's nothing you can do about it. It's the one thing I've learned about motor racing is control what you can control. There's no point in getting aggravated about a guy hitting you. You're just going to move on, right?
I mean, there's nothing you can do about it after he's hit you already. So,
yep.
Can't go back and change the past. So.
Nope. Luciano Martinez in the 91, he had a spin yesterday, so he'll want a good result. He's currently running in 7th in that all-red 91 car that you saw. There it is. And now everybody moving up. Tidy Sherlock now 4th, Patrick Woods-Toth 3rd. And out of all of that, Keiko Hauanio, I spoke to him earlier and said, how do I pronounce your name? It's Hauanio, like Matrix, Neo. There you go. So Keiko Hauanio is in 2nd place, so he has gained the most. But Jesse Lacey is up the road. Some dust and dirt there as somebody else has gone off. Who's that?
Hannah.
That is. No, that's 74. That's, it's Hannah. Hannah Greenmeyer. Sorry, you spotted it. Well done. Hannah said to me she wanted a top 5. Well, that's not going to help. But we're celebrating women in motorsport, and Hannah was involved in both the autograph session and last night's, if you like, charity raising dinner. And our guest of honor was one and only Lynn St. James. Great to have her here on board, and she has been an absolute pioneer and inspiration. She also helps raise money for women in motorsport and has a scholarship, and she's helped the likes of Pippa Mann and many others on the way up. And it's very important that they do what they do, and we're now starting to see more mechanics, more engineers, and more sides of it. You don't have to be a racing driver to get involved in motor racing. It's just exciting from the outside sometimes, isn't it? And a lot of drivers like yourself turn engineers. I mean, I'm looking at Ryan Yardley, who now, of course, is driving Porsche, but he started exactly in this, and he was in the FR Championship just a year ago, having done a couple of years in FR successfully, but now is running in Porsche, and, you know, he's kind of reignited his career, which started off, it started off in tin tops in 86, but then moved on to single-seaters, but you know, you never know. And right now, he's mechanicking one of the cars in your team. So.
Yep. Yeah, he worked with us a lot last year to help me get up to speed in the Formula Regional car, and now he's working for Kiwi Motorsports and racing. So it's gone both ways for him. Yeah,
good boy too. Nice guy. I always like it when the nice guys get to where they need to go. Lacey, Hauanio and Woods-Toth is your top 3. Titus Sherlock in a good position here in 4th position. He'll be pleased with that. So does Schreiber, who's won both races so far this weekend, is in 7th at the moment. Zelenka up to 8th. Wisniewski is in 9th position. He had an off yesterday, so he'll want to finish in that top 10. Tyke Durst rounding out the top 10. Then it's Bennett, Lawley, Parrish, DeFabius, Bowling, Lim, Costello all the way down in 17th. So after that incident, Costello knocked all the way down to 17th, and Hannah Greenmeyer, also crosslink Kiwi, as we mentioned earlier, as is Cooper Becklin alongside me. She's now down in 18th position, and Martinez in the 91 dropped down to 19th. So there's been quite a little bit of movement. You'll be pleased to know that Ava Dobson, who we saw on the grass a moment ago in the 21, came into the pits, checked the car over, and is back out there. She's in 21st. And sadly, Alex Berg, 22nd. So you go from hero to zero in this game, don't you?
Very fast.
Very fast. Good lead, though, 2.5 seconds from Lacey. And I always think that once you get over 2 seconds, you don't relax, but that's what I would call controlling the race. And you then decide whether you want to push or maintain that speed, all right?
Yeah, it becomes a safe zone almost.
Yeah. And yep, just seen out of my corner of the eye is the number 8 coming into the pits. There he is. And that's because Alex Berg has damage to that wing, no surprise. Well, both wings, actually, both front wings. And how, I mean, you could go out and drive on that, but you're not really going to get the effect of how they should work, right? And it's going to feel awful, right?
Yeah, very upsetting to the front end of that car, so it'll feel completely different than what it was 2 laps ago when he was driving with it undamaged.
Yep, so the Canadian out of this one, and that's going to make a big difference to his championship because, what? Alex Berg was 4th. Meanwhile, Soda Shriepa is moving. He's up to 7th now. Augusto Soda Shriepa, the man from Durrell in Florida. And he's just set the fastest lap, a 1:59.5. So we'll keep an eye on his progress. Who we've got coming through? Here's Hearn in the 29. There's the 31. And Titus Sherlock is the 31. So nice little battle here between these three. Sherlock, Woods top, and ahead of him in the 27. He's got to be careful here, Patrick, because what he doesn't want to do, he had problems in the first race and spun out on the last lap, and that really put him on the back foot. He didn't lose the championship lead because Costello also had a problem. So these are trying times, though, because as we go into the weekend, or we went into the weekend, it was only 36 points. When you consider it's 25 for a win, you're certainly not relaxing at that point when it comes down to the championship, right? What's the best part or the hardest part of this track?
Yeah, this track's definitely not an easy one. It's definitely the last section, 16, 17, or 14 through 17, honestly. Getting through there can be quite difficult to go fast through there. Trying to make sure you don't go off coming out of 17.
Yeah. Another damaged car coming into the pits, and I'm guessing that'll be Costello. I think it is. There's a nice little side-by-side battle here with Guanillo and the car in front, which of course is Patrick Woods-Toth. So we've got a real battle for second place. It's the number 3 that is in the pits, and that's Michael Boyazides. I'm not quite sure. It doesn't look like the car's damaged, but he's out. He's done. Either way, it's game over for this race, the feature 3rd race of the weekend, and he'll live to fight another day, so to speak. Meanwhile, this battle for second place raging on. Where would you make the overtake and be the obvious place to go?
Yeah, there's a couple spots here. I think turn 1 is a good one. Turn 14 can be kind of difficult, but it'll work out sometimes. And then if you get them to make a mistake out of 5, you can almost get them into the snake up the hill.
And Titus Sherlock, just looking at him behind that battle between Patrick Woods-Toth and Juanino, is right there tucked in looking for a slipstream. Now, what are they looking at here? What the heck's wrong with that, do you think? Not right, though. Either way. Maybe bent suspension. That's another reason you'd come in. You don't really want to drive with a bent suspension. He's going to sit there and see if they can fix it. There's always points to be gained. You never know. There could be a safety car. And here's your leader, Jesse Lacey. It's been a good season for the Australian, learning his way. And as I mentioned at the top, you know, you don't have to race in Australia just because you're an Australian. You can make your way over here, just as many Aussies and Kiwis have done. Callum Hedge in FR, your teammate. And Jesse, and as you said, you've raced him on the Sims. Where does he base himself, do you know?
Right now I think he's in Texas, living, so I think. I might be wrong about that one.
That's all right. Well, as he is continuing to kind of keep it steady, they are reeling him in bit by bit. So you can see now the gap has closed just a little bit. Jesse's lead has closed right down, and so he's now going to be thinking about pushing on a little bit more. There's still some 13 minutes left in the race, and as you can see, there are 4 cars from above. It's easier to see. He's got a decent gap. It's harder to see from our man Lake's position here, but it's a decent gap. But as you can see, Woods top, our championship leader, starting to get away from the group and now starting to chase down our leader at the moment. He just did a fastest lap of 59.5, so he's on good lap times as well. Sherlock is 4th now. So the Shrimper has made another position up. He's up to 6th. Hey, go on, save it. That was a pretty good save, actually.
It was, yeah, very good.
It's a typical mistake here at Oak Tree Corner. It's just to dive a little too hard into the double apex or long hairpin, if you will, at the end of the circuit there. We've seen a lot of offs. Even Callum Hedge went off there yesterday. But a nice save from the man of the moment from Florida, Soto Shripa. Good racing name. You've got to have a good racing name. Cooper Beckford, that's a racing name. I like that.
Yeah, thank you.
Could be a downhill skier, never mind a high jumper. Now, let's watch and see if Keiko Juanillo can make some more inroads in the last 10 minutes of this race. It's been a good, clean race so far. There's your leader. There's second place. 29 is Juanillo. And it's a good run now. How do the tyres feel as the race goes on? Do they, I mean, they'll last forever, I know, but do they actually, there must be an optimal time. How many laps is that?
Yeah, I mean, for tires, it's kind of hard to tell. It depends on how you're driving and what happens. Like if you lock up, they're gonna fall off a lot faster. But I mean, they're usually fast lap 5, 6, and then they start to fall off, and then usually at the end of the race, they're pretty much getting to the end of their cycle.
Well, you saw Tyke Durst go off there, and Cooper, what do you see? Whoa! That's a weird one. He was just too hot, wasn't he?
Yeah, it looks like he just lost it going in, and luckily there's a lot of runoff back there.
It's a very fast part of the circuit. He's done well to keep it going and get it back on track. Tyke Durst, I think he's going to join me in the booth later today at some point for some FR racing, so we'll see what he has to say about that, but that was a big moment for him. 10 minutes to go then. Lacey, Woods top, Juanillo and Sherlock. Kara, Soto Shripa creeping up the board, up to 6. Zelenka's going with him, and he's 7th. Benavides, is in 8th position, then Bennett 9th, and Wisniewski in 10th position. Costello's coming back, as is Greenmeyer. Costello now 13, Hannah Greenmeyer up to 14, so they've recovered well. Oh, that's not a good look. And that's Wisniewski. Just as I was saying, he was doing well in the top 10. He's just parked it right underneath one of our camera positions. That managed to give him a shot. So Wisniewski from 10th position goes out. Here come the leaders. And Lacey's not in trouble, but he must be looking in his mirrors now, getting a little bit nervous, don't you think?
Yeah, they've gained about a second on him now, so they're getting quite close. So.
Well, Woods top, I thought, was going to pull away from... Ooh, this is good too. 10 making a move down the inside. That's Daniel Kara, Brazilian. And they're still side by side with Titus Sherlock. In comes the 17 of Tyke Durst. After that incident, they're just checking the car over. Just a systems check. They'll probably send him back out. Yeah, the thing is, from where you are in the cockpit, so to speak, you really just can't tell if they've damaged the car because you can't see it, can you?
No, I mean, sometimes you can feel it, but if you have any floor damage, there's no way for you to see it, or any front wing damage, really, you can't see it from where you're sitting.
Yeah. Well, this should be fun. We've got a three-way battle. This is another side-by-side battle, and it's been that way for the last few corners between Soda Shripa, and he's got through. So Soda Shripa makes up another place. And he's got ahead of Sherlock. So we are watching a really good run here by the young man from Florida. "23 years of age, a little older than some of the F4 guys, but really enjoying yesterday. His family were here to greet him when he got out of the car, and it was a good celebration. And I was reading up, he'd been racing back in Florida back in February before the championship started, so he got a kind of a jump on some of the guys. Did you ever do a winter series or try to get some time in a car in the winter?
Mostly testing.
Yeah.
Not too many series going on here, at least during the winter.
Yeah.
So it's just a lot of testing.
When you're in the Northeast, you're in the Northwest in Oregon. What's the racing scene there? I mean, we know we go to Portland for SVRA, but it can't be as strong as, let's say, Florida or California.
No, I mean, there's not too much. We've got a couple of good tracks up there, but nothing like we do here. We've just got Sonoma, Portland.
Yep.
We do have Laguna Seca, which is a nice one.
Yeah,
but there's not too many winter series going on. There's a West
look at
Coast.
this. Soda Shripa has made another position up. He's got Sherlock. But the race is on now. Look at the top three. Nothing between them. Jesse Lacey has done all the hard work as in comes Eric Wisniewski. After that, well, he's already in. He's been there for a while, but as you can see, damage to that nose cone. He's got no front wing at all. But now Jesse Lacey is in real trouble. Now, how do you defend from this sort of onslaught behind you?
Yeah, I mean, just not making mistakes to start off with. Make mistakes, they're gonna find a way by you and catch you like they have, and just making sure to block all the lanes. Honestly, like in the 14, he's got to make sure to be on the inside, not let anybody go around the outside. Or
nice move there by Keiko. Neo really just slipping through on a place you wouldn't expect an overtake. Well done to him. So let's watch down the back straight now as the leaders come towards the breaking point at the crest of the hill before roller coaster, because we could get a change at the front, because now you've always got an advantage if you're chasing in second and third because of these long straights, two big long straights here at VIR. Very fast circuit this, isn't it?
yeah, it's very fast with a lot of long straights.
How do you set up the car with as little wing as possible to give you the speed?
Yeah, I mean, you don't want as much drag as so you try to get the least amount of drag, but having the car feel as stable as possible.
Well, we're getting down to the business end now. The three of them still line astern as they come past our commentary position. The race is on. Jesse Lacey leading the way, but for how long, we wonder? He's under big pressure from the championship leader. And in fact, Woods Toff has lost out to Neo, and now in second place, and he's putting the pressure on the leader. So a good run by Kekai Hawaneo as he's right there. And a lot of what we see here is that a lot of overtakes can be done by just pure pressure, right? Which is you're not necessarily looking, especially in this section, to overtake. You're just almost trying to force them into a mistake.
Yeah, you want to almost fill their mirrors,
and
get them nervous that you're there, and they'll keep looking back, and then they either miss a mark or they'll overdrive trying to get away from you, and then they'll end up making a mistake.
I don't know, and I've done a little tiny bit of karting in my time, and you can't, it's a monkey mind thing. It's a real mind game at this point. You know what you're doing, and you'll probably see that throw of dust up there and go, got a little reprieve there, but you are nervous as all hell. Now, I mentioned that Hawaneo was in second place, but we didn't actually see the overtake. Let's take a look at it, Cooper. When you see it, you tell me what you see. Look at that. Nicely done. That was a really swift move, wasn't it?
Yeah, really good.
At a place you wouldn't expect. I mean, Woods Toff would not be expecting to defend there.
No, not at all.
Very nicely done. So Jesse Lacey from Australia has led the entire race.
Full course caution.
Oh, we've got a full course caution, and that is at the worst possible time, too, with just a couple of minutes to go. So we could finish under caution, and that will be a reprieve for Jesse Lacey because it doesn't need this pressure right now. Neo will probably be happy with taking second place after the exploits he's been doing. Great stuff. Shout out to Hannah Greenmeyer, your teammate. What a great result. Up to 10th place after that off she had.
Yeah, absolutely.
Really good. Costello, unfortunately, I think there's damage to that car or something's bent on it because he's all the way down in 17. But we're under caution here in the closing stages of the final feature race for F4. These are the youngsters coming up, trying to make it into Formula 1 and Formula 2. And while we are under caution, we'll take a short break here from VIR and we'll be back to pick up the action for the end of this race. Stay with us.
The Mission Foods Austin Speed Tour returns to Circuit of the Americas November 3rd through the 5th, featuring the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association, International GT, FR Americas, and F4 US Championship. Saturday, you can take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show with Parade Lab. You do not want to miss the Mission Foods Austin Speed Tour November 3rd through the 5th. Children 12 and under are free. For tickets, simply go to speedtour.net.
Now, welcome back. You've been listening to Cooper Backlund, who will be racing in FR very soon, and we are under caution, but both of us had a quick chat while we were off air there saying, I don't think this is probably going to resume, simply because we were so close to the checkered flag anyway, and so the full course caution means we've got quite some time before we get going again. There's the 91 right at the back of this group, Martinez, and but a good race from Jesse Lacey. He popped out from the lead from pole position after getting the fastest lap yesterday, which put him in pole position. He led for about, he had about a 7-second lead at one point. But bit by bit, Howard Neo and Woods Toth sort of reeled him in. And we were hoping for a real grandstand finish to this one. But in some ways, Lacey got lucky and he doesn't have to defend anymore. Shout out to Soda Shrieper, another good result. He's going to finish 4th if it ends this way. There he is, just in that all-red car behind Woods Toth. And another good result for Patrick, Canadian from St. Lazare, Quebec, because he is going to get another podium and increase his lead at the front. Costello has really lost his impetus here at VIR, sadly. But Lacey doing a good job, and that's a good, I mean, if you were Jesse right now, or you saw Jesse, you'd say well done, eh? Because that was a good little control race, wasn't
it? He had the whole race under control from the start. He had a big gap and just kind of maintained it the entire race, and they got close at the end, and then the caution came out, so now he gets to cruise around behind the pace car.
Well, I've got you here, just so people know, because everybody thinks it's so glamorous, this motor racing thing, and you're off now to the parties and the high life. You, after this race, if you were in this race, you'd be going back now, and you're probably spending a good hour or so sitting down with the team, with data, and looking at it. What kind of things are discussed?
Yeah, I mean, you'd be discussing like what the car was like, how it felt, how the tires were.
And are you listening to the others at the same time as well, what they're saying?
Kind of depends on who's in the room at the time, really.
Yeah.
You're mainly just talking to your guy. But
there's the checkered. So we were right. And it is Jesse Lacey who brings it home. And I can see the Crosslink Kiwi boys very happy. But go ahead, keep going.
Yeah, just kind of talking about how the balance of the car felt during the whole race, how it felt as the race went on, and how it felt at the end compared to the start.
Well, I'll let you go and celebrate with your team, because it's another good win for the team and also a good result for Woods Toth. Howard Neo, though, great move to get into second place, and he deserves that second place. Well done to him. And looking forward to seeing what happens at COTA with just 3 races to go. My thanks to Cooper Backlund. He'll be in action in FR. We'll look out for him. He's had a great weekend so far, a couple of podiums. One he got a little help with. So then, confirmation of the results. Crosslink Kiwi wins with Jesse Lacey of Australia. Kekai Juanillo takes second place for Newt Racing, and then it's Patrick Woods-Toth, another Crosslink Kiwi man, taking third and advancing closer and closer to that championship. Augusto Soto Schreiber finished off of a brilliant weekend with 2 wins and a 4th place for International Motorsports. Daniel Cara, the Brazilian, takes 5th. Then Titus Sherlock, the American for Crosslink, takes 6th. Alex Benavides takes 7th. Bacon Racing and Bacon Zelenka takes 8th. Christopher Parrish takes 9th. James Lawley rounding out the top 10. Thought Hannah Greenmeyer had made it into the top 10, but not so. Well, plenty of action in round 15, no question about that. It was all happening. Perfect conditions for racing, great way to learn. We had a bit of a delay at the start of the race for an oil spill, but we got it cleared up and it was no real problem for the drivers. So let's take a look at the highlights. Jesse Lacey it was that led from the get-go. Soto Schreiber was starting second but dropped right back and did a good job of coming back to 4th place. Ava Dobson was the first off. Alex Bird causing this incident with himself and Costello. Costello, I'm sure, will not be happy. And then a few excursions off track. Several cars getting in trouble, including Hannah Greenmeyer, but she recovered well indeed. Woods-Toth in the thick of the action with Keikai Juanillo, and Juanillo made a brilliant move, and Soto Schreiber was just picking them off one by one. There's that brilliant move past Woods-Toth, and even though I think Woods-Toth is going to go on to championship, it was a great result for Jesse Lacey with the win in race 3. So we'll wheel them round and down into pit lane and hopefully maybe hear from one of the top 3. John Phippen will be down there, I'm sure. He's doing the PA announcement and he's been traveling with the series. I've only been able to do a couple of rounds this year, but really enjoyed learning and getting to know some of the youngsters. I love seeing young guys coming up and girls coming up through the ranks, because once they get into the dizzy heights of the big professional scene, it's always harder to get interviews and learn about them. And obviously, they are trying to impress as best they can and get known. And so it's always good because it meets well, is that we want to learn about them and tell the world about them, and they want the world to know what they're up to. So they're on social media, so look them up. Go to the F4 America's website. There's all the background there, the drivers' social media. Very important part of modern day racing. And the Honda Civic leads them into the Parc Fermé and the podium. You know, just looking at the overall results for Jesse Lacey over the year, and you know what? That's his first win of the year. Good for him. He's had bunches of podiums, but as far as I can see, that's Jesse Lacey's first win of the year, and you can see it means a lot. Good for him. Gary Orton, his team manager, congratulating him, and that's always a big moment in a season if you can be consistent, but more importantly get just a couple of wins under your belt. And, well, on a weekend that saw Oscar Piastri making a name for himself, we got another Australian on the way up. So look out, Oscar. There's another one coming. Jesse Lacey. Remember the name. I think he's from Queensland, so well done to him. Let's see what John Phippen has to say with him. Getting a glass of water. Let's head down to John Phippen, who's got our winner, Jesse Lacey.
We've got Jesse Lacey here, who's been on the podium 4 times, finally on the top step. Jesse, you had a dynamite start. You had a 3-second lead at the end of the first lap.
Yeah, I had a good start. My main goal was just to try and keep that gap, make as least mistakes as possible, and it was getting quite close to the end, but lucky I was able to hold it off.
Yeah, sadly, that full course yellow made we finished behind the safety car, but great race, my friend.
Thank you so much.
Jesse Lacey, first time winner, Jonathan.
So there, the words of our winner, and as you heard John Fitman say, plenty of podiums and a great race really, because he controlled it well, got a massive lead right at the start, and then they bit by bit reeled him in. But his first win of the season after several podiums. Well done, Jesse Lacey, a name for the future. We'll take a short break. We'll be back with more action from the Speed Tour after this.
Everything in our garage is inspired by our racing spirit. Race in for a great deal on the Honda CR-V. Only at the Honda Dream Garage Spring Event.
Yes.
Hon, the weather tech's here.
WeatherTech is the ultimate protection for your vehicle. Laser measured floor liners, no drill mud flaps, cargo liner, bump step, seat protector, and cup phone.
What about my car?
WeatherTech.
But here comes the battle for the second flag. I believe it is Ryan Dibbs hitting the win.
Welcome back to the Speed Tour, and as you can see from high above in our lovely drone shot, you can see that we are gathering the grid for our next SVRA Speed Tour group race. And it is Group 5A, 9, 11, and PSSA, which is what you're looking at right now. And I'm delighted to welcome Jason Miles and Ben Sissel to the booth to talk about this. And Jason, this is your bailiwick, as we say in England. But so far, so good. You've been doubling the fields, literally, since I last spoke with you at Road America.
Yeah, Road America, we had, I think we had 8 cars. Now we're up to around 16, so 2 rounds left. Spring Mountain in Nevada, and then the championship at COTA, where we hope to have a 30-car field. So double, double, double.
And here's that interesting Nathan Bird car, isn't it?
Yeah.
Go
I've
ahead.
been surprised by how many were with us at Sonoma Laguna and have made their way out here as well. That's been fun to see.
Yeah, yeah. We some of these teams have gone back and forth across the country following the series, so, and it seems like as soon as you do one race, you're hooked and you're coming back. So.
And Jonathan, you can see this last car here, the blue car. Remember, we were talking about at Road America. It has the Kraken octopus wrap.
Oh, that's right.
And
yeah.
so I was talking to him at the grid, and they've rewrapped it. They kept the octopus theme, but the driver wasn't super happy with it, so he wanted to rewrap it, which I think is cool because to me, then they get it. They're a part of the family. They understand that it's as much about the show and the presentation as it is the racing. So I love that.
So what's it wrapped in now then?
It's wrapped in vinyl, but it's just different
Oh,
artwork.
Okay. I see.
So as we go through, introduce your drivers, and then I'll get the SVRA drivers.
So this is the 63. I think that's going to be either Jim Booth or he was doing double duty with his coach, Tom Gladys, who won the race yesterday in PS1. So that's a Radical SR10.
I was filming yesterday, and I noticed that the Radicals are a little bit narrower than the Revolutions.
They are. Yep.
And is that an advantage, a disadvantage? Are you guys seeing anything from that?
I think it's just different design, and the Radical is based on a aluminum frame, where the Revolutions are a carbon fiber monocoque. So just different design theories, and yeah.
Wow. Well, that's pretty neat. So we're seeing a little bit of a revolution in our designs, going to carbon fiber.
Yeah.
Chassis. So that last car that we saw was Justin Garrett in a Ligier F3. We do have some F3s out here. That first car that I just think, we were talking about this, the Nathan Bird, that 80 car, just an unbelievable car. That's the AF01, which is basically the new Formula 5000. And then this looks like a Revolution
Yeah,
here.
so this is Palmer Miller from S's Racing and his Revolution A1 500. Second place yesterday in
Austin,
PS1.
Texas, mind you.
And he's been with us a few of the other events.
Yeah, he was Miller time at Road America, and he won both races there. So he's looking to get back up there and take one step higher on the podium today for sure.
Now, Jonathan, with your thick Texas accent,
Hell
you have to be rooting for this person.
Absolutely. Austin, Texas braced. We've been waiting for the industry to grow since COTA came to be some 11 years ago. And S's are one of the big success stories of racing in Austin.
Now, is
Dave
that
O'Neill?
James French that races the F1 car with us?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, so James
professional
French,
driver.
That car is a Ligier JS51 that currently runs in Group 11, but it's going to be included in the technical regulations going forward for PSSA. So we were able to work with Hankook and get tires fitted for them. So that car should be available for Texas in the PSSA series.
Good. And James French, look out. I would
Good
put
driver.
him in our top 5 best vintage drivers. He and his dad, longtime racers with us in the vintage series. They have 2, actually, Benetton and a Jordan, I believe, Formula One cars that just, no offense, Jonathan, but I think that era of Formula One where it sounded the best. And,
it's no offense to me. You're absolutely right. No question. We hate the noise at the moment.
So one thing that we were talking about, Jason, and I hope we can correct this, just for me as a motorsports fan, because PSSA is running with a mixed group of SVRA classes, maybe by COTA we can get you a split start. But if you have 30 cars, we won't have to worry about it. You'll have your own group.
Right. Yeah, split start would be cool. But then you also have these Group 11 cars that are prototypes as well, where they kind of have been running with SVRA in Group 11, but now they all want to come and join PSSA. So it's cool to have all these mixed. You have an Orica out there with Lawrence Wang and some other one-off prototypes. These guys like to mix it up with all the rest of them.
Yeah, there's the Shelby Can-Am car from 1990 of William Deary. But let's just go through the grid really quick, because we do have 31 cars out here in this great group of 5A, 911, and PSSA, which stands for Prototype Sprint Series Association. So Clayton Ely is in position 1 in a Ligier JSP3. Nathan Bird in that Formula 5000 AF01. Lewis Cooper Jr. in the coolest sounding car here this weekend in a Panos DP01. Lawrence Wang, you were talking about him, and you said it's Orica?
Orica,
Well,
yep.
I've been saying it wrong this whole time. FLM09. Nicholas Ambiato in a Ligier F3. Tom Gladys, we saw him in that Radical SR10. Justin Garrett in a Ligier F3. Palmer Miller in a Revolution 500 SC. James French in a
Ligier.
It's
spelled wrong.
Different. Oh, okay. Ligier JS51. Come on, James. Spell your car right. Scott Wagner in a Radical SR10. And that's just right there. That's our top 10. And look at how many different car manufacturers we have just in that top 10. That's what I love about this style of racing, where it's not just 2 or 3 car manufacturers. There's probably 7, 8, 9 different car manufacturers in this group alone. Nathan Duckles, great name, 2022 Revolution A1 500 SC. Paulie Gatto, JDR F1000, Jim Booth, Ligier JSF3, Zach Mosley in 14th in a Revolution A1 500 SC, and eventually we're going to get you to explain the different radicals, the different Revolutions and everything.
Yep.
Mark Calzaretta in a Sebeco NP01. Am I saying that right?
Yep, Sebeco.
Sebeco. Yep. Teddy Musella. And this is weird. Usually we struggle with the names of the drivers,
now
not the names of the cars. Yeah. In a Ligier F4. Andrew Myers, one of my favorites, in a Carbier Sports 2000, 1996. I've heard that pronounced both ways, but his mom is actually driving with us in a 911 this weekend, too. Brian Peel in a Sebeco.
Yep.
NP01. See, I'm learning, people. Gobel Newsom in a Sebeco NP01 Evo. Antonio Cancel, Radical SR3XX. Charles oh, sorry, Charles.
I was waiting. Habrissotinga.
There's always one. In a 1985 Swift S2000. Kevin Whitman in a 1989 Devon DB2. Caleb Campbell in a Ligier F4. Is that the new Ligier F4?
No.
Okay, so
no.
yeah.
Ooh, look at that, boys. That's not a good look.
Uh-oh. There is our car. There's the new wrap on that number 17 that's smoking.
Yeah, but it's smoking heavily.
Up there.
Check your brake bias there, Mark Calzaretta.
It's a cool look, though. You're right.
We got William Deary in the Shelby Can-Am car. Jabin Dillon Gia in a Ligier F4. Gary Gray, 27th in a Radical. Charles Duncan in a Lola. Danny
Dashelski.
Danny, what is it?
Dashelski,
who actually plays in the NHL also, and a Radical SR3 XXR. Judd Miller, who we've seen at a lot of these races in
Austin,
a Revolution.
Texas, baby.
And Mark Russell in a Revolution. That rounds out the 31. And so from this, you look at this field right here, you see that LMP3 car, you see a Formula 5000 car, you see a prototype car, you see what looks like an F3 car, and then we get to our first PSSA, that Radical.
Yep.
But what a crazy field of cars here, turning about similar lap times, but that Sebeco back there of the Kraken still seems like he might need to change his brake bias a little bit.
Yeah, something's going on there.
Now you can see how much wider that Revolution is,
yes,
compared to these cars. And then, if I'm not mistaken, the Sebeco is that was more of like was it a NASA class that they had started?
Yeah, so they the Sebeco, it was built by Elon early on and was built for NASA Pro Racing as a spec car, and then they've developed the car. The car that Goebel Newsom is driving is a spec 2-liter Mazda engine. The other two cars are a 2.5 liter. They vary in power from 200 to 300 horsepower, depending on what Evo spec they are.
What kind of drivers do you attract? We just mentioned French, and obviously he's got a lot of racing background, but it's young and experienced drivers, right?
Absolutely. There's new drivers where they've come out of club racing, they've country club, all the way up to like Clayton Ely's car has been driven by Mike Skeen, who's a very well-known road racer, has close to the lap record in that actual car around here. So, yeah, it attracts all kinds of different drivers, and they all have to cohabitate on the track together.
When we've had the Blue Marble Radical Series with us, Mike Skeen's usually in the paddock as a driver coach.
Yes. Yep.
And I really appreciate, Jonathan, someday I'm going to have the level of talent that you do, that you said you attract young and experienced drivers. Very good. Someday I'm going to learn how to do that. That was really good.
Yes.
Now they're coming down the Mission Foods roller coaster to take the green. So we're about to hear some, what is it, Juan Verde music
Juan
here?
Verde music. Here we go. Yeah, we're watching to see what Clayton Ely and Nathan Bird can do, and obviously very different cars at the front of this grid. One an obvious single-seater, Formula 5000 spec, if you will, but basically, I would say it's kind of an elongated, or it's just an FR car with a bigger wheelbase. But either way, let's see what the 807 can do against it. Creeping out of hot pen, 2x2. Pace car comes off. Good full field of some 31 cars as they roar past our commentary position, which is to the right there, in that barn-looking building. And here we go. Great shot there, low down.
I love that static shot. It's the first time we've had it, but look at this Nathan
Bird on the
side
outside
by
with
side.
those sticker tires. He's going to try and slingshot it round, slingshot it into the lead if he can. But of course, it's a good place to be is on the outside, because that becomes the inside immediately as you get through.
Got car off there on the inside.
Whoop. Where's he going? Yeah. Got nursed away, but Clayton's done it. Eli's got the lead. Ahead of Nathan Bird, Lewis Cooper Jr. in third position. So the top three stayed as is and are already pulling away.
Now, is that Clayton Ely of Track Advantage?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, they were here with us when we loaded in, and that is a beautiful car. I think JR3 prepares that car, but there is the F3 car, the number 51 of Nicholas Ambiato.
Yeah, that's the Ligier. Yeah, very nice.
It looks like a 63 of Tom Gladys moving up there, up to third place.
You said he got a win yesterday, yeah?
Yes. Yep.
Sounds nice.
Pro driver, SR10, Radical.
He's staying right with these cars, and that's the car that Nathan Bird is in, the Formula 5000, basically a 5-liter V8 behind an F3 chassis from Ligier, is really keeping up with that Clayton Ely's Ligier. Now, is that the LMP3 car? Does that have an LS3 in it? What's
So
the
this
power
is an
plant?
LS1 in this car.
Okay.
He would be in PSSA, but he's on Michelin tires, so he's running in Group 11, but he will be in PSSA for his next race. The battle yesterday between himself and Lewis Cooper Jr. in the Panos was unbelievable. Wheel to wheel for 10 or 12 minutes.
Yeah, that's great. You know, Lewis Cooper's probably loving this because he's sometimes just kind of a field by himself.
Yeah.
And now he's actually racing cars. And Jonathan, we've seen him in our live stream so much.
Yeah.
Such a gentleman driver. Lots of fun to have at our events, but it's really cool to see him out there with people to compete with. That's Lawrence Huang there in that Oreca, the 2000 Oreca, you said.
Yeah.
Dennis Althoff takes care of that car.
What's been the reception? You mentioned the doubling of the field. I guess people are starting to really get interested.
Yeah, I mean, we started off at Road Atlanta. We had 7 cars, and it's grown since then. And it seems like everyone that comes to race with PSSA once they do one weekend, they're hooked and they want to sign up for the rest of the year. And so, and we still haven't seen a couple of manufacturers that are eligible. So, we got a black flag.
That's on the Optima. That's on the Optima track.
Wrong track. That's
so the Optima search for the ultimate streetcars racing back there. So yeah, it scared me
we
for
all
a
got
second
fooled
too.
then, didn't we?
Yeah.
We were like, what?
Yeah. So I mean, yeah. Once we get all these manufacturers involved, the field will grow and grow and grow. It's just trying to get all these one-off cars going in the same direction. So.
Getting some great images here as they come through the Customers Bank oak tree, now high above from that drone. Look at this. You've got that Orca coming up behind, and it's pretty neat to see these open wheel cars with these prototype cars and where one is better than the other. So now that open wheel car should kind of start to pull out down here through this section a little bit, and then that Orca should catch them as they come into Big Machine Vodka Spike Cooler. But there is James French. So this car will be legal in just a couple of weeks, you said?
Correct, yes.
What's going to make it legal?
We were able to actually fit Formula Regional tire size on that car.
Okay.
So 13-inch tire wheels, and we were able to make it work. So that's a Honda-powered Ligier, and he will be in Texas.
Cool.
Well, something that we should talk about, speaking of tires and wheels, is that Hankook has come on as the sponsor of this series. They're giving so much. They've been a great partner with us with the FR-F4, and now a wonderful partner with SVRA and PSSA. So explain to all the people that are watching this as potential drivers what all they can get with Hankook.
So with Hankook, you're getting a tire that will last the duration of the race, whether it's a 30-minute sprint race or an hour-long enduro. Very predictable tire, durable. It's not the fastest tire, but for drivers that want consistency, it's a good tire for them. And they make sizes that fit all of these different cars, which is the hardest thing with these types of cars, is getting one tire that fits 13 all the way up to 18 inches. So Hankook's able to do that, and they've been a fantastic partner to work with and the support they have at the track as well.
That's Nathan Duckles there in that 2022 Revolution A1. And as an airplane person, the rear wing, you don't see this very often. It's kind of like a reverse dihedral rear wing. I don't know what you would call that in the racing world, but the shape of it is really interesting.
Yeah, on the Revolution, the arrow is not adjustable per se. There's a little bit of adjustment in the rear wing, but they built the car to be stable so that drivers can come from other types of racing and get into a prototype car with downforce and be able to learn.
Yeah.
If you have it too adjustable, they can make it, the balance go off, and so makes it the transition easier. Nathan Duckles, though, throughout the season, he has grasped this car and his times have dropped and dropped and dropped. And this weekend, he's actually, the first time of their 3 team cars, he's the fastest car. So it's awesome to see his learning curve. He came from running Miatas, and he's getting a handle on this car.
Got a shout out to the 500 of Judd Miller. He had a cooler leak yesterday, you were telling me, but he's up to 9th position already in the 500, and that is really impressive because I think he started right at the back, or in 30th anyway.
Yep. Yeah, he had a coolant leak. He went off at the top of the S's, and then had to bring it in. Coolant leak turned into a coolant hose coming off. But yeah, definitely somebody to watch coming through the field here. Judd's a really experienced racer, ran in the Radical Cup, and he's part of the S's racing team in Texas.
Now, what is this LMP3 looking car here?
So this one here, is this the number 42? There's 2 LMP3s out there. One of them is a Nissan powered. It's that's John Gilliland.
Yeah.
And he's running in PS1 class. And then you've got Clayton Ely, who's in the updated LS powered, same chassis, running on Michelin tires.
That Formula 1000 is probably thinking, what in the world have I got myself into right now?
Yeah, that looks like Danny Dashelski behind him in a Radical SR3 XXR.
Paulie Gatto is in that JDR F1000, who's been with us at almost every event this year. But really nimble car, but not great on these long straights like we're seeing here.
Right.
We're seeing the whole field, but I tell you what, there's a cracking battle at the front. Eli and Bird are 0.1 between each other, so he's still not got past as Bird, but he's pounding him down now in the lead. But this is just as good a battle here.
Yeah, so much fun to watch this mixed class racing, especially when they are turning similar lap times. That means there's good groups of cars, you know, maybe they're fighting from 1st to 5th, or maybe they're fighting from 15th to 25th, but it's really fun racing for everybody on track.
And the one thing that we're proud of with the PSSA is it's a gentleman's series here. As you see them go by, these guys respect each other, and that's how you can have these closed wheel and open wheel cars on the track at the same time. They give each other racing room and are really respectful to each other.
So the F1000 does get overtaken finally after that nice little battle. The man overtaken Paulie Gatto in the JDR F1000.
Looks like Judd Miller's caught up to Palmer Miller there. He's a couple seconds behind him.
Is Palmer son?
Yes.
Ah.
Yep.
So father and son go at it for 8th and 9th. That'll be fun.
Well, Jonathan, if we might, can we ask Noah, our director, if we could watch this battle up front a little bit, because you're right, it is really heating up, and this might be some good stuff to watch here.
We're looking at Gary Gray here in a Radical SR8. This is a V8 powered Radical with 2 Hayabusa engines put together. So it's a 2.7 liter bespoke V8 with a sequential gearbox. So a little different formula. And there's Mark Calzaretta in the Killer Squid.
Hey, and we have Scott Dolphy joining us, so I'm going to give him my headset. He could tell us about the last race, and ex-NFL player with us, Scott Dolphy.
Come on down, as they say. You were in that big old white truck, I think, if I'm right in saying.
Thank you guys for having me up here. Yeah, I was in the big old white Silverado.
How was it?
First time out. It's a new vehicle for me.
So what do you usually run?
I was running the Crown Royal, the Ford Fusion Crown Royal in NASCAR for the last 2 years. And, man, somebody made me an offer I couldn't refuse, so I took it up. And here we go. Joe Nemechek built me a truck.
Oh, wow. If he's going to build you a truck.
Yeah, so this weekend was the first, the maiden voyage. So,
Scott, so you played in the NFL? Who did
yes,
you play
sir.
for?
So I bounced around the NFL for a while from 95 to 2003. Played with the Saints, Steelers a little bit, was with the Dolphins. Played up to the CFL with Toronto, BC, and Edmonton, and won 3 Grey Cups up there.
Wow, what a
BC,
great
my
fun.
hometown, played for the Lions, I guess.
Oh, yeah, you're a Vancouver guy.
I am from Vancouver.
There we go.
Yep.
That's cool.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm not being funny, but it's not the obvious transition to racing, especially as a big guy. What attracted you to motor racing?
Yeah, it's funny. I walk around and people see me. I'm 6'5", 300 pounds. And first they wonder how I get in these cars, but I make myself fit. So, yeah, so a competitive guy. I played golf for a long time, and I was like, I loved cars. I just always loved cars and loved racing. I put myself in a go-kart. Finally, I put myself into a Formula 500 about 9 years ago, and everybody asked how that happened. I took it to a local race shop and said, make me fit.
Yep.
They made me fit, and that lasted for a couple weeks, and then it was boom, NASCAR, and it's been NASCAR since. Met Joe about 5 years ago, and we just hit it off. We're close friends now. I'm up in Pittsburgh. He's in Mooresville, but he's been a mentor. He's been an inspirational figure for me to learn and get better, and it's just like being coached together. You know, he yells at me, he jumps on my butt when I'm not driving well. But the biggest thing is the camaraderie that's going there. I feel like I'm back in the locker room again.
You know, and I always think, you know, I've been an athlete, not at your level, obviously, but I always like it when you change disciplines, you kind of get back to you know darn well that somebody like Nemechek, you know, may not ever play football, but he knows racing. And you kind of have to start again, and it is like that. You're like back at high school, aren't you?
Yeah, yes, sir. It's funny. I'll joke with Joe, and he'll come out and spank me as he should. And then when we get back, I always say, hey, let's go grab a football and go out in the grass and play a little two-hand touch and see what happens here.
Right.
So yeah, but I'm having a blast going into my 3rd year with SVRA. Tony's awesome. Everybody around here is awesome. My wife loves Ben. And I'm just having a blast. And no, I appreciate you guys for having me.
Well, thanks for coming up. I've been encouraging Ben because I've been around SVRA a couple of years, but I'm always stuck up here. So Ben, because he's here all week, getting set up and everything else, gets to know everybody and gets to know yourself and gets the backstories, as it were. I come in, and obviously follow the Trans Am very closely in the F4 and FR, but I don't get a chance to, get amongst the SVRA as much as I'd like. So I like to encourage people to come and tell their story because, you can get a license in SVRA quite easily. We do it. There's a school you can go to, and pretty much mere mortals like me can get a racing license to go SVRA. And I encourage a lot of people to do it. It's a great paddock, as you say.
It is.
And people encourage you. People will help you. And eventually, maybe you'll end up doing a revolution. Who knows?
Yeah.
How about this? You'd fit in there.
Yeah, you would.
It's so funny. I actually was at that car yesterday, and I kept looking. I'm like, hey, can we figure out how to get me in this car? I mean,
you'd love that.
I would love to be in that car. Some of these radicals, like Gary's driving.
Yeah.
My new motto is, with age comes a cage.
That's a good one. We'll get some stickers made up.
There we go.
Yeah.
But I love watching these guys. These guys are just insane. I love it. If I had a little remote control in my hand, it'd be like watching a slot car.
Yeah, it is.
Like this right here, coming down through. It looks like the roller coaster in the backside. I mean, just craziness.
Well, we're looking at the battle between first and second, Eli and Bird, and it was 0.2 at one point. But as you can see, the gap has gone up a little bit. We're running out of time. That is the white flag coming out. And that means that it looks as though, it is the white flag, that Eli is going to hold off Nathan Bird. But Bird's going to make one last come at it. Here he goes into the first corner, which, of course, is the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers turn 1. And now Clayton Eli is going to hold him off. Now, where would you say, Jason, are the advantages here between these two?
Well, definitely the final part of the lap will favor the open-wheel car. The LMP3 down the straights. Through the S's, they're pretty similar, I would say. Both these cars.
Ooh,
there's a car
spun
sideways.
out. That was lucky that they both avoided it.
Yeah. That looked like that was Lewis
one of the
Cooper
Ligiers.
Jr. or something.
Yeah, I think it was one of the F3s, wasn't it? Yeah.
Yep.
So go. Carry on.
So through the S's, they're both flat out here. 160 miles an hour at the top of the S's here. We'll see coming into Oak Tree, the open wheel car should have a little bit of an advantage here. But then the long back straight maybe gives him one last go at the...
So this is where he should have the advantage in second place, Nathan, right?
Yeah, we'll see if he can tuck in behind him here.
I don't think he's going to be close enough. Here he comes. It's a hell of a straight, isn't it?
Yeah,
a hell of a back straight.
I think he's too far back.
Yeah.
But we'll see what happens at the end of the lap where it favors Nathan.
Here we go then. And he closed the gap under braking. That's the beauty of the single-seater. And he's right there with him as they go down the hill for the last time towards the hog pen. And a great finish to this one.
Maybe a little bit of traffic. Oh, they clear those guys. He's right with them, though.
He's there. It's going to be a good finish.
Wow, that's going to be a close finish.
They come across the line, and look at it. It's wheel to wheel. Oh, just, I think. Eli gets it.
0.071 of a second.
Wow.
Wow, look at that. What a race.
Came at the right time, Scott. You got a good finish there.
Yeah. He jumped in a NASCAR yesterday, Eli.
Did he really?
Yeah, he did. He didn't know where fourth gear was. He figured it out and went out and laid down a 157 or 158.
Well, it's not many times that I've seen a SVRA race finish within 0.071, folks, of a second. What a race. And they were at it the whole race.
Yep, in two completely different cars.
Yeah, very cool indeed. So, Jason, just to finish off with what your guys are doing, it's building, it's all new.
Yep.
The PSSA, part of Pirelli Holdings, but as you said, you've doubled your field, and you're looking for more entries even for Coda.
Yep, and looking towards 2024, we just finalized the schedule. Lots more races next year. East and West Championship, so it's looking good.
Good for you. Well, a fun time. And so what else have you run then, Scott? Well, what else do you want to run?
I'm a little restricted by my size. So, again, so I've gone from a NASCAR car to now the truck. Really happy with, this weekend. I did have a loaner truck from Sam LeCompte the last 3 weeks, and it really opened up my eyes to how much better I could drive. And now with the next step up of the truck that Joe built, it's even a step higher than what I was in that truck. That truck was actually set up for NASCAR. Sam tried to qualify it at COTA early this year with the NASCAR Craftsman Series. Unfortunately, he did not. That's a joke amongst us, but he'll get faster. So, but yeah, no, I think the progression I'm at right now is I'm going to stay within the NASCAR truck and car probably for a while. So
Good.
yeah.
Listening to Scott Dolphy and Jason Miles. We're going to take a short break here from the Speed Tour here at VIR. And when we come back, more action for you. Stay with us.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here, Virginia International Raceway, for the Virginia Speed Tour. Another one of my favorite groups coming up here. I'm joined by Jonathan Green, Juan Verde in the booth. But this is our Group 8 and 12 production cars. So Group 8 is 72 or older. Group 12 is 73 or newer. And there's some really cool cars in here, especially looking up front at the sharp end of this grid. We've got some of these BMW M2s. Do you have a grid sheet?
Yes, I do.
See? I can steal. Sorry.
Yeah.
So Dimitri Kellner there is in a Ginetta G55, and then Bill Glavin in a BMW M2 CSR. Now he races a CSL with us in Group 8, or I think it's actually a very older Group 12 car. But he was saying these BMW M2s are automatic transmission and air conditioned. So he's like, it's so much fun to drive. And then talking to Boris Said, who I think sold 2 of the cars to JR3 from his BMW of Murrieta, his dealership, he says they are so much fun to drive. They were designed to be kind of club racer, point-by racing kind of cars, but the racing community has fallen in love with them. And unfortunately, they don't make them anymore, but they're coming out with something new next year that's going to be equivalent to this. But just really cool cars. And then Brady at the 901 shop has brought us a lot of these beautiful 911s that you're seeing, a 914. Jonathan, this may be a car we agree on, that Ford Escort, the Love English Escort, a Sean Brown.
That's beautiful. I did. I stopped. I had a look at that yesterday. It's beautifully prepared. Look at it. It's immaculate.
It's the best of what both of us love.
Yes, it is, actually. Yeah, I agree with you. And that, you talk about stock cars we were talking about yesterday, but that was, that was the average car in Britain, but then it went rallying, and everybody took it rallying in, club racing. And then it's obviously also a touring car as well. But it's just a great car.
Yeah, love Sean lives in England, races with us like kind of off and on. Basically, he containers the thing over on a ship, does his North America tour, then brings it back over to Europe and does a European tour, and then comes back over here, and they've been, developing that car. It's made, he's raced it with us in FIA specs, and so if he were doing that, he'd be at the sharp end, but for the fun of it, now he's racing in SVR8 Group 8, so he's had to add a ton of weight to the floor to be that way, and he kind of told me he's a little bit disappointed in how much of a difference that weight makes and how much slower it is, but so look for him to move up. Then we've got that beautiful GT40.
Yeah.
That should be...
Yeah, it is.
Is that Mac or is that Harry?
That's Macoombs, yes. Macoombs, yeah. In 1966, one of the classics, obviously. That's when they won Le Mans.
Yeah, that is true.
With my mate, Chris Amon.
Yeah, exactly. So we'll go through here real quick. Starting in first is Dimitri Kellner. Then Bill Glavin in a BMW. Christian Shield in that Ginetta. Peter Heffring in a Ginetta. Alan Davis in that BMW M2. Randy Poteet in a Ginetta, and then John Hammergan. And if you remember last year, Alan Davis, he had the beer, the pub sponsor, and he told me that they were all watching us, so they love it. So we'll give a shout out to that.
Good.
Robert Spence, Mayo Smith in a Porsche 911 RS. David Agratellis in a Porsche 911 ST. John DeFord in a Porsche 9146. Scott Kissinger in that Ford Escort RS Mark I. Rick Ortman in a Chevrolet Corvette. Linwood Staub in a Datsun 240Z. Mayor Primo in a Datsun 240. Actually, I'm sorry, yeah, it should be Mayor Primo in an Alfa Romeo. I read Datsun, I was like, that's not right, because he's in that beautiful kind of dove gray Alfa Romeo. George Wright in the Datsun 240. Mark McCombs, Ford GT40. Mac McCombs, sorry.
Mac McCombs, yeah.
Sean Bullard in an Alfa Romeo. Larry Lunda in a Porsche 914. Don Myers, 911. Greg Bell, Datsun 510. Roy Crowninshield in a Ginetta. David Bearden, one of my good friends from Zapata Racing, a Porsche 911 ST, and Steve Coleman as we come to take the green flag.
Here we go then. Big field and a lot of cars, but not a lot of time to sort themselves out. Just 7 laps this race. And we'll try to bring you as many of the different cars as possible. What an eclectic field as they head towards the green flag. 2 by 2. Bill Glavin will lead them away. Alongside him, Christian Shield. Alan Davis moving up to 3rd place ahead of Peter Heffring at the start. But it is the 99A that will lead them into the big machine Vodka turn 1, locking up several cars. How do they all squeeze through there? But somehow they've made it, including the number 11 on the inside there. And a nice clean start. There we go. But look at this. Bill Glavin under pressure already. In that 99A BMW. He's got the Ginetta all over the back of him.
Yeah,
so Germany versus Britain.
Here those should be pretty equally yoked cars. You can see that little, that nimble Ginetta's trying to poke a nose through there, and we're going to this is going to be a theme here throughout. And, this is so cool because then right behind them is the rear engine air-cooled 911.
Yeah, very different cars, but it's great to see. In that Ginetta, we had a Ginetta win GT in Trans Am a few years ago with, what's her name, Cipriani.
Yeah. But you can see this Ginetta just a little bit more nimble. The BMW should have a little bit more power, but with that power comes a little bit of weight. And then these Ginettas, I think they are from the Kaizen Autosport School of Driving here at VIR. They have a lot of these Ginettas. He's been racing with us in IGT and in SVRA this weekend. Now you can see Bill Glavin, a little bit more motor, pulling him through this long straight, but watch at the top of the roller coaster, that Ginetta should catch right back up.
Yeah, you can see how he loses out on top-end power to the BMW M2. But there's a nice overtake as well, 4th position. Past that Porsche, in fact, up to 4th position.
Here they come down the Mission Foods roller coaster. I like the look of those Ginettas.
Yeah.
I just lean British cars. It's a problem. That's Peter Heffring there.
So across the line for the first time, Bill Glavin does a 2:08.7. And Christian Shield, Peter Heffering, and Alan Davis now in 4th place. Robert Spence 5th, and Hammergren in 6th. Hammergren in 6th position at the moment.
And there is the pub advertised there on the back of Alan Davis's car. And, yeah, he actually showed me the clip where we were talking about that last year, and everybody from his local pub were super excited. So everybody owes Alan Davis a beer.
Okay. That's the way to get free drinks at the bar then, huh?
I'm loving this battle up front.
Yeah, it really is good.
Yeah, so watch this Ginetta now. It's getting right behind him. The Ginetta is going to, anywhere that there's turns or braking zones is going to have the advantage. And this is a pretty equally yoked track here at Virginia International Raceway.
What he's trying to do is use the snake section and the S's, which is the narrowest part of this VIR circuit, and to try to get past the BMW there, because he knows he can't really hold a candle to him on the straights.
And I love the BMW livery there.
He's got him.
He does have him. Nice. Good eye.
Nicely done then. So it's the Ginetta that leads the BMW. Here comes that all-yellow 63 Porsche. Robert Spence.
Yeah, Bob Spence with the 901 shop. Brady just kind of made a name for himself of just preparing some fantastic 911s. In fact, my friend David Bearden with Zapata, who has that RS-looking 911, just got a fresh engine back from Brady. Engine and transmission.
And back comes the power, back comes the BMW.
That's got to be so frustrating for Christian Shield, knowing that he's going to get him here and then knowing, oh, man, I got to really have a good exit out of Oak Tree.
Yeah.
And now he's going to try to take him probably on the exit here. Mission Foods, look at this back.
You see, look, if he can get ahead of him here and hold him for a majority of the straight, then he's going to stay with him. And so this is good tactics.
Yeah, and if he can hold him up until Big Machine Vodka Spike Cooler's turn 1, he should be able to get a big enough gap. But look at that. He's catching right back up.
Here he comes. Let's see what he does.
So how about that? 3 different lead changes in one lap.
Half a lap, yeah. Brilliant. Now back comes the Ginetta. Will he get him here? No. Go on, pop up the inside. No. Have to wait.
And I love that. That's what we call gentleman driving. He had it.
Look,
but
got him again.
Not worth the risk because he knew he could get him right there. And look at that. Now he's kind of pulling a little bit of a gap. But now watch this. Bill Glavin is going to put the power down and hold his right foot down all the way up these S's.
Yeah, and even though it's narrow through this section and not a place to overtake, you're flat out. So that's where the power of the BMW will come to fruition. But he's got to get past. Easier said than done. There's the Datsun.
Yeah, that's the 202 Scott Kissinger. He was with us at Summit Point and Watkins Glen. Beautiful car. That's like a show quality car that he's out there racing. Another one of Brady's cars here. Another beautiful 911 from the 901 shop. Look at the hands. Pretty smooth.
What's he got on the front of that car?
The like little air dam thing, you mean?
No. The sticker. I was looking at what it was.
I'm not sure.
Yeah. So good racing throughout this big field of over 25 cars, all going flat out. We've got a great battle at the front between the Ginetta and the BMW. Christian Shield and Bill Glavin. That Ginetta G56 GTA built in Yorkshire, England. And they are the little manufacturer that can, for sure.
Look at this.
Yeah.
Coming down Mission Foods roller coaster. Looks like he may be having a mechanical problem, maybe coming into the pits. Oh, and there's that Escort back there, but there's the 57 and the 9146 of John DeFord. Lots of Porsches in this group. So Shield is still leading in that Ginetta. So here is John DeFord, Porsche 9146. I think that was a Porsche Volkswagen worked together to develop this car, and that was kind of the
different Porsche, isn't it?
Yeah, entry level Porsche, but they weren't super popular when they came out, and it seems like their popularity is really rising. Just probably 10, 15 years ago, you could buy a 914 for $5,000 to $10,000, and that's just not the case anymore.
Wow, that Porsche, that all-blue Porsche I was looking at, the 66, is just pitted. Not sure what's up with it. It's right in front of us. In the number 66, that is. So he's just coming in. That's David Agratelis in the car. Still trying to read that logo on the front.
So here is the Sean Brown Escort. Look at this thing.
I love it.
Sounds great.
Yeah, I think sometime in the mid-70s, they dominated the world of rally for a while. Certainly in Britain, I can remember growing up. And here's something completely different.
Yeah. Here's Rick Ortman.
Chevrolet Corvette. Now, what year would that be? I wonder. I'm thinking
92, I believe. Yeah, 1992.
92.
And that's a different car than we're used to seeing Rick Ortman in. Rick Ortman is usually with us in a red car, and then Linwood Staub, right behind him, should be in the Datsun 240 with the farm use only license plate on the back. Now watch this Datsun outbreak this Corvette. Should. Come on now, Linwood, help me out here.
You know, interestingly, Christian Shield, that is, at the front, has really done a good job in the last few laps in that Ginetta. He's pulled a gap of now 2.9 seconds, so I don't know whether Bill Glavin's got a problem or not, but what was a really intriguing race of to and fro each lap has now developed into a decent almost 3-second lead now for Shield.
Knowing Bill Glavin, who loves these BMWs, I think he's saying, I'm having a lot of fun out here. That was a lot of fun to go back and forth, but I'm not going to risk it for a while. I'm going to sit back here, have some fun, see what he's doing, and then wait till the end of the race, and Bill Glavin might catch back up to him.
So Group 8 and Group 12 in action here. Their second race of the weekend. The Speed Tour from SVRA, and they do, wherever you are in America, if you're tuning in the USA, we are coming to a place near you. I mean, pretty much you cover the whole country, don't you?
Yeah, we do. Here's Mayor Primo. Look at this car.
That's lovely, isn't it?
Beautiful dove gray Alfa Romeo.
You don't often see it in gray, do you?
Love that. Beautiful car. A little shaky on the entry, but lots of fun to watch.
Altman's dropped down to 12th.
But look at that car right behind him, that GT40.
That's
just
beautiful,
a
isn't it?
beautiful car, really well made.
What, 15th place at the moment? Yeah, and a 66 version of it. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that.
Yeah, and so happy. So he had spoken to Alex and asked to be in this group. He was in that other group that was just out there with the PSSA car.
All right.
And that's a car without any downforce. So he was just basically driving in his mirrors. And this is a beautiful car by Dennis Althoff here, whose father actually raced these cars in South Africa back in the day.
Right,
and
Kyalami, yeah.
Yeah, and so he's having a great time. I love having him out here. He lives in, I believe, North Carolina, so this isn't too far of a drive, and then this is another beautiful Alfa Romeo.
Now that's more of the colors that you expect from the Alfa Romeo, with the lucky clover on the side. That's been the Alfa Romeo logo for, well, since year dot of Alfa Romeo, and it's still there on the Formula One car with Valtteri Bottas today. Kissinger up to 6. Now he's going to try and chase down Hammergren. And it can be confusing, look at these shots, because yes, there is a circuit within a circuit. All sorts going on this weekend. That's the Patriot track on the inside. And that's street cars, right?
Yeah, that's the Optimus search for the ultimate street car. And some of the coolest cars here this weekend are with that ultimate street car challenge. It is unbelievable to watch, really fun. And so they're doing the Patriot while we're doing this. So if you're a motorsports fan or just like cars in general, this is your weekend to come out as we see the leader come through Customers Bank Oak Tree Turn.
How about Caitlin yesterday when you start your engines? She did great.
Yes.
My new favorite bank, Customer Bank. I like it.
And then she was up there working grid with us. And she actually physically pushed me off the grid.
She's into it.
Because we were 1 minute on the grid, and I shouldn't have been driving my scooter through the grid.
She'll never go back to the office.
Yeah.
I love it. Plenty more racing to come. We've got Trans Am coming up, and of course we've got a very, very important FR race coming up after this. So the championship on the line and could be won here for your delectation if Callum Hedge can do the business.
Well, there goes a Ginetta passing a Ginetta. You can see right here, if we can stay with this shot, the evolution.
Yeah.
Still keeping that real small car. But that modern Ginetta now, we would call that a tiny car. But then when it passes a vintage Ginetta, it looks like a giant.
But he's done a good job. Look at the gap now. 5.6 seconds to Glavin. And I don't think Glavin's going to get on this final lap anywhere near him.
Nope, as they come through the Optima Batteries snake. There's Don Meyer there. Really fun driver. The Datsun, the B sedan, Datsun 510. Love seeing those out here with us. Great view here as we come under the Michelin Bridge, and there is our leader passing David Bearden with Zapata Racing.
Final lap then as Christian Shield on his way. There's your second place man, and there you see the gap. Nice work, Lake.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, a lot of you were talking about this car. Bill was saying there should be everybody that's in vintage racing. Sometimes people are like, oh, I don't want to have to shift that much and do all this stuff and work. But again, it's air-conditioned, automatic transmission, a racing automatic transmission. And for a person like myself, that sounds like a pretty fun time out there because obviously they are competitive.
But you'll lose a few tenths with the aircon on, won't you?
You can. I'm sure you can turn it off. But, comfort to me is maybe at this point, and like we just heard last time, with age comes a cage.
Yeah.
And maybe with age comes comfort as well.
Final lap then in our Group 8 and 12, and it's been a nice showing from Christian Shield in the Ginetta G56 GTA. He had a good battle at the start of it with the BMW that started pole, may I add, of Bill Glavin. Peter Heffring on his way for third place, but here is your leader in the number 10, coming down the hill for the last time, through roller coaster and down towards the hog pen, as it's called. Or the big machine Vodka Spike Coolers hog pen, as we're calling it this weekend. Down the final straight he comes, and towards our commentary position. There's the checkered flag. And nice stylish run there for SVR8 as he takes the checkered flag. And the little British car wins again.
Rich Brow Beer. So
we've got plenty of beer sponsors this weekend.
The Ginetta has a German beer sponsor, it looks like.
Well, if you want a car, you want a nice Ginetta. If you want a beer, you need a German beer. So that makes sense. Peter Heffring does cross the line in third place. Alan Davis is fourth, and Hammergren taking fifth. He was sixth. Scott Kissinger did a good job. He got up to sixth place at the end, ahead of Robert Spence, Mail Smith, John Deffer ninth, and Randall Potier. Well, we'll take a short break here from VIR. I hope you're enjoying the Speed Tour. We're turning our attention to the big boys of single-seaters and the Formula Regional Championship. And I'll be joined by Tyke Hurst for that one. Join us after the break.
Okay, so pretend this is your race car. It's on the trailer, and you have an accident. Ouch! At least your truck's insurance will pay for another one? Yeah, not so fast. Standard insurance won't replace your race car, whether it's in the trailer, in the paddock, in the garage, or the repair shop. But at Hagerty, we can protect it for what it's really worth anytime it's off the track. No matter what or where you race, offer less than a set of race tires. Hagerty, let's drive together.
Taking on the challenge, moving ahead. It's about going further, faster. At Customers Bank, we know that great things happen when you combine the best of technology with a deeply human touch. So we offer a wide range of personal, small business, and commercial banking solutions with outstanding personal service, giving you the edge you need to take on tomorrow.
Welcome back to the Speed Tour here at VIR. I'm delighted as we get ready for the Formula Regional Americas Championship and what could be the most important race of the year for one young man, just 19 years of age from Auckland, New Zealand, Callum Hedge. He could wrap up the championship in this race. It just depends on what happens. And to enjoy it with me, I've got Tyke Durst, who I would kind of call a local.
Yeah,
is that right?
kind of, yeah.
Whereabouts do you hail from?
So, originally I'm from Tennessee, but I lived in Raleigh, which is only about an hour away from here.
Yeah.
Very, very long time lived there, went to high school there, basically grew up there. And now I'm going to school in Charlotte, so that's only like 2 hours away from here. So, yeah.
And currently racing in F4, and obviously I'm sure you're looking to make the jump to this, if you can, next year, right?
If I can, yeah, that'd be awesome. These cars just look so beautiful, so, yeah.
What's your ambition?
IndyCar would be my ambition, yeah. So, get to the Indy 500.
Well, you're sporting the Colton Herder look, so I like that.
Yeah, into surfing a little bit. Love to surf on the lake and on the beach. So, yeah, long hair comes with that. So,
you know, this may sound a bit of a stretch, but I actually think that surfing, if you're good at it, there's definitely a touch of what you can learn in surfing that you can bring to motor racing, because you're always adjusting every second on a wave, right?
Yes.
And I've never surfed, or I've tried, but I've never surfed. And I would have said there's a lot of that springs over as we take a look at Cooper Becklin. Who do you know out of this group of cars?
Kevin Jansen. If you don't know anybody in this field, you got to root for Kevin. Kevin is
He's
the GOAT.
Good guy. He came up, he is the GOAT. He came and did some commentary with me. He really enjoys it. He's a little bit older than some of you. But I said to him, why do you race against these youngsters and as they hand it to you? And he goes, I just love it. I just enjoy it. And
He's just out here for fun.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, Cooper Becklin, it's been an amazing season for Crosslink's Kiwi, as we just saw him. Oliver Westling of Jensen, good kid. We've already had a Swedish champion. He won't be the champion this year, but he's making his way, and as you can see, half American, half Swede. And that's a clever move by him, racing in the States, because he's got both affiliations.
Yeah.
But a small field in FR, but it was an even smaller field when Kyle Kirkwood, you may know that name, IndyCar driver. So he's probably the poster boy, isn't he, really, now?
Yeah.
Because he did it all. He did your Series F4, then he won in FR in our first year in 2018, and then he's gone up to Indy Lights, and then on to IndyCar, and now he's doing it. Ryan Sheehan is the only man who can stop Callum Hedge. He's his teammate. He's seen his data all year, much to his frustration and chagrin, because Callum has won, 11 races now? Pretty darned impressive. And but the good, impressive thing that Ryan has done is stuck with him. And even though he's not winning all the races, he's doing what a good driver should, which is to make sure that he's consistently on the podium. And that has put him in a position to keep this championship alive, despite the fact that this man, Callum Hedge, has pretty much dominated, as most of our champions have done over the years. Raoul Hyman, of course, from Great Britain, won this championship last year, and the prize, and Tyke, you tell me, but I think this is an awesome prize. Honda offering a chance to go and race in Super Formula in Japan.
Like going to Japan, that's a full year of just being a professional driver at one of the top levels of motorsports, and it's Japan, so you get to live it up. So it'd be a great opportunity.
That's a good point. Yeah, very, very impressive. It's the last year of that scholarship, so things will be changing. We'll be turning to Ligier next year, and quite a lot has been announced already, but there's more to come. But this has been a sensational year for Callum Hedge. It's just gone from bigger to better in each and every way. He did a winter series, same as Ryan Sheehan in his home of New Zealand, the Toyota Racing Series, came runner-up in that, almost won it against Charlie Wirtz, the son of course, the ex-Formula One driver Alexander Wirtz, who, by the way, not a lot of people know this, I bet you didn't know this. Alexander Wirtz, you might know the name, but he was responsible for the Halo. He developed the Halo for Formula One, and of course that has now trickled down and will be on the F4 car next year, but it is on this FR car, the Ligier, currently. And so from a safety point of view, Alexander Wirtz has got a real accolade to his name. Great racing driver in his own time, and Charlie, his son, now racing in Europe. but won the Toyota Racing Series against Callum Hedge earlier this year. And then Hedge jumped over here to the States, and he's been doing 2 series. So think about this. From January to December, Callum Hedge will have done 3 racing series. When I saw him the other day, he said he's exhausted from all the travel. But in terms of envy, I'm sure you're thinking, boy, if I could jump into a Porsche, then jump into an FR car, then another FR car in another part of the world, that's the experience you want, right?
Yes, that's kind of like my teammate. My teammate does a lot of that. He's racing in Spain and Brazil, and
right.
You can see like he improved a lot just with all that seat time.
So we await the start of this race, and as I said, if Callum Hedge can beat Ryan Sheehan, we're pretty sure he's going to take the title this time out. So we are holding him on the grid, possible debris on track, so we're just having a little pause and a wait.
This is the worst.
I was talking actually to Cooper Becklin earlier this morning about, we had a delay in your race.
Yes.
And you can't itch, you can't scratch your face, you can't do anything, you can't move.
I had to go to the bathroom bad. And I sat there and it was like the 5-minute board, or I don't know, I watched someone go to the bathroom. I was like, I probably have time, but I'm going to stick it out.
Yep.
And then 10 minutes go by, and you're like, I could have went. And yeah.
So where did your passion for this come from? Do you come from any racing family, or?
Not really. It's funny. My dad is actually the one who has to learn everything. My mom was raised in Nebraska, and in Nebraska there are 2 big things: Nebraska football and racing. So she grew up. Yeah, she grew up dirt track racing. She actually raced for a little bit herself back in the day. And then my uncle, her brother, was pretty good, and our grandpa was kind of the one that really loved racing. Fortunately, never got to meet my grandpa, but yeah. So that's kind of where the racing comes from, is my mom's side. I didn't really discover it until I was about like 16. I kind of started.
Oh wow, that's quite late.
Yeah. I kind of got into cars first, and then I got into sim racing. Did a lot of sim racing, just like, in a Assetto Corsa, just blasting around. That was really fun, so I picked this up.
So the gap, by my guesstimations at the moment, because I'm not quite sure, because they haven't updated the overall championship, but we started the weekend at 55 points, the difference between Callum Hedge and Ryan Sheehan, and over the weekend, Callum has picked up another 2 wins, and Ryan Sheehan has followed him home, which means he'll have increased his lead. So we're now at a point with 3 races to go after this one, which is why we're talking about the fact that he could wrap up the championship if he can beat Ryan in this race, because he'll make it impossible for Ryan to get more points, frankly. And of course, obviously, there's no guarantee that Callum won't do the same again. I remember when Linus Lundqvist did the same, dominating his season, and so we've had some really dominant champions in FR, but that's how the cream gets to the top. That's how you notice the next big driver, and I know there is a lot of IndyCar teams looking at this kid. He's already racing Porsche Carrera Cup Australia with Earl Bamber, and if you know Earl Bamber's story, you'll know he's one of the greatest drivers in the world, and that isn't an exaggeration. He too, I know his career well. I started out watching him in Formula BMW many years ago. He then moved on to single-seaters and did a lot of racing in single-seaters before he became famous, winning Porsche Carrera Cup Asia, then going on to Super Cup, winning that, and the rest is history, as he's a world champion and a Le Mans winner. And so many Kiwis have done just that. Brendan Hartley, same story. And on and on and on. Then come to this part of the world. We've got more Kiwis than we can keep up with. It's a good job they can't fly. We've got Scott Dixon, the GOAT of IndyCar. Scott McLaughlin just jumped straight into a car and just absolutely takes it to the cleaners. And how about Van Gisbergen this year? Just jumps in a NASCAR. I'll have a bit of that.
Yeah.
And wins immediately at Chicago. It's fantastic. And we hear that he's coming for full time in NASCAR, and that is big news. So Kiwis everywhere you look. Just add Liam Lawson, who is in Super Formula and about to win it in 2 weeks' time. Currently racing for AlphaTauri in Formula 1. Add a little bit of Marcus Armstrong, and on and on. Jacob Douglas. I mean, I could go on and on.
I want to know the Kiwis, like, per capita of racing drivers. Like, that's going to be crazy.
I think there's a documentary to be made on, just exactly what they're cooking down there. Because, but I do know, honestly, that the truth is it's a very tight-knit and very passionate, small community of racers. They don't get the accolades of the other sportsmen, i.e. rugby, cricket, soccer, you name it, athletics. And they don't get the funding, they don't get the prizes at the awards that you'd expect them to get for what they've achieved. But they punch above their weight, and I haven't even mentioned Hayden Paddon in rally and on. I mean, there's so many great racing drivers. Right this moment, Callum Hedge is supposed to be in his Porsche Carrera Cup car, and he's had to bring Chris Vanderdrift, another Porsche Carrera Cup hero, into his Porsche car for this weekend. He's leading the championship there, but he's just jumped over this side of the pond to come and see if he can wrap up this championship. So it's been one heck of a season for this young 19-year-old Aucklander.
Man, his burnouts were crazy. He's going to have a good launch here.
Let's hope. Yeah, is that how you kind of work out whether you're going to get a good one?
You just kind of keep doing burnouts on the way to the grid, basically. Get the rear tires really nice and warm. So.
Yeah. Now, if you were Ryan Sheehan in second place, I guess the game would be to drop that clutch and get round the outside and zoom across to the inside.
You have to send it here. You basically have to say, if you want to win this championship, I might have to, so. Because Callum's going to have to defend it here. He can't make any mistakes.
Here we go then. Callum Hedge from New Zealand against Ryan Sheehan of Austin, Texas, and the USA. That doesn't mean to say that there won't be others involved. Oliver Westling might have a little bit to say because the championship gets nerves. And away we go then. And what did you see, Tyke?
Westling had a great jump.
He did. Look at him on the inside. Whoa! Oliver Westling with a little bit of grass mowing. Round the outside as planned. It goes Ryan Sheehan. And this is a very tentative start for Callum Hedge because he was in trouble and under pressure immediately. The last thing he needs to do is go off track, but he's got the lead and he'll settle down now. Will Callum Hedge?
Very smart,
Yeah, that was a smart move. So Westling does recover into third place behind Ryan Sheehan, but now goes off and loses a place.
Yeah, he broke late there.
Yeah, and I think Cooper Becklin, another cross-leg Kiwi man, has gone through into third. So it's a half-hour race. How do you play a half-hour race? Is it just push all the way?
Oh, you just got to push all the way. Yeah. If you've done your fitness right, it's just to push all the way. 100%.
And it was Cooper Becklin in the 19. There's Oliver Westling. And I would have thought his heart will be beating quite a lot after that little moment because that's very scary going on the inside there. He's probably taken our nice onboard camera out or our low-down camera. But anyway, he's recovered well. Cooper Becklin, he came in the booth earlier and I said, yeah, man, get in there. Get a win. These guys are worried about the championship.
Yeah.
And he said, you know what? I might just do that.
Well, he's going to have a good draft here, so.
Yeah. When do you know you've got the draft?
Anytime down this back straight, if you're behind someone, it doesn't matter. The draft here is incredibly powerful.
Is it?
So, yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, talking of incredibly powerful, look at Callum go. He got huge drive out of Customer Bank there and heading towards the roller coaster. Already Callum Hedge starting to build on that lead, and now Oliver Westling, Cooper Becklin all over the back of his teammate. And remember, they're 1, 2, and 3 both in the championship, and all teammates for Crosslink Kiwi.
Big wiggle.
Yeah, big wiggle out there of the hog pen. But Callum Hedge puts in a stunning first lap of 150.5 to lead the way. And just to give you an idea, there's nobody near him. Ryan Sheehan's lap of 152.0 compared to a 150.5, and that's broken the back of it. That's going to be disheartening almost.
Yeah.
Hell of a first lap from Callum Hedge. He didn't get the perfect start because Westling got away well, but look at the gap. You can see it from the drone here, and Sheehan has got, now he's lost out to Becklin, and I thought that might happen. Cooper Becklin is no reason to show respect here. He's got his own championship and his own reputation to deal with. He wants a win, and let's see if he can now go in pursuit of Callum Hedge.
Yeah, if you're Sheehan at this point, you just got to keep behind Becklin and hope Becklin gets to Hedge and absolutely throws it down if he really wants that win.
Tyke, let's have a look at this. Here's the overtake. Let's see it from a driver's point of view, how you see it.
I think Becklin just basically saw the Hedge or Sheehan broke early and wanted it.
He did break early, didn't he? It was a strange one. But now you can see the gap already. This is lap 2, folks, and Hedge has already built 1.5, and it's more than that now. Oh, definitely more than that now.
And the draft at this point is very, very small. So he's kind of broken it.
Oh, yeah. Once you've got a few car lengths away, there's no way anybody can draft you. Whether there's second, third, and fourth are all capable of drafting. And there's two places, obviously, to draft. The two long straights, one out of Customer Bank and one out of Hogpen. As we go back with the all-gold Austin, Texas 66 of Ryan Sheehan. Been a big year for him, too, though. Just 18 years of age. He's less experienced, to be fair. Let's put this in perspective. Callum Hedge has got a lot more experience at these single-seater cars than Ryan has. He came into racing FR cars this year alone, so this is his rookie season in FR, and I think if he does become runner-up in this championship, I think he will probably have another crack at it next year, and then he could be dominant, just as Callum has been.
Yeah, that'd be something to look out for.
Everett Stack making his entry into FR as well, currently in 7th, and Nicole Laverda in 8th position. Got a chance to learn a little bit more about the young Canadian in 8th at the moment. She had a big off and damaged the suspension, or at least bent it in the last race. Bowlesby in 5th. Westling, as you saw, is in 4th position. And then Sheehan now dropping down to 3rd with Cooper Becklin getting in touch. In fact, Cooper Becklin's done a good job in this last lap. The gap between himself and Hedge, 2.3 seconds. Whoa! Ooh. Big moment for Oliver. What happened there?
Yeah, I got the curb there.
Oh, you just hit the curb.
That curb will, if you get too much of it, will throw the right rear up in the air, basically.
Good save then.
Yeah, it's as long as you keep the power down, it's just going to wiggle a lot. But yeah, I've hit that curb a lot and had those wiggles, so it's kind of an exciting moment. But as long as you keep the power, you'll be fine.
Well, I'll let you have a look at the replay, and you can tell our audience just exactly what you see.
Yeah. So coming up to turn 10 here. Doesn't get to the apex quite enough. Oh, it was even before the curve.
It was before, wasn't it?
He just had a lot of wheel in it.
He just got oversteer and then found himself almost out of control.
That was actually a good save.
It was a good save, yeah.
Never even touched the curve. That was great.
Yep. Bowlesby then, who's been around for a while, has Hayden Bowlesby. Getting some experience, that's for sure. And then Max. Yeah. Quite the beard. Max Hewitt, 21 years of age, in 6th position at the moment. He came and did some comments with me earlier in the season. Nice kid.
Never met him.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Well, he's competition, you know?
Yeah.
Stay away from the competition. How's your fitness regime? Do you struggle with that, or is it an easy thing for you?
So for me, it's pretty easy, especially at Charlotte. There's so many race car drivers that go to University of North Carolina, Charlotte. A lot of NASCAR drivers, but also a lot of road racing drivers. Very easy to find some friends there. And when you go to a gym with another race car driver, you start doing big competition. So.
And what would you say, just for people listening who don't race but probably do go to the gym and want to stay fit, it's different for motor racing. There's different muscles you need to develop, and you don't want to bulk up particularly, do you? So what are the things you work on?
So I work more on like a athletic build. That's kind of what I want. I still do a lot of weightlifting just because that's what a lot of my friends do, and it's very fun to do weightlifting. But the difference is, a lot of people go and do weightlifting and that's it. For a race car driver, you have a lot of accessory muscles that you also have to hit, and then you also have your cardio. Cardio is the biggest thing. If that's not in place for you, then it's going to be super hard to do these 30-minute races.
Yeah, I mean, just to kind of give an example, your heart rate is going through the roof.
Oh, I have it. I have all my heart rate data from every race.
So what kind of heartbeat are you getting up to when you're before the start?
It's before the start actually isn't too bad. I think it's like 130, 140.
And what would your resting be? 60, 50?
My resting is around 60.
Yeah.
True resting heart rate when I'm sleeping is 50, high 40s.
That's pretty impressive.
Yeah. But when you're racing, it's 180, at least for mine, the whole time. So.
Here's our first look at Everett Stack. Young man making his way, did a bit of F4, did racing against you, but then they literally yanked him out of that and said, hey, have a go at FR, which is tough, but, not a bad thing to do. The quicker you can get up the board and obviously not ruin the equipment and keep crashing, as long as you can deal with it, it's worth doing for sure. Now, the gap is 2 seconds. In control of this race is Callum Hedge, and he's going about his business nicely. But Cooper Becklin trying to reel him in bit by bit. He's not trying to change the world, but Cooper Becklin just doing his fastest lap of 46.7, so he is catching Callum Hedge. But I think Hedge could go up to... there's another gear in there in his head, I think, and I've seen it happen with him. He's a very laid-back character. See how he just adjusted the mirror there?
Yeah, he is coasting.
He's just coasting, and he's also saying, okay, I'm keeping an eye on you, Cooper.
He's managing the gap hard, yeah.
It's amazing. I've watched him grow up. Literally, he was a champion in F1600 in New Zealand a few years ago. Then he moved up and got a scholarship and raced in the Toyota 86 Championship, a tin top series, all identical cars. Won that, and then got the big opportunity to race single seaters, and he hasn't looked back since. And, I remember when he chose, or was in New Zealand when he decided to come here to the States, and he asked me what I thought, and I said, look, we've got a great race director, and it's got Goodyear, it's good safe racing, great marshalling, tracks that are, tough, but similar to New Zealand, and similar to Great Britain. So if he does stay with single seaters, it'll put him in good stead, especially if he were to make it to either IndyCar or Formula One. And even if he doesn't stay in single seaters, he's almost got a path in Carrera Cup or that form of racing. So he's in the perfect situation.
Yeah, and you also have to think about his network. Like, if you're in Carrera Cup, you're here. The amount of people you meet that can help you out would be crazy.
Well, like I said, he's racing for Earl Bamber as we speak, and it's his second year. He won the rookie championship last year, and he's on his way to win the overall championship, and that would give him a pop at something that what Earl Bamber did, and then that was to go and effectively go to the Michelin runoff for the Carrera Cup, and basically out of that, it's a chance to get into the Porsche Carrera Cup itself. Now, what's going on here? Oh, no. Hedge
is that actually
blown an engine, and here comes Cooper Becklin. He's going to go past him here. He was catching him, but that is fatal. That is gone.
Oh my gosh,
that car has gone, and all at the worst possible moment. Here comes Sheehan, and he's gone off. And I'm not surprised he's gone off, because I think that was a smart move, because he realizes that the engine's gone, he's going nowhere, he was losing power. And guys, that is motor racing. Callum Hedge had the world at his feet, and now he is parked literally in a hedge in Virginia, USA.
And that's heartbreaking, because you could have left this weekend with the championship. You could have gone to COTA, no worries in the world. And now he has to go to COTA thinking, and if Sheehan does well here, he can make up ground. So
huge ground, because he only needed to fit. He's 66 points or so ahead, but if Sheehan's got to get the hurry up.
Yeah,
he's got to really tune in and see if now we're under caution, obviously. So that's actually going to play into Ryan Sheehan's hands a little bit. And I wonder how Cooper plays this. I wonder if Gary Orton gets on the phone and goes, "Oi, we need Ryan. You need to do a bit of a helpful hand here." But this is young guys' careers. I mean, how would you feel if you were in Cooper's position?
Oh, I would not listen to any team orders that were given.
Good for you.
No.
I mean, I'm a big mate of Ryan's. I've watched his career, and I've told the story a few times, but age of 9, he went with Doug, his dad, to COTA. I was doing the commentary for SVRA, or no, I wasn't doing the commentary, but I was at COTA, and he fell in love with racing, and said to his dad, "Look, I want to do this." He was just a kid, and so bit by bit, he's got his way through the ranks.
Yeah.
And if I talk to his dad, he'll tell you that Ryan Sheehan Racing is Ryan Sheehan. He does the work. He does the footwork. He does the press releases.
I can relate to that.
Yeah, well,
I've done all that myself.
But that's the guys that make it. And when you can put across a table, and you sit across a table from somebody who's got some money, potentially, and you can just show them how passionate you are about making that money and making it in this game, then you'll get support from people.
Yeah.
Well, we're under caution here, and I cannot believe how motor racing, the cruel fate that often it throws out, as Callum Hedge has gone from hero, sadly, all the way down to zero in terms of speed anyway, because his hopes have been dashed, but he's still leading the championship. It just means, really, that we go on to COTA. I'm looking down at the Crosslink Kiwi team, Gary Orton, and a lot of consternation there. We're going to take a short break here from VIR, and we'll get back to the action, which should be electric after this.
The Mission Foods Austin Speed Tour returns to Circuit of the Americas November 3rd through the 5th, featuring the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association International GT, FR Americas, and F4 US Championships. Saturday, you can take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show with Parade Lab. You do not want to miss the Mission Foods Austin Speed Tour November 3rd through the 5th. Children 12 and under are free. For tickets, simply go to speedtour.net.
Well, they say that motor racing can be a cruel game, and we've just seen it played out. And I've got Tyke Durst next to me, who is an F4 driver, and his heart sank for Callum Hedge, as we all did. But let's have a look at it again, because we suddenly noticed a puff of smoke as Cooper Becklin in second place. Now watch, he gets across the dirt here, and from here on in, it just starts smoking.
Maybe it's suspension damage and the floor is dragging.
Ah!
That could be what that is.
So he's just gone too wide there into the dirt, potentially.
Potentially,
but
yes.
No, there's definitely... No, that's more
that's
than...
smoke.
No, that's smoke, I'm afraid. And, yeah, well, so what he does is he continues, realizes he's got no power, or he can't, he can't do anything, and then he's thinking, right, I'll get it back to the pits, but then he just says, nope, and just gets out of the way, basically.
Yeah.
Real shame.
Any control over that.
Well, luckily he's a very affable and laid-back guy, and he'll take it on the chin. That's racing. He knows it well. He's been doing it a fair few years. But now the action goes back. Two teammates, Cooper Becklin, third in the championship, teammate to Ryan Sheehan.
Yes.
Ryan Sheehan, the only man who can stop Callum Hedge, but Ryan Sheehan needs, and I mean needs, to win this race. He needs to get the restart, and I'm going to turn to your learned self and say, how do you get the perfect restart?
So, in F4, the way we do it...
So I think the damage to the front wing will be because... But he's got it under power again, so it's not a blown engine, is it?
Maybe it was suspension damage.
Well, and it looks as though it's... Yeah, I think you're right.
One of the rears broke, and it just dragged really hard on the ground back there. Yeah. And then he didn't realize how bad it was broken going into roller coaster.
Yep.
But yeah, the restart, what we want to do here is probably a little bit of throttle and brake at the same time. And as soon as you hear or see Becklin go, just release that brake and nail the throttle, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And with these cars, I'd assume it's even more important because you have a turbo.
So Hedge comes in the 17.
It's a hard sight.
It is a hard sight. Broken front wing, broken suspension, we suspect. They are checking the car out, but as you can see, there's no real dramatic need or want to do much besides change the front wing, which is an easy change. Yeah. Other than that, there's no real drama because we're under caution. The restart will be coming now, and this could be the most crucial corners in Ryan Sheehan's young career so far. He has to get past, he did go early, he has to get past his teammate Cooper Becklin, who has not had the same amount of joy. 2 wins to Ryan Sheehan. Can he make it 3 and keep this championship alive? He goes to the outside and tries to make the slingshot, but Cooper Becklin goes wide and keeps Ryan Sheehan behind him. But it's Becklin versus Sheehan and Oliver Westling, the Swede, getting into the mix in 3rd place. Callum Hedge, if you've just joined us, is out of this race, having led from pole with broken suspension and what we're looking at as a new front wing, but it looks as though they're now, I'm looking out of the corner of the commentary booth, they are trying to adjust the suspension and get him back out there. You never say never in racing, that's for sure.
No, I mean, everybody could wreck and you could still win. So
exactly. But Cooper Becklin leads this race, and Ryan Sheehan in the 66 is doing everything this young 18-year-old can do now to keep this championship alive. He's done a superb job, in my mind, of keeping his head. I mean, you know, when you're up against the guy, I mean, it's a bit like racing against Verstappen. He's won everything. But you don't see Hamilton giving in. Nope. You see him saying, okay, you've got the better car this year, or you're faster this year, but that doesn't mean I can't be with you. And that's exactly what Ryan's attitude has been. And he knew that it only I actually said to him, it only takes one DNF, Ryan, and he smiled and said, I know. But you don't wish that upon anybody. But you've got to, you've got to look at the laws. Last year he lost the F4 championship here at VIR when another car hit him. So, he's well aware of how this game can go.
Yeah. And you got to push yourself to get the most out of what you can do at least.
And actually, the good ones are the guys that keep their heads in these circumstances, because the pressure is immense now. Yes. He knows. It's all very well me hyping it up as a commentator. I could not stand this pressure if I were driving. My mind would be going absolutely monkey crazy right now, thinking of all sorts of things, listening to all sorts of things that weren't there, imagining things, trying to compute the numbers, trying to, you don't, and then also concentrate. Look, he locks up there, making mistakes that you don't normally make, perhaps. And Oliver Westling getting closer and closer. Somebody else going into the dirt there. Do we get another caution, I wonder? 11 minutes to go. And it was Everett Stack, the new boy, who... to FR, who made the mistake, but he's back and okay. Callum Hedge still in the car, I may add. Although, no, the steering wheel has now come off and Callum is getting out of the car. I really feel for him. He's a great kid.
Yeah. Suspension damage is really hard to fix on the grid or on the pit lane, so, yeah.
But he knows it, and he's having a look himself at the damage. But the good news for Callum, I know him well, is that he knows that he caused that because he went wide.
Yeah.
And that, it wasn't like he touched another car. It wasn't like the car blew up, which I thought at first it had. But I think it was more due to the fact that he just went a little too wide there, didn't he?
This track has a lot of curb usage, and you can feel it in the car. Like if you are really pushing here, you use a lot of curb, and sometimes stuff like that happens, and you just break suspension. And yeah, I think he dropped the wheel just a little bit.
Just a couple of inches. Yep. That's well, we've seen it all the way to Formula One. A couple of inches is all it takes for you to go from first to, 10th.
Yeah.
We saw Lando Norris just have track limits, a little bit of oversteer yesterday, and that dropped him from what would have been a third place start a second place start, all the way down the field again. Cooper Becklin crosses the line, and Cooper's doing a good job. A very good job. He crosses the line with a 1:47.6, a 1:47.9 by Ryan Sheehan. He's losing ground. The gap is 0.8 of a second. 9 minutes to go. Sheehan needs to reel him in.
Yeah, if you're Sheehan here, you also want to start setting patterns for Becklin. Start going outside a lot, and then at some point you're going to break those patterns and hope to make a move.
So to explain that again?
So patterns, basically you're going to do the same thing and stay with him. And then when you find your moment, if you're getting really close, instead of doing that same thing again, you're going to go to the inside. Yep. And that's how you get people sometimes.
And also, try to force him to look in the mirrors. Yes. Force him to do things that he might not do. You saw Ryan make a rare mistake of just locking up a wheel there, and he didn't do any harm, but it doesn't help either. And it also mentally doesn't help either. Now, Westling was doing a good job of catching up, but Bowlesby now is catching up with Westling, so we've got two distinct battles here.
Yeah.
Bowlesby wants a podium just as much as Oliver Westling. It's not been an easy weekend for Oliver. He too came in from F4 last year.
I raced against him.
Yeah, you did. I'm sure, yeah. Good guy.
Yeah.
See, now that's exactly what Callum Hedge did.
That is what Hedge did.
Bowlesby did. But he's got away with it somehow.
Yes. It almost looked like when Hedge went off, he had a little bit of oversteer in the car. And it snapped and then hopped on the curb.
So that pushes it even further down, yeah?
I don't know if that's what did it or if it broke and caused the oversteer, but...
Well, they stopped working on the car. They're still looking at it. It's terminal, I'm afraid. He's not going anywhere. And in fact, he's left the pit area. Can't say I blame him.
Yeah.
Now, let's get back to this because the gap is was 0.8. Let's see what it is now. Becklin crosses the line again. He does a 1:47.0 to a 1:47.3. So again, he's losing ground. The gap is now 1.1. Cooper Becklin very much in control of this race. I have to say, even though obviously we're looking at Sheehan to keep this championship alive, you can't take anything away from Cooper. And I wonder, Gary Orton's concentration now looking at the, I can see him writing there. I wonder what they're saying on the radio.
I would be telling him to shut up. I wouldn't want to hear anything.
Yep. Or as Max said, we discussed this.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know how racing drivers hold a grudge, or not a grudge, but, they just want to win, and I get it. There's nothing worse than a contrived race, but, then again, when you're a team owner and a team manager, you want to get the best results. But Crosslink have already got, so this is an inter-team battle. And they've got some very, very experienced people down there, including an ex-Formula One driver and an ex-Formula One engineer. So there's plenty of experience to work this out. They've seen it all before and have done it all before. And Gary and Tina have been the most successful FR team and F4 team in America since it started. So they know what they're doing. The little team from South Island in New Zealand.
Yeah, their FR program has done incredibly well these past few years.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
And, you know, when you think about Josh Carr and you think about some of the guys that have come through their ranks and really made Kiko Porto and a few others going on to bigger and better, and really impressive. This is a great little battle here.
Stack.
Yeah, he's got back on track as Everett, and now he's closing in on 39 of Max Hewitt. 21-year-old defending for his life right now. Time running out though, 5:55 to go. Just a few laps to go. Cooper Beckland still very much in control of this race. The gap, 1.6 seconds. Last lap, 1:47.3 from Ryan Sheehan. He made a little bit of a gap up, and through goes the 6 of Haverda. Nicely done. And the girl from Canada, Vancouver, does it in style. And gets a place up, and a 5th place for her. That's her best finish. She got that at New Jersey, so if she can hang on. And Tyke, I'm going to turn to you and let you have a look at young Nicole, the 17-year-old, and take a look at this move. Nicely done.
Yeah, this was just a classic racing move. Hewitt kind of left the door open, and Nicole just got it down the inside. That was pretty good.
The difference between what Alex Berg did in your race was that she just kept control. She didn't overbrake. He was a little too hot. She just was nice and smooth through that. Very well done indeed by the young Vancouver former ski racer and swimmer.
She probably saw it coming from a long ways away.
Yeah, exactly.
Had it all planned out.
Yeah, good for her. And learning her way, really enjoying being with Crosslink as well. She's another one of the Crosslink Kiwi girls. As Hannah Greenmeyer in your race, getting a good result for her, going off of the grass. Look at this, side by side. Is this Westling?
Yeah.
It is. And Bowlesby? Westling and Bowlesby. Whoa, side by side through roller coaster. It's going to feel like a roller coaster. Something had to give there, and Bowlesby squeezes through. Wow. Well, Westling just had to sort of say, well, we're not both going to make it to the bottom of the hill, mate, so one of us has got to stop.
That is not somewhere you want to be 2x2 at all.
Really good, no. That's a scary place to be, 2x2.
Especially in an FR car. Yeah.
Now, let's take a look. A 47.1 last time out by Beckland and a 46.9. So again, Ryan Sheehan taking a little bit of time out of the leader of this race, Cooper Beckland. The gap is 1.4. Minutes are 3 minutes and 52, and we are lapping at 1:47. So you could kind of calculate that it's going to be 2 laps maybe.
Yeah. Sheehan better put the pedal to the metal here.
He's got to go for it.
Yeah.
He's got to go, and he knows what it means. But he's also a very sensible driver, is Ryan. He'll take a lunge, he'll take a chance if he can make it, but he's also very level-headed. And he's not going to throw this away, in my opinion. And of course, I'll jinx him now, but no, he's a very level-headed driver, and he drives within his own abilities. It's always been his style. And consistency's put him in this position to challenge. I mean, if you'd won 11 races, you'd have gone home and said, I don't need to do the last weekend. Because, you're dominating. It's just like Max Verstappen.
Yeah.
But Ryan has been so calculated and so consistent to be on the podium each and every weekend that he's kept this alive. And he's doing it again here. And second place won't be what he wants, but it'll be good enough to keep the championship alive.
Yes, sir. And second's better than third. Yep. Third's better than fourth, so yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Doing, crazy stuff now will not help him. And I think the worst thing... as I say that, I'm going to jinx somebody. Jansen's gone round.
Not the goat.
The goat. 58 years of age, he's still going strong. I love it.
Yeah. He's going backwards there for a minute.
He was a bit. Across the line then comes Cooper Beckland, and he does a 46.6, and he's upped his game. A 46.9 though, as the white flag comes out. One more lap to go then. This championship is going home to Texas, and Ryan Sheehan from Austin, Texas is going to, I'm sure, invite the whole 2 million of Austin, Texas to cheer him on at COTA, because he may just need a helping hand, because he's got an almighty battle with 3 races to go. And I hate to say it, I love the fact that this championship is wide open. because it means that we've got 3 cracking races on November 5th. Come down and see us if you're in the neighborhood, because we've got a championship, folks, and Callum Hedge is likely to win it, obviously, after the year that he's had, but he was out of this one, and it's going to go to Cooper Becklin, who's on his way. He's marching on his way. Really, really good laps the last few laps. The gap, 1.7 seconds now, and it was 1.4 just 2 laps ago. So Cooper Becklin is controlling this race, Tyke. It's impressive.
Apparently you motivated him to go win this one.
I did. I said to him, I actually said to him as he left the booth, I said, because he said, I've got 2 thirds. He got a third place when Bowlesby was penalised.
Yeah.
So that was a gimme, because he was really fourth. And then he got a third on his own merit, and I said, okay, I want at least a second. And he said, okay. And then off he went. So well done. I'm pleased for him, because he deserves this. Here he comes then, and it's going to be close, but it's not going to be close enough for Ryan Sheehan to win this. There's nothing he can do now as he comes down the hill for the last time. Cooper Becklin.
Great run for Hodgson right there. So.
And the current man from Oregon University and the Northwest takes victory here at VIR and takes the checkered flag in style. That's a great result. His first win of the season, having had several podiums. Great stuff. The celebrations will be all night. Crosslink Kiwi don't mind who win as long as they win. Ryan Sheehan crosses the line, and more importantly for his championship, keeps it going for the final weekend, which is all he could have hoped for. Meanwhile, Callum Hedge, I can see out of the corner of my eye, has got the shades on, but looking rather disconsolate on the pit wall, as he knows the obvious, which is he's got to do it all again at COTA with 3 races to go. Tyke, you came in at the right time.
Yeah.
I didn't.
It was a great race.
I actually thought that it was going to be a good race between the pair of them, but I didn't think with Callum's, current form that it would be easy for Ryan to beat him.
He was cruising. I mean, he was adjusting his mirror,
there you go.
trying to adjust the gap. Oh, he was driving his tires perfectly. That's so unfortunate for him, man.
Well, that's motor racing, folks. That face says it all. But he's a good kid. And he can take solace that he still may meet his fellow Aucklander, Liam Lawson, in Japan. I don't know if Liam's going to do the championship again because he's so close to Formula One.
Yeah.
Cooper Becklin then wins for Crosslink Kiwi Motorsport. Ryan Sheehan keeps it all alive with 2nd place. Hayden Bowlesby, well done, gets a 3rd place. Good little battle with Oliver Westlake, but he wins it ahead of Westlake. Nicole Haverda, that's another equal best result for her in her first season. Well done to her. And Vancouver will celebrate, I'm sure, with her. Max Hewitt takes 6th, Everett Stack 7th. Kevin Jansen, despite that spin, takes 8th. And obviously, in 9th position, the man who didn't finish, Callum Hedge.
Great race for the GOAT, Kevin Jansen. Great 8th place.
Yep.
Really proud of him.
Well, thanks, Dirk. Tyke, I appreciate you coming in.
Yeah, thank
Best
you,
of
John.
luck for the rest of the year. We'll see you at COTA.
You will.
It's, just so you know, it's up the hill.
Oh, yeah.
To the left?
Yeah.
Got it. I think I've seen it before. It's been on TV on ESPN.
It's been on TV, yeah. I love it. Well, I hope you enjoy it. Have you raced there before?
I have. I raced there last year.
Okay, good.
So.
It's a great track, isn't it? Lots of room there.
Yes.
It almost sucks you into making mistakes because it's so big.
I really like tracks like this where you don't have runoff, and then I go there and I'm like, oh, where do I go?
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
Yeah.
Well, thanks, Tyke Durst, coming in. He'll be in action in COTA in a few weeks' time, and we look forward to that. But that's our coverage of FR. And, well, you just saw motor racing play out at its toughest and most tragic, if you will, because Callum Hedge only a few laps away from glory. And sadly, that's how it goes. And fellow Aucklander had a similar experience, Liam Lawson, yesterday in the sprint race in Formula One. It's a cruel game, this one, but that's why we love it. We'll head down to John Phippen in a moment, and we'll hear from a very delighted, I'm sure, Cooper Becklin. And let's not take any of the shine off what has been a fantastic day for Cooper. He ran that beautifully. He had podiums at NOLA. He had podiums at Road America. He was also on the podium at Mid-Ohio. And he does. No, he doesn't. He was also on the podium at New Jersey. So this is his first win. I'm delighted for him. And out of the car, the tall, lean figure, 6'2", remember. We were asking him about, I was talking to one of his former car guys. There you go, 6'2". Well done. But his karting days, he said he struggled because he was almost like a windsock. John Phippen will wait for him to get the helmet off, but everybody wants to congratulate him. And, well, he should celebrate that. That's a great way to end a weekend. Doesn't get any better on a Sunday night to go home with a win, does it?
Yeah, winner trophy in the bag. That's what everybody wants, basically. Yeah, I have friends that are 6'5". Michael DiOrlando.
Yes, I know Michael, yeah.
He has to stay very lean to meet the minimum weight of drivers. So
well, I remember Ollie Gavin when he was doing single-seaters way back in the day. But, of course, his career's gone on. Let's head down to John Phippen, who's got the blonde, curly-haired Cooper Beckland as Roberto Moreno, a former Formula One driver, congratulated. Not a bad day at the office.
Cooper, you've been on the podium 13 times this season. Finally, the top step. How does it feel?
Oh my God, it feels amazing. I mean, we've worked all season. We've been fast enough almost every weekend, and it's finally worked out in our favor. We saved a set of tires, and the team worked really hard to get this car working to race pace, and I think it worked out fine. And now we're on the top step. So
you got a great start as well.
Yeah, very good start. I had a little bit of wheel spin, but I was able to stay with those guys, and we were able to fight.
Congratulations on your first win.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
First win once again, Jonathan.
I know, it's been a great day. I think when I think of what Cooper's achieved, what sort of Schrieffer has achieved in F4, and just some great stories all through, and that young man can go away happy. He's a high jumper by trade. That's his other sport, but he's just done a PB in motor racing, and well done to Cooper Beckland. Tina Larson, team manager, there to congratulate him. Stephen Giles in the background, the engineer. I think he engineered Mika Hakkinen back in the day for McLaren. So, as we recover from the excitement of that race, we look forward to Trans Am coming up. So plenty more action to come on the Speed Tour. Stay with us. We'll take a short break. My thanks to Tyke Durst for joining me here in the booth. Best of luck at Coda, my friend. And we will take a short break. We'll be back with more action after a short break.
Everything in our garage is inspired by our racing spirit. Race in for a great deal on the Honda CR-V. Only at the Honda Dream Garage Spring Event.
speed, endurance, desire. For 160 years, Motul has helped engines and drivers go faster, further, and stronger. Tested in the heat of battle, driven with passion, with one aim: to give you superior powertrain protection and performance. Motul.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
With creative and flexible tooling solutions for a quick turnaround of your product launch, Three Dimensional Services Group gets things done. We do everything in-house, from reviewing CAD files, design and simulation, machining ideal tooling solutions, laser cutting and metal stamping, complex welded assemblies, as well as injection molding, all to get you parts fast without compromising quality. We take on the most complex jobs and deliver beyond expectations.
You've got a business to run, big and heavy products to ship, and customers who need them now. When you've got the right driver and the right equipment, you can bet on a spectacular result. Bennett understands complex logistics and puts the best team, the most time, and the latest technology into every customer relationship. So you can sit back, relax, and enjoy the race. Let us handle the rest.
Together, we can move anything.
Hello and a warm welcome to VIR. It's a beautiful day here for the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers T82 Series, the penultimate round of the series. Alongside me, as ever, Scott Goodyear, and we are excited. We have a little bit of potential history in the making. A 15-year-old, yes, you're not kidding me, a 15-year-old could win a really big championship here. In the words of Brent Cruz, he's been fantastic all year long. He's got 133 points of a lead at the moment, and he can take it here and not take it to Coda like last year's finale.
You know, and I agree with you, but after watching what happened here this morning in the Formula Regional, where we thought Callum Hedge just had to finish and win the championship, he didn't finish. He had a car breakage, so guess what? The championship now goes to Coda. I always say that the race and the championship isn't over until you've crossed the finish line and you're celebrating. So, yes, we think he'll get it, but there's a lot of racing to go on between now and the end of the race.
The only two men that could stop Brent Cruz were Rafa Matos and Thomas Merrill, our current champion. I spoke to Thomas and Rafa during the weekend. Rafa said that he's just going to go for it, and unfortunately, he's had a problem in qualifying. He's at the back. That could count him out, but never count out Rafa Matos, as we saw last year. The other point is, I talked to Thomas Merrill. What's he thinking? He said, you know what, I've just got to win. I've just got to keep beating Brent Cruz, and that's the right attitude as a racing driver.
And that's the easiest thing to do, because sometimes when you're in championship and you just got to finish, your timing is off. You're not getting the corners correctly, and everything feels off, and you're looking in the mirror. I like that strategy. Just go for it. It's the easiest thing to do.
We'll walk you through all the permutations as the race goes on, but the bottom line is, as I say, Thomas Merrill just has to beat Brent Cruz, or if Brent Cruz has a problem, goes out, and then we go on to Coda, and that's where we finish it all as we did last year. But it's exciting stuff, because this young Brent Cruz from this part of the world could be the champion at the end of this race. It's all to play for, and there's others who could be in the mix. Connor Zilic, he's already won in TA. Could he do it again in TA2? And we've also got another Connor Mosak, did the Xfinity last night, and he's back at the back of the grid with Rafa Matos. So there could be some real fireworks. We'll get down to the booth, but first let's take a short break before we get for this very exciting TA2 race from VIR.
Taking on the challenge, moving ahead. It's about going further, faster. At Customers Bank, we know that great things happen when you combine the best of technology with a deeply human touch. So we offer a wide range of personal, small business, and commercial banking solutions with outstanding personal service, giving you the edge you need to take on tomorrow.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Welcome to the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 Series here at Virginia International Raceway. I'm actually starting in the back of a 34-car field that is bookended by two Connors. Connor Mosack, who is going to be starting here in last place because he was racing an Xfinity race yesterday, is starting in the back, but we know he's fast. Here he comes in that beautiful kind of Tootsie's pink Sherry Strong car. But then Trans Am TA2 champion Rafa Matos, I'm just not used to seeing you this far back. We spoke a little bit, but why so far back in the grid?
Yeah, a bit of an unfortunate incident yesterday. We had a fuel pump failing, but the car was very fast during practice. I think the three-dimensional service group boys did a fantastic job prepping the car, but just we're P1 and P2 every session, so we're hoping not to stay here for that long.
Yeah, and if you know anything about the TA2 series, just a few years ago, he started in the back at Road America and came blasting through the field. So look out for this big, bright yellow car. Then I'm going to come back and talk to Connor Mosack because, like I said, we're bookended by two different Connors. So, Connor Mosack, man, you've had a busy weekend. I saw you here for practice. Didn't get to qualify, but I know that you were doing really well in the Xfinity drive last night. But the thing we got to talk about, the Sherry Strong, new car for you. Tell us all about that.
Yeah, I had the Sherry Strong Foundation on the Xfinity car yesterday, and just an honor for us to be able to represent Sherry and her legacy and also her foundation and raise awareness for ovarian cancer. So it's just an honor for us to do that. And hopefully we can kind of redeem myself from yesterday. I sped on pit road there with just a few laps to go, and that kind of took us out of contention there. So I think we got a fast car today. We'll probably just follow Rafa here through for a little bit, and then if we can race it out there at the end, then that's what we'll do.
We love tracking your career. You know, you were really strong for 2 seasons here in the TA2 series, but VIR means something kind of special to you, and you kind of have a gear to grind here at VIR, don't you?
Yeah, this is where I made my first start here a couple years ago, and I feel like we kind of gave away last year's race, so we're going to make up for it today.
Nice. So look out for this, would we call this pink or purple, the Sherry Strong car, and the yellow car to be moving up through the field of 34 cars. So we've got some unbelievable cars. I kind of walk us through the grid a little bit as we come back here because we've got the talent is thick in the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 series, and it seems like every season it gets thicker and thicker, and now with only 2 rounds left, this is going to be a crazy race. So we'll just start right here. Barry Bowes. Barry, you know, you've been having a lot of fun with us here in the Big Machine Vodka TA2 series. Had your first podium this season running the Accio Data car here with Blaze. How's it feel?
Car feels fantastic. We showed up beginning of the weekend. We had a car that didn't work, made some poor choices in setup, lost the transmission in test 1, and things have just gotten better and better and better. I'm really excited about this car for the start of this race. We've got a good, strong car that's going to last, and I expect to be moving up.
Now, usually, one of the drivers you don't want to have in your mirror is Misha Goikberg. But you guys are teammates, right? So you're pretty comfortable with that?
He's only punted me once this weekend, so we'll see how it goes.
That's a little teammate love tap. Is that what that was? So Misha Goikberg back there in the number 10. And then Darren Mock. Where is he? Darren. We're talking to Adrian Lostowski. Who will get together then, guys? So Adrian Lostowski here, Darren Mock. What are you guys talking about? You doing a little pre-planning?
Yeah, we're just, just trying to see how this race will go. I think it'll be a wild one for sure. I think we have a really fast 51 A&N Adjusters Mustang. I just got to do a little better job driving it. So I think we got a good piece.
Nice. How about you?
Yeah, we're just talking. This race is going to be interesting. It's 75 minutes. There's a lot of grass. I think a lot of cars are going to be coming off. I think the goal here is to have a good car with 30 minutes to go. We have a really good hog performance Ford Mustang this weekend. we're definitely expecting to outbrake everybody. We're always excelling on the braking. Not only that Hawk's our sponsor, but we definitely are good on the braking. And we're just talking with Darren, like some spots feel like our car's better, some spots they're better, you know, so it'll make it interesting during the race.
Now, Darren, what is this hat? You always come with the coolest stuff. I love, you got to get a close-up of this hat. Look for the camera. Out yonder, just get there. I love it. Nice job. And then we got it. So since that, this is what I mean. You got to look at who his sponsor is, GilreathFarms.com. Not many people have a big Angus cow or bull right there on the side of their car. So we love that. Having Darren Mock out here. Here we go. Here's a better view of that. Look at that. That's a first for me. I don't know if that's a first for motorsports. So we're going to move up to the front. So here's Adrian Lostowski here, always super fast, talking about Hawk. Thomas Annunziata, we've talked about him with the Nerd Focus, the best eyebrows in motorsports. We've got Boris Said Jr. there, Boris Said Sr., Boris Said getting into the car. Look out for Dylan McIvern. Dylan McIvern, always really fast here, and he's been fast in another car with the SVRA group this weekend, so he's had a lot of time. Caleb Bacon really stepping up the process and the car count here this year. You've kind of, I saw you have a B car now, so you're really getting fast in TA2 series. Are you enjoying it?
Yeah, I mean, we're starting to figure it out. You know, at the beginning of this year, we kind of struggled a fair bit just to figure out what worked for us, you know. But just a few past races we've done, you know, we've really started to figure it out, step it up. The guys are working really hard. You know, they're really doing great. So we'll see what we can do today.
Nice, and you can't miss Caleb Bacon and the number 18 car. It really shows up. Tyler Casera, very good at VIR, back in the series. Nice job. You were telling me just a couple weeks ago you were working on this, but we know you're fast here. So you won just a couple of years ago, and now what's your expectations here in this Nitro car?
Yeah, I don't know. It's, you know, just got to get through the first couple of laps. Honestly, still shaking the rust off. So really just trying to kind of figure out what I have in the race and see where we're at relative to these guys and hopefully go to the front.
Nice. Go to the front. Good luck with that, Tyler Casera. Nathan Hearn, who obviously new track to him, and he says he's trying to figure this track out but hasn't gotten as many laps as he wanted to. Austin Green from the area, always really fast, doing really, really well in the points. Got to point out Adam Andretti's beautiful car here. The number 41 Ultimate Headers car. Look for Adam Andretti to move his way through the field, always really fast. Got a little bit of a donut there.
Oh, that's old.
Is that for, oh, that's old?
Oh, that's old, yeah. No, that's old like the driver. Yeah, that's been there for, that was there since actually Watkins Glen when we had the big oil down in practice and had a little bit of Barry Bowes there. But we're here at VIR, and it's a beautiful day and a wonderful weekend, and the fans are here, and you're watching at home, and we're just really, really blessed to be here with this Ultimate Headers Chevrolet Camaro.
Nice, I love it. Adam, good luck. Way to come out here. Now, here we go. Last year's Big Machine Vodka TA2 Series winner, Thomas Merrill, starting in 4th place, which is a little bit crazy for Thomas Merrill. Then he's got these very tough drivers ahead of him. Here's 2 of them right here. We'll just get together because I know you guys have been doing this since you were like 5 years old together. But Brent Cruz could clinch the championship this weekend, starting 3rd. What's your strategy going into this?
Yeah, I think the goal is to just stay up front and see what we can do. Obviously, go for the win. And then the championship, hopefully that comes along with it, would be super nice. Me and Connor are not only battling on the racetrack, but we're also battling each other in fantasy right now. So that's another priority.
Nice, I love it. Now, Connor, looking for the sweep of the weekend. How's that feel?
Yeah, looking for the sweep in not only fantasy but on the racetrack as well. So, you know, I got the TA win yesterday, and, you know, hopefully I'll be able to back that up with the TA2 win with my Silver Hair Racing guys. And, you know, we've had a really fast car this weekend in both classes, and we capitalized on it in the TA race. Now I just got to do my job in this one.
Nice. And how about that for priorities? Right before the race starts, they've got their phones out looking at their fantasy football stuff. Now, speaking of Big Machine Vodka, Jade, I believe this is the highest you've qualified in the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 Series. This has got to feel really good.
Yeah, we guys brought a great car this week, and they've been working really hard. And hopefully we can go out and put on a hell of a show with our Big Machine Spike Coolers number 48 Mustang here and go have some fun.
Nice. And you've got the 2 top young guns between you. You're like in a young gun sandwich. Any strategies for going into Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers Turn 1?
We're going to run our own race. These kids are driving great, and we're just going to go out and execute the best we can and see what we got, see if we got anything for them.
Nice. I love it. Well, that's Jade Buford there. And, sorry about that. I'm losing my train of thought here. So, look at this. Ladies and gentlemen, I have to point out our Motul Pole Award, the 5th one of the season, and actually he broke the record for being the youngest Pole Award winner here just a few years ago, but his 5th Motul Pole Award. So, Connor, that's got to feel pretty good.
Yeah, it's a testament to our fast cars we've had this year, especially the last 7-8 races. We've been, I feel like, the fastest car at a lot of the races. So, hopefully we can get some more wins and make those pole awards count. But, it feels good to have those.
Nice. I love it. Well, Connor Zilic, congratulations. I'm looking for that sweep this weekend. No pressure. But, ladies and gentlemen, Bill Knox is here to deliver us our invocation. So if you can take off your hats and bow your heads, please.
If you'll join me in prayer. Heavenly Father, as we come to you in prayer, Father, we ask that you hold all the drivers in your almighty hands, Father, that you keep them all patient for this entire race, and most of all, that you bring all of them home safely. And Father, we ask also that you hold the first responders and the police in your almighty hands, Father, as they continue to do their jobs and protect us. And Father, we ask that you bless and keep our military, which allows us to do this thing that we truly do love, and in this country that we love. In your Son's most precious name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Bill Knox, thank you so much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we have a very special treat. Carrie Dallas is here to deliver the national anthem. And speaking to Connie, she says she has a beautiful voice. So, Carrie, take the mic, take it away.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Wow. Carrie Dallas, absolutely beautiful. Scott and Sandy, I hope that you were watching that and paying attention, because we've got some talent here at Virginia International Raceway. But Jonathan, I'm going to send it to you for the full grid of this fantastic cars in the TA2 series.
Thank you, Ben. As ever, a really interesting insight to what is a cracking setup for a penultimate round to the 23-23 championship. Connor Zilic in pole position. Jade Buford, his best qualifying position. Scott Borchetta will be happy with that. Brent Cruz, can he win the championship? Alongside him, Thomas Merrill. It doesn't get any tougher, does it? Austin Green and Nathan Hearn on row 3. Then Tyler Casera. Great to have him back, but with Nitro Motorsports, he always goes well. He had a win here just a couple of years ago. Caleb Bacon alongside him. Dylan McAvern won an IMSA here, is on row 5. And Boris Said Jr., probably the first time he's raced in TA2 at this particular track, but I know he's raced here before. And Ciata and Lostowski on row 6. Then Mock and Bose on row 7. Then it's Misha Goikberg and Keith Procek, two of our established drivers And then Josh Sargent learning his way, as is Thad Moffitt. First season for Thad, and he has been in the top 5 in the last few races. Adam Andretti for Ultimate Headers. He won here back in 2014 for the same team, Jim Gallagher, on row 10. Then a little further down, it's Luke Rumberg, Chris Leesfield, the kind of ringer. He comes in for these races and is always going well. New man, local man, David Hodge, getting his first run. And then, I wouldn't call him an old man, but he has got the Iron Man tag. Tom Sheehan's got more races under his belt than anybody. Cale Phillips on row 13 and Al Rowland alongside him. Then it's Ty Young and Patrick Paul. Lee Saunders, our SGT current champion 3 times over, said, you know what, I'm going to try this TA2 Lark. And here he comes, and he's alongside Las Vegas's Michelle Abate. She's got her tag off. She's wearing the ankle bracelet. And I'm talking about her ankle injury, nothing else. And she's going to be going for it. Matt Gray and William Moore. But look at this story. Rafa Matos, 2-time champion. Connor Mosack learned his teeth. Cut his teeth here in Trans Am, is now a Xfinity star, raced in Charlotte last night on the oval, comes back to do a very special Sherry Strong M1 Race Cars team, Scott Lagacy Racing. I'm delighted to have him back here, but it just shows what Trans Am means. Even though he's now on to bigger and better in many ways, Connor Mosack loves Trans Am racing, and he's done several already this season. Let's get ready. Jay Buford in the colours of Big Machine Vodka. And, of course, coming in for Scott Borchetta, injured at Road Atlanta. And he's gradually got better and better. He had a good result at Detroit. And since then, he's just got more and more consistent. But this is his best qualifying. I want to introduce our little group here in the booth. And I'm delighted to welcome, obviously, Scott Goodyear. But also a man who had a good result here last year and knows the VIR track. Give him a ride, somebody. Evan Slater. He's an up-and-coming star, just like Connor Zilic and Brent Cruz, but he hasn't got a ride for the moment. Evan, good to have you on board here. VIR, big challenge.
Yeah, thanks for having me. This track is super exciting. I mean, this is a great track. I think it's personally my favorite track in the country. I think commonly it's ranked 1 or 2. So it's technical, it's fast, it's flowing. It's just a great track to race at. A lot of good passing opportunities, a lot of high-speed corners, a lot of tight turns where you can get a good pass in. So it's really an exciting track, and I'm looking forward to this race.
Scott Goodyear, you're a man who's dealt with pressure. You've done the 500 a bunch of times, and that has got to be the most powerful, pressureful race in the world. What's going through Brent Cruz's young 15-year-old mind? Or because he's so young, is he unfettered?
You know, actually, when you asked that, we were just sitting here chatting before, and I looked at our guest, and I said, how old are you? He goes, 17. I'm going, I hadn't even started driving cars until I was 20, so it shows you how this has all changed. But at 15, you know, I'm not sure, do you absorb it all, or at 15 years of age, are you just driving the race car? It's very hard to say. And, you know, maybe you don't, but, I mean, everybody's starting so young today, but the key thing that we said, you know, earlier on is that you expect everything to be fine. We just had a race earlier today in the series that I operate, and we thought that the guy in FR was going to win the championship, and he had a mechanical, and so now he's got to wait to COTA, and you understand what that's like. We've got 4 weeks to wait, so you know, you hope that this all happens for Brent today, but then if it doesn't, you've got that long waiting game, and then you never know what's going to go on. I mean, it's difficult.
I mean, waiting is really what all the race car drivers hate. So Brent Cruz, I know he really wants to get it secured this weekend, because you really don't have to deal with those 4 weeks of waiting, like the intensity of just dealing with that. So he's really trying to secure it this weekend. I believe, if I'm correct, he needs to get a top 6 for him to secure the championship, no matter where Thomas Merrill, who's number 2 in the points, finish.
That's how we see it at the moment. That could change as the race goes on, and obviously, as I said at the top, you know, really Merrill's focus, he said, I'm not even looking at the points, he said to me. He said, I just need to beat Brent Cruz. I just need to win. Otherwise, it's all over. And that's, you know, if you approach it that way, it's a little easier than worrying about the numbers.
Yeah, just focus on what you can control, not worry about all the numbers. Just focus on doing the best you can, driving the car. That's one thing I really work on when I'm driving. Just focus on what you can do, and what you can do is drive.
All right, let's get those famous words done here at VIR. Let's once again join Ben Sissel.
Yeah, thank you, Jonathan. I am here, and it's an honor to be here with a Trans Am legend, Lynn St. James. Welcome back to the series, but this weekend's kind of been all about women in motorsports. Lynn, tell us a little bit about that.
Well, Women in Motorsports was founded just about 1.5 years ago, and we're really about celebrating all the successful women in the sport, using them as role models so they can tell their stories, to be able to let, if you can see it, you can be it. So if you want to become the president of a racetrack like Connie Nyholm is here at VIR or anything, we want to be able to really just let people know that motorsports wants you. We want to grow the sport, and we want women in it.
Nice. That is exactly correct. And you'll see here we have a lot of women in motorsports working with us and on the crews. But, Lynn, I'm going to give you the mic. Deliver the most famous words in motorsports. Take it away.
Drivers, start your engines!
Beautifully done, and no better person than the great Lynn St. James. She is such a bubbly character, and even though she's been around racetracks all her life, I could see her yesterday just absolutely chomping at the bit to get in any kind of car she could. She does historics, she does any form of racing. I think she's got something like 10 national championships, if not more. She's won at Daytona for 24 hours, and Sebring 12 hours. She's done Le Mans, she's done the Nürburgring. She's done it all, and she's done, more importantly, so much for women in motorsport, and there's a lot to be said about what her and her project of encouraging women into motorsport, specifically here in the US, and I hand my hat off to her. It's long overdue, and I'm delighted to see a proliferation now of women in motorsport, not just in the cars, but outside the cars and in engineering and in mechanicking as well. So it's great to see. But let's get back down to the action. By the way, shout out to Michelle Obate, our only female in this particular race. I mentioned earlier that she, during the grid, she had an ankle injury earlier in the year. She's been racing with a brace on that ankle, which can't be very comfortable. And I said, have you got a story for me this weekend? She said, tell the world I've taken it off. I'm not going to be racing with the bracelet, which is good, because that's going to give her a lot of confidence, for sure. Let's take a closer look at this track. And Scott, I'm going to turn to you here. You know this track well, and you certainly know what these guys are going to do. But it's a long and fast track.
You know, the top speeds up over 160 miles an hour, and I've been around here in road cars and also like single-seater stuff. But, I'm going to turn to the expert here, because the weight of these cars, up and down throughout the hills, brakes are a concern going around this racetrack.
Yeah, these TA2 cars are historically known to be under, they have a small brake package on them, so the brakes are not great. So you have to worry about overheating them, and then obviously you can't just slow down that fast. So the hills, I wouldn't say affect them too much. Sometimes coming up through the S's, the car will get really light, even lift a few wheels in the air. But yeah, the brakes aren't too effective.
And what I love about this is that these things have raw horsepower. Our single-seaters have downforce, and you've got grip. You guys just have your foot to the pedal and spin the tires and you want. It's really, really cool.
Well, there you see it, and you can see the two big long straights, one out of Customer Bank corner, and then the other down the main straight past our commentary position. We'll be on board with the Big Machine Vodka Spike coolers of number 48, Jay Buford, and starting in his best ever start of second place. And let's not count out, because everybody wants to make a name. We're talking about Brent Cruz and Connor Zillage and Connor Mosack. Sure, those are the big headline stories. But how about Buford taking a win? Would that be a possibility? He'd love to do that and finish off his year in a high. He is a Xfinity man at heart, but of course he's come here to help Scott Borchetta in his quest. He did some driver coaching for Scott last year during Nashville, and since then, when Scott got injured, he's taken over the reins. We'll be on board with the three-dimensional services group, Ford Mustang of Austin Green, the 22-year-old, whose father, of course, David, an Xfinity champion in his own right, but this man making his name, and what a season it's been. Never easy to race against a two-time champion like Rafa Matos, and a whole host of other young drivers. Boris Said Jr. also coming into the team, and Adam Andretti has driven for this team in the past. Doug Peterson's team. Nathan Hearn, what a sensation, Australian champion and Formula 5000 champion over there, came into the championship this time last year at COTA, got a fourth place there, and said, you know what, I fancy this, and so he's dropped Trans Am in Australia, where he'd already won, and now he's here fighting his way against the best. 10th in the championship at the moment. He would say he's not happy with his year because he's been so close to some bigger results, but he is on the grid in a good position. Barry Bowes has had a sensational year. We'll be on board with him. And the SEO data on board. The man from Texas has had one of his best seasons, including a podium at Detroit. And watch out for the number 32. Loves his racing for sure. Now we see our first glimpse of that long back straight. We'll also be on board with the one guy. I'm glad we are in third in the championship on 826 points, but he had a problem in qualifying, didn't get to qualify. We think it was a fuel problem, but he is going to be right at the back, but we're going to be on board with him in the three-dimensional services group, Ford Mustang, Rafa Matos, a two-time champion of Trans Am, and he loves racing here. He's had a win here, and his results here have led him to those championships in the past, and even though he's at the back, you never count him out. Adrian Lostowski will be on board with him and the Hawk Performance on board. Adrian's had a great season so far, just coming into Trans Am in the last couple of seasons, but really now got his head around it. And previous winners include last year Brent Cruz, that bodes well. Rafa Matos, as I said, 2021. Mike Skeen, always good around here. So there's plenty to play for. No Mike Skeen this weekend, but Rafa Matos and Conor Mosak, we're really looking forward to seeing them come through. And how far do you think they can get, guys?
Well, you know, I got to think that for me, anytime I've had to start at the back is a lot of fun because you really are aggressive, but you can't be too aggressive where you go and take yourself and somebody else out. You know, for me, I only drove these cars twice in a Trans Am, and they're so much different than what I'm used to. But I mean, so much weight, and you get aggressive, and then all of a sudden you just take that too much weight of a car and you slide off the road. So, I mean, for these guys here now, aggressiveness, but I mean, are the tires going to play a big part in this, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, you have to be aggressive, especially when you're in Rafa or Conor Mosak's position. You have to be aggressive to get up through that field. This Pirelli tire is really good, but it doesn't like to be like, you can't slide it around the whole time. So it's a cooler day out here today, which will help them a lot. But if he's too aggressive, he will overheat his tires and end up just losing a lot of pace. So I think he needs to manage that fine line between aggression to get past these guys up front, or get past these guys so he can get up front, and then not being too aggressive so he can have the tires in the end.
And Evan, where do you make those moves if you are in that aggressive move? I've seen Rafa at Road Atlanta, for example, make moves that I never thought were possible, but what about here?
I mean, here it depends on like the kind of person you're passing, obviously. So some of the slower guys in the back, you can make moves in more like not unpredictable, but like unexpected places, like in the more slower and not as good passing zones. But when you're passing these fast guys up front, you really have to be deliberate on it. And it's normally going to be hard on the brakes. So in the hard braking zones, going into turn 1, going into turn 4, going into Oak Tree Corner, you can stick it in on the inside there, and then at the end of the straight going into turn 14. So those are the main good passing zones here, but that's for the fast people. When you're passing somebody that's slower on pace than you are, you can do it in more unethical ways, I guess.
And especially at the beginning, though, you're going to need to make sure that they see you in the mirror, that you go up beside them and present yourself. Just don't sort of surprise them and they close the door on you. Then you have some bodywork damage or something on the car, and then you're here to try and be able to work your way to the front. So that's also, I think, something that you sort of have to watch. Now, everybody in the pack knows that these fast guys are going to come from the back, so they're, you know, they got a little bit of information there that you can tell. Sometimes the teams tell you, hey, you know, number 88's behind, he's starting to work his way up through. I mean, that's the sort of stuff that you have to sort of watch to see what happens.
As you can see, Brent Cruz leads the championship by 133 points. Thomas Merrill must strike today if he's going to stay with him and keep the championship alive. Rafa Matos starts from the back, but that's an opportunity for both Zilic and Merrill, and a real tragedy for him yesterday. We watched the 88 being taken off the grid after qualifying, and that's a real shame for him. And then Nathan Hearn and Thad Moffitt, what a year it's turned out. Thad Moffitt, remember, is the grandson of Richard Petty, and I hate keep going to talk about that. It's like I want him to be his own man, and he is proving to be just that, because his season has been so far brilliant. We're going to be on board with Nathan Hearn as well in the Cube 3 Racing Ford Mustang. It's been a sensational year for the Australian. Really learned his craft here in what is a very different car, different tyres from the Australian Trans Am car, so he's had to learn quick. And remember, he's coming to every track new, and that's what's really impressed me, is that he's taken to these tracks brilliantly. There's Jay Buford, there's Connor Zilic. Zilic, what a weekend! Let me just re-emphasize, if you've just joined us, Connor Zilic, 17 years of age, driving with sponsorship from GM. He's a GM factory driver, effectively, and they put him into TA. He gave them the present of pole and a win in TA. That's the big 850 brake horsepower. These are limited to 550, and Zilic is capable of winning in these two, but he would be the first man in Trans Am if he could pull it off today and win both races on the weekend. Let's see then how we go here for our penultimate round of the 2023 season. Let's go racing, folks. Muscle cars at its finest. Away they go, and they roar into action down towards the big machine Vodka. Spike Coolers turn 1 for the first time, and it is Connor Zilic. Jake Buford on the outside. Cruz goes to the inside, and Thomas Merrill is going to try to go high and wide. Nathan Hearn right behind him. The 26, keep an eye on him. Everybody cleanly through as we go on board with Austin Green. He's right there in the mix, but through goes the 26 of Thomas Merrill as they go into turn 2. Good start, good clean start. Merrill needs to stay out of trouble, but he needs to be aggressive. As Evan Slater was saying, you've got to be aggressive with these cars, and you've got to get it right first time. Long way to go, 100 miles and 30 laps, but a good clean start, guys.
I was surprised in turn 1, to be honest with you, because so many cars going to that tight space, but from what we've seen in our single-seater series today, actually turn 1's not been that much of a problem, so nice to see that. This always amazes me, just so much horsepower here going through this area here. I mean, you've got the lower the S's and the higher S's and what have you. It just seems like a lot of work with these race cars, and you're carrying all that weight. So I know that you're used to it. I always find every time I get into a sedan, I feel like I'm driving a big bus.
Yeah, I mean, it's a ton of fun. I love it when you're in the big heavy cars because they do their own thing, but when you can get it to do what you want, they're always going to do like what the car kind of wants, like when you hit a bump or something, because they're so big and heavy. But when you can really control the beast, it's a ton of fun. Like going up through those S's, you're flying at like over 150 miles an hour through there flat out. It's just amazing. So
it's great having you in the booth because I can see with a smile on your face how much you want to be back in there.
He's sitting there almost driving the car, isn't he?
He is
That's
almost
what I like,
driving the car. But when does the car feel at its optimal? I mean, you've just started the race, you're warming up tires, you're fighting with everybody, but when do you feel really comfortable? Jake Buford making a move on Cruz, look at this.
Oh, yeah.
Or is it bit by bit the other way round? It is, because Cruz was making a move on Buford, and Merrill's right there. He'll pick up the pieces, and this is a championship right on the line. Merrill right there with him. Austin Green doing the job for three-dimensional services, but boy, this is tight and scary almost. It's too tight.
Yeah, really close. I mean, you can see Thomas Merrill right on the back of Cruz. That's a super important position right early in the race.
Going
around the outside.
Oh, side by side our championship contenders. Oh, they're almost touching. Merrill's got the better line now, but Cruz closes the door.
That's great, clean racing.
Well, that's trust, folks. Absolutely. Nathan Hearn will ready behind them, ready to go if they make a mistake. That's a smart move by the Australian. He knows exactly what's at stake, and he doesn't really want to get involved, but he wants to get into the scene where he can be in third position. Green now on board with him as they head through the stake for the second time, the Optima Battery stake. And look at the lead that Connor Zilic has built already, folks. Great stuff by the young 17-year-old from just down the road here in North Carolina. His home race. He got a pole position here a couple of years ago. From there on in, we've all stood up and watched Connor Zilic make his way in this championship.
You know, Johnny, you said it before. I mean, I've been paying attention to this throughout the whole year, and obviously we talked about Scott Borchetta's accident, you know, back at Road Atlanta. But, I mean, Jay Buford, man, he has really done a great job this year to be where he's at now and taking the reins of that program and then improving all the way through. I mean, this is really impressive.
Very impressive indeed. No question about it. So let's just look at the positions then. Zilic, Buford, Cruz, Merrill still fourth. What's happened here? Into the pits comes...
I think that's Rafa.
Oh, no.
Oh, no. It looks like he ripped off the front splitter. They're taking off the lower part of the front bumper, so I wonder if he had contact or an off track.
This reminds me of Coda last year. This is exactly what happened. Bit by bit, they unwound the car, and he is going to go with half a car out of the pits, and now he's just going to make sure that nothing else falls off it. It looks as though he's had some contact, This is just exactly like Coda last year. Half a car for Rafa Matos. Well, it gets some air through the through the engine this way, but that's not the way you want to go racing.
Yeah, that's definitely
the feel of the car is going to feel awful.
Yeah, so the car is going to feel bad because you're having like a bad aerodynamic situation. But also, I saw they don't have the air filter on, so it's just the air intake is just sucking right in from the open air. So the motor, the ECU, can detect that, and it really doesn't like that. So it ends up cutting power, but it opens the opportunity to suck in like a bunch of grass and stuff and blow up the motor if everything goes wrong.
Merrill's got past. He's got past Brake Cruz. Cruz won't like that. Nathan Hearn wants to pay the game too, and that is very important. Oh, Matos still out, and look, here comes Merrill, the champion. They went to the wire last year on a countback, and Matos was in a similar position with a broken car, and Merrill just stayed out there, and when it got to the end, we did a countback, and and Merrill got it on that countback, which is incredible to win a championship that way. We felt for Matos that day, and we're feeling for him again this weekend because he started at the back, but obviously something's gone wrong. Looks as though he's probably come together with somebody else while trying to overtake. He's doing the right thing, which is staying out of the lead battle, but sadly, Rafa Matos, it looks as though he's going to be out of the fight for the title.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we were talking about earlier, the balance between aggression and just keeping it safe. It seems like he played it a little too aggressive, and it's going to end up biting him.
And then Brent Cruz to add ignominy to irony as just... Oh, Brent Cruz! Just as I say that, I cannot believe, just as we were on board with Rafa Matos, Brent Cruz was going past, the engine was cutting, as Evan just described, and he wasn't under power, and here comes...
It looked like Brent Cruz had a brake issue. I mean, it looked like he locked up a brakes and it went straight in. He came in so fast, I wonder if he had maybe a rear brake failure or something like that.
Well, now suddenly
like
this situation for Rafa Matos looks like the smartest thing he could possibly have done, which is to get out there with a spluttering half car and keep going. Now he's just got to finish the race. He's going to get points if he can finish, because it looks to me as though Brent Cruz has gone straight into the tire war, folks.
Yeah, and it looked like he went in pretty hard, so I don't know if they're going to be able to get that car out and keep it running. I don't know.
Wow.
So, a replica of what we just had, because as you know, we had our Formula Regional race with our champion who just had to finish a little bit earlier. The race just before this one here had a mechanical, and we thought he was going to wrap the championship up. And then, wow, we're having 2 in 1 day. When we said in the open, it's never over until it's over. I mean, this is a situation. This is amazing.
So we're under caution, as you can imagine. And everything slows down again, and obviously we will take a look at that, but we want to make sure first and foremost that Brent Cruz is A-OK, because that was a heavy hit. So let's just think about this, Evan. He's coming down the back straight, 170 miles an hour. Those tyre wall is on the right. And as we saw him go past Rafa Matos, we were on board with him at the time, there was like a puff of smoke, not oil smoke per se.
It looked like he locked up a brake. So what I think happened is he had a brake failure. So you can have like a lot of different types of brake failures. You can have a front brake failure, rear brake failure, or total brake failure. So I think he looked like he locked up a tire. So which makes me believe that he had like half of the system fail. So it's either the front failed or the back failed. So I don't know yet, but that's what it looks like to me if I had to guess. Or maybe the throttle stuck. You never know. I mean, there's a lot of different variables and factors that could have caused that. But yeah, we just hope he's okay at this point.
Wow, I'm glad you're here.
Yeah.
Good intel. And Scott, from your eagle eye as a race director, tell me the procedure first and foremost.
Well, I think that from what we just described right now, I think exactly that. I mean, it was a little bit surprising. It makes you wonder if maybe there's some oil on the track. I sort of thought maybe it was Rafa's car, maybe putting something down after coming in and having all the work done on it. I mean, you just don't really know. And then, as we say there, you just got to make sure that Rafa or Brent Cruz is actually fine. So, weird scenario and very difficult for him.
Well, thanks, Scott Goodyear and Evan Slater. They're going to give us the insight. We're under caution here at VIR in the penultimate round. We're going to take a short break. But what I can tell you is our championship leader has gone out of the race in the very opening salvos of it. Join us after this.
November 3rd through the 5th, featuring the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli, the Sportscar Vintage Racing Association, International GT, FR Americas, and F4 US Championship. Saturday, you can take part in the Haggerty Cars and Caffeine Car Show with Parade Lab. You do not want to miss the Mission Foods Austin Speed Tour, November 3rd through the 5th. Children 12 and under are free. For tickets, simply go to speedtour.net.
Well, welcome back. I'm here with Nick Tucker with a sad face on. Nick, I know you're talking to Brent Cruz. He could have clinched the championship here this weekend. What happened out there?
Cut down a tire and got in the fence.
What's the driver saying on the radio?
Yeah, just not much, just stuck, so I don't know. Not a lot of information other than we cut a tire.
It is very rare. This hasn't happened. We don't talk that much because it's very rare for Brent Cruz to be out of the race, and we were talking about the things that can happen in racing, and this is just kind of the bitter pill sometimes of motorsports, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a real shame, but we'll take it to COTA and do our best.
Nice, yeah, exactly. It was decided at Circuit of the Americas last year in the last round, and maybe this year the championship will be decided at Circuit of the Americas the same way. Jonathan, Scott, Evan, back up to you in the booth.
Great stuff, Ben. Yeah, and I can confirm that we have heard that Brent Cruz is okay. Obviously, he's going to be shaken up, but that means we can show you now a little bit about what happened. And Evan and Scott, I'm going to let you see what you see. You know much better than I do.
Well, we talked about this, just during that break there. I mean, the tire barriers are there, and these cars are very strong cars, and the drivers are well protected for you guys having the side there. And just watch here what goes on. I mean, just locks up the wheel, and it goes forward, and then the slide off. So, about 160, 62 miles an hour, I think it is. And luckily, he did get the car to slow down, and you can see how much those tire barriers actually move. So, still a very hard hit.
Yeah, definitely a hard hit. And it seems like there's a second car that went in there, too. So it must have been, here's what I expect. I bet Rafa Matos with that damaged car was throwing off some debris, and I bet the guys, right as they passed it, ran over something from his car and cut down some tires.
Well, we're back on board with Jay Buford in second. Buford in second place, and he's behind, of course, Connor Zilic. The nice thing from the drone is that you saw how much he was able to slow the car down. I mentioned that it's 170 miles an hour, if not plus, coming into there. And he was able to slow the car down. It did look like cut tire, or as they said, yeah.
Yeah, I guess out of the possibilities, that's the best factor or the best outcome, because when you cut down a tire, you only cut down one, so you still have 3 other tires to brake and slow the car down. So he was able to obviously not slow it down enough to keep it on the track, but slow it down enough so it wasn't a massive impact.
And this track is called what they call FIA certified, which is the type of track that we go, obviously, with our series. So all the best safety stuff is there as far as the tire barriers are concerned, and absorb the impact from the drivers come and hit it. So that's the nice thing when you come to these high-grade level tracks, that because the FIA does such a great job that oversees, obviously, F1, F2, F3, and F4. So thankfully for that, you can see how the tire barriers are there, and they usually bundle them up and put some great material behind it just to absorb it. So we'll have to see if this tire wall needs to be repaired a little bit, but everything did its job.
Well, sadly, it's Tyler Casera, a former winner here at VIR, and coming back for his first run. And he is the other car that was involved in that incident.
Yeah, that's really gutting for him, because he's been out of a car all year. So this is his first race in, I think it's close to 11 months. So he was really excited to get back for this one. So, I mean, it really sucks to go out in a mechanical failure that's not his fault at all.
Okay, and we welcome our MAV viewers as well on MAV TV. We are slightly late in getting to you after a technical issue, but we are live, and boy, the drama is thick and furious. Let's go on board with Nathan Hearn. If you remember, Nathan Hearn, the Australian in the 29 Cube 3 on board, was giving us great pictures of that battle between Brent Cruz. And so here is Nathan Hearn. There is Brent Cruz. That's Rafa Matos. He's going past Rafa, so too Nathan, and here's the incident.
Almost looks like the tire went before he got in the brakes. Did you see that? There was a puff of something originally at the very beginning, and then he seemed to get his foot on the brakes. So to your point, I bet you he ran over something. That's a good insight there.
So, drama indeed. So let's just catch you up, Mav. We've lost our championship leader in Brent Cruz, who was about to wrap it all up, and that means that Merrill, our current champion, and we've also lost our 2-time champion, Rafa Matos, and it's only Merrill and Rafa Matos that can stop Brent Cruz, but as you can see, that car is pretty depleted. The front end gone, and I don't think Rafa's going anywhere else in the rest of the day, and of course, that means we are now going on. And Rafa's out the car already, so we'll probably get down and hear from him, or at least from the team. But now there is one. In other words, Merrill is the only man who is in championship contention who's still in this race at VIR. And Merrill, of all people, knows just exactly what consistency means, having won the title kind of this way last year. And Evan, as a racing driver, you just never say never, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's racing. So many things can happen. It's like you can't predict it at all. So, I mean, you just really have to wait, and Merrill has to hope that nothing goes wrong in his favor, and he can just keep it consistent, keep it clean, and get some good points to bring his championship fight really back in there.
There's Rafa Matos. Go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, and as we're talking here, obviously the Brink Cruz car just went past in front of us, and we saw it outside the booth, and the front wheels are moved back towards the windshield, so you know it was still a very hard hit, but give them credit. You know, the other thing that may have happened here, guys, also race control maybe told this team that car now needs to be parked and can't be on the racetrack just in case of possible parts falling off.
Okay, on that, and
I did that earlier today with a couple of cars in F4.
What does it? You know, I watched at COTA, kind of fascinated because I was amazed that they let Rafa go on as long as they did last year. But what, when the stewards are looking at it, or the race director's looking at it, what are they looking for to say, nah, you've got to come in?
It all comes down to safety, and like I said, I had to do that with 3 cars today in F4. I mean, they went off. They had some problems with the cars. One was a suspect brake problem. The car came in. I saw them pull off the bonnet in the front there and turn around, look down inside the pedal clustered, and I knew that it was a braking problem again, so I just parked the car. I mean, it's all about safety with what you're doing.
Let's head down to the pits and hear from our 2-time champion, Rafa Matos. He's with Ben.
Thank you, Jonathan. Well, Rafa, as you know, motorsports can be so bitter. What's this feel like, and what happened out there?
I was just trying to take it easy on the start, and you know, I was going through the field, and apparently Sheehan spun off, and he kept it on the throttle and nailed the front of my car, and I had nowhere to go, and the car was badly damaged, and we tried to continue, but there was no point.
Yeah, it was. I saw you go back out there. I love your fighting spirit. We saw that last year at Circuit of the Americas, but it's just it looks real beat up.
Yeah, at that point, I was just trying to get out of the way from the leaders. You know, I was trying to cause any trouble, and you know, unfortunately, we were not able to continue the race.
Well, Rafa Matos, sorry about your luck. Gentlemen, back up to you.
Great stuff, Ben. And, yeah, sad news for the Brazilian, who's been a great champion, and he'll live to fight another day, and I'm sure be back next year, and obviously he'll come to COTA and try to get the runner-up spot. He'll go head-to-head with Merrill for that. Brent Cruz is, yes, out of this race, but certainly not out of the championship. Remember, he started the day 133 points, and it was only really mathematically possible for Merrill to keep it going, and that's what he's going to have to do. But now the chance is much better of taking the championship to a grand finale at COTA. Nathan Hearn, let's have a look at this, though. We're going to be on board with the Cube 3 Racing man. He's yet to win a race, guys. He's going to be kind of licking his lips thinking, I got a chance here, because he's one of those guys that knows what opportunity is all about.
And I think it's sort of cool what he's doing, obviously, coming from a different country. I'm obviously born and raised in Canada, so I was going to different countries. And, you know, there's that added element of international flavor, if you will. And so when he's come over here and done so well, that's sort of cool. But he gets to learn so many great racetracks. And we were chatting earlier, obviously, he was mentioning it. So this racetrack here is probably one of the 1 or 2 top road courses in this country, and it reminds me a lot of race courses that I ran in Europe. You know, just a long track, fast corners, slow corners. It's got everything complete, and it's exhilarating to drive. I'm sure he's got a big smile on his face.
Yeah, I mean, Nathan, he's always happy. He loves being in the car. That whole Cube 3 racing team, they've been really putting in the work this season. They need to persevere a lot because they've had a lot of bad luck. I mean, they're all putting in really great work, but it's just everything unlucky happens to them. So hopefully they can get that to turn around this weekend, running in 4th right now. He's really looking to get that first win for that team. So, yeah, I wish them the best of luck, but, yeah, we'll see.
Now, we heard Rafa describe his incident. Why don't we take a look at it for ourselves? And again, I'll lean to you guys and let you see what you see. Here it is, Rafa Matos going out of the race. Michel Abate to the right. Here we are under braking.
You know, he's making good time up right now.
Young,
here you go. Here you go. Yep.
So
yeah, nothing he can do. Just completely unavoidable. I mean, cars are spinning around, doing crazy things, unpredictable things in front, and he just got caught up in the wrong place at the wrong time. So that's really unfortunate for that Peterson Racing 3-dimensional service team. They also put in a lot of work to get those cars fast, and they are. But yeah, it's just really disappointing for them.
Yeah, and what you don't know is it also took out, in fact, I noticed Tai Young going to the left there. Tai Young out as well as Michelle Abate. And I feel for her and for Tai Young because it's been a tough year for both of those two. They are regulars. Tai Young learning his way. Abate likewise, because she was on the West Coast for a long time before she went national racing. And yeah, you got to feel for him because as Evan described, it's one of those accidents you just can't avoid it.
Well, you know, it's funny because I always tell the young drivers that are coming into car racing out of karting, for us anyways in the series that I operate, is that, you know, don't let somebody else's mistake become your problem. And that was somebody else's issue, mistake, or what have you. Now, he was doing a great job because he saw a hole. It looked like it was safe, not a high-speed part of the racetrack. He just can't see past the car in front of him to know what was happening. And then again, it was somebody else's mistake that took him out.
Yeah, and then when there's so many cars, they're all doing different things. They're all moving in different directions. So when it's one car, it's a lot easier to avoid. But when 5 cars or whatever are all spinning out, it's difficult.
Well, guys, let's catch our breath here as we get ready for the resumption. So Connor Zilic leads the race. Jay Buford is in second place, and Merrill is in third. So there's still a lot to come from this race. Well, we welcome our viewers back on MAV TV. Boy, have you come back at the right time. We've got a doozy of a race here. I haven't even looked at where Connor Mosak is, because he started at the back. Luckily, he's, I think, avoided most of the problems. He's trying to make his way through. But as it stands, Zilic leads the race and is on to make history in Trans Am by winning both Trans Am and Trans Am TA2 in one weekend. Buford is trying to win his first race. Merrill is trying to hold on and keep the championship alive. Nathan Hearn is looking for his first win, as is Austin Green. And then you go further back. Lee Saunders trying out TA2 for the first time, down in 25th place. No mean feat, though. He's going very well indeed. Tyler Casera is out. Cruz is out. Matos is out. Abate's out. And I'm looking for Hearn here. Excuse me, for Connor Mosak. And Mosak currently in 20th position. So he's gone from the back all the way up to 20th. Don't count him out for at least a decent result.
Well, and there's a bit of a bonus right now. Nobody's all spread out because we're underneath the yellow, so it bunches everybody together out. So in the restart now, you have an opportunity to do some passing, so you're looking forward to that. And not that you want to see yellows, but when you're coming from the back and you need some help, you don't mind the yellows.
Yeah, the yellows are great because it bunches everybody up. So say everybody, as you're trying to pass people, they all spread out. When you get the yellow, it bunches everybody up, so it gets you so you can pass much more cars because they're not obviously all spread out. Unfortunately, there is a rule in Trans Am right now where when there's a full course yellow and a restart, you can't pass before the start-finish line. So that sometimes does make it difficult because you have to wait so long before you can actually start going and passing. But luckily, I think Mosak, for his sake, he's moved up enough places that he'll still be in a good position when that green flag goes to make up places.
We're about to go green. Evan, take me through your restart procedure.
My restart procedure is really just getting everything back up to temperature. You got to get your tires back up to temperature, your brakes, super important, and then just getting in the right mindset. You have to be aggressive. You have to plan where you want to go. Obviously, you can never plan anything because everything's a good plan until it goes green and then chaos happens. But you try and think of the options of what you could do and what you want to do. And then really just trying to get everything up to temperature as much as you can so when it goes green, you can really be right back in at 100%.
And Scott, the expression cooler heads prevail is what comes to mind at a restart.
Boy, if I had $1 for every time I told patients to the young series that I'm operating here. But, you know, and you can't say anything about Rafa on that because he was patient. He was doing a proper job. But we've been underneath yellow here for a few laps because they had to repair that tire wall down the end of the straight. So they do such a great job here at VIR to take care of all that. Like I said, it's a very safe circuit, one of the top circuits in this country. And very pleased to be able to come here with our series. And obviously the Trans Am is running. But, you know, still a lot of racing to go yet. We just don't know what's going to happen, and this is the fun side of it right now. I loved restarts all the time when I was driving because, as you're mentioning, it's just like, okay, am I ready? Have I done something better than the other guy? How is my car? And this is the point now where you want to time it correctly. I know you guys have that rule in your racing where you have to sort of wait till the start-finish line. I'm not sure I'd do very good at that. But
it also can be a bit of a gimme. There's not many gimmies in racing. You're all going exactly within a couple of tenths of each other each and every lap. So when you get a chance to really belt one and get ahead,
it's a huge jump.
A huge jump. So the lights are off on the Honda Civic, which means Connor Zilic now in control of this race. The Civic will come out of the way, and we will be racing again.
So for us in our racing, we're all accelerating in turn 17. So where are they allowed to accelerate now here in the restart?
It's really when Connor Zilic wants to. So there's a zone, and then once Connor's in that zone, he just hits the gas wherever he wants, and then the guys behind him have to follow him essentially. So it really allows the leader to get a really good jump over the rest of the field.
And you can't overtake it until you're in that zone for sure. Here we go then. Connor Zilic leads the race. Can Buford get ahead of him? 8 laps gone off the 30. It's 100 miles of pure adrenaline and muscle car action here at VIR as everybody jostles for position. Nathan Hearn pushing hard as Merrill goes through to second. Nicely done. He gets past Jay Buford at the restart. Very important restart for the man from Salinas, California. And that is the move of a champion, our current champion from Coke Racing. And Thomas Merrill does a great job for HP Tuners and gets second place.
I just left it going through 3 there. You can see, I'm not sure if you guys saw that, Merrill's car was actually just putting down 2 patches of rubber through there. I'm sure you saw that. That was
Buford gets turned around. It looks like it was Austin Green that may have turned him around.
Yeah, that's really disappointing. Jay Buford just driving his own race and it gets tagged from behind. I think he'll be able to keep that car. Yeah, he's able to keep it rolling. Very light contact with the wall. So that's just like a setback. It'll put him to the back of the field, but he'll be able to keep rolling.
It looked to me like it could have been Austin Green. We're on board with him, and there's damage to the front of his car, I think.
Yeah.
And that's why potentially that was Green that caused that incident, or at least knocked into the back. I'll turn to my race director to see who's at fault there, but it looked as though it was a fairly obvious incident. There's now cars skittling off everywhere as off goes the 64. And that is Matt Gray, sadly. He's kept going. Let's have another look at what happened here. Scott, what do you see?
Well, you know, we always talk about yellows breed yellows as it is, but cars are side by each right now. And if you're not up beside somebody fully and can present yourself and let them know you're there, sometimes you got to back out. And I think that was the same situation there. You stick your nose in and tag the back end of the car. And we see this even here in the scenario with Jay Buford. So a couple of things going on there, and that's the difficulty. So the stewards are going to be busy after this one.
Yeah.
Seemed to me like more of a racing incident than a sort of a hit from behind,
Well, it should be, and then all of a sudden you turn around, you end up getting protests coming in. So I know our stewards are back there right now after our races today and dealing with that information. But here's the scenario. I mean, he's just moving. Anytime you get hit from behind, it's usually the guy in the backside that actually is definitely the guy that's going to get the penalty.
Yeah, and then Austin Green, he wasn't trying to do that, obviously.
No.
That was just a racing incident. I mean, it's an accident from him. We'll see how the stewards decide that, but yeah, really unfortunate.
Well, Ty Young coming into the pits and probably going to retire the car. Now, Nathan Hearn in a great position. He's in third at the moment. Merrill has got Zillage. He is desperate to beat Zillage, but Zillage is desperate to win too. So there's so much going on in this race. And as we look further down, trying to see who else might. Well, Connor Smosak is now 16th. How about that? Behind Barry Bowes. And we're going to be on board with Barry Bowes as we're on board with Austin Green here. But as you can see, we've lost his camera from that hit. And there is Annunziata. There's plenty of drama to talk about in this one.
Yeah, so Austin Green's obviously missing his fender, so that'll affect him a little bit aero-wise, but I mean, that car will be able to keep going. He still has the splitter, which is the main aero component in the front of the car. So, I mean, he'll lose a little top speed on the straightaway, and he'll lose a little just like grip at the top of the S's, but overall, he'll still be able to keep working with that car.
But it's distracting, isn't it, with it flapping like that?
Yeah, that windshield support flopping around, that's probably pretty distracting for him, but he's going to do his best to ignore that and focus on getting ahead of Thompson Annunziata.
Well, what a fascinating race this could turn out to be. Buford comes in after that hit and into the barriers, and as you say, he got it going again. Patrick Paul coming in the 34. He was involved in that incident, and Ty Young as well. Connor Zillage now crossing the line. Merrill right behind him. The gap, hardly anything between them. It's about, well, in fact, it's 1.9 seconds to be exact. So Merrill's got it all to do, but this is where Merrill is in his happy place. But Zillage is a tough contender to basically close down. There's the damage you see to Austin Green's car.
Yeah, Zillage has been in a league of his own this weekend. He's been really fast. So I'm feeling like this race is going to be a battle for second with Nathan Hearn, Q3 Racing, and Thomas Merrill. So we'll see. That'll be, I think, the really interesting battle in this race.
You know, it was interesting because when we were watching qualifying, you know, Connor went out there and turned a good lap, and we just thought nobody else even getting close to him. So they were tuned in right from the very beginning, and really he just sat out because he knew his time was almost unbeatable.
So let's get ready for more drama to come because there's going to be, I'm sure. I'm keeping an eye on Connor Mosak because he's doing a really good job. To say he was racing in Charlotte in Xfinity on an oval last night couldn't be more different. Here he is again and showing respect to a lady that the team know well, passed away recently just 10 days ago, and they decided, you know what, let's Sherry Strong, let's honour her and bring Connor back. And he loves racing in Trans Am anyway. Charlotte's just down the road, so it was possible. And now he's enjoying it. Look, he's in the top 15 behind Josh Sargent, which is pretty impressive given we've only done 11 laps. So, and Boris Said Jr., let's give a shout out to him. He's in 8th position behind McAvern in another one of those three-dimensional cars. It's been a tough season, learning his way in the top team, or one of the top teams. So, Boris Said Jr., Boris, his father here, mentoring him and coaching him. Not racing this weekend. Nathan Hearn, what can he do from 3rd position? Will he stay out of trouble and take up the podium? Not if I know Nathan. He'll want to get into trouble. He'll want to get amongst it. He'll want to get into 2nd, and then he'll want to get into 1st. That's the mindset of that young man.
You know, we're about third of the way through the race right now, and these cars have 24 gallons of fuel, so
yeah,
you're burning
24,
off a lot
26,
of weight.
something like that.
So right now, I mean, the car's probably in a very good spot because some of the weight's off of it, and that's what I always look for. Just sort of see when the car's really happy so you can make the best of it.
So back on board with Austin Green in that damaged car. Can't be easy, flapping around everywhere, all sorts of stuff going on, but he's going to keep his concentration, and he's doing a good job so far of keeping that concentration, more importantly. Look at that, flat out through this section. I love this section.
Yeah, that's my favorite. I think so far my favorite sector in racing is that uphill S's in one of these cars. It's a blast. I mean, I've driven a lot of different car and track combinations, but that's just something special.
He's putting the hurt on Thomas Annunziata, the youngster, at the moment. And I say the youngster, they're both youngsters, but Annunziata's still a teenager, as you are, Evan. And Austin Green, 22 now. But he's got pace, and he could get an overtake here. Here we go. But we're under caution again.
Yeah, so he can't make an overtake now, or he might risk a penalty.
Yes.
So you got to be careful with passing the yellow. That will get you a 40-second penalty really quickly if you're not careful with that.
And they see that not only from the flag stands, and we can actually see the Honda safety car coming out right now to pick up the leader. But
you thought you were coming in the booth to avoid all this
yeah, I mean, that's what I had on today in race control. But, you know, when you talk about the yellow, it's sort of neat right now because you've got the flags that I started out with, and now there's Flagtronics. You got the electronic boards. You guys now have the Flagtronic programs inside the car itself. So you guys get a lot of alerts about what's going on right away. So when it comes out to yellow, it's pretty hard to say I didn't see it if you pass somebody underneath the yellow.
Yeah, the Flagtronic system is great. I mean, you got a little screen inside your car, like right in your vision, that flashes whatever color the flag is. So I don't think we can see it in this view with Nathan Hearn.
Turn 3 is the incident. We can see it on our screens up here. There's a car stopped at turn 3, so we're going to come across it very soon. We're on the main straight. But yeah, Flagtronic, amazing system that they've got.
Yeah, just keeps
really
the drivers
good for
aware,
racing.
yeah.
And Andretti now has got, of all people, Conor Mosak behind him, so that's going to be a good tussle. Two guys with different reasons to want a big result, and Barry Bowes is there as well. So the ASIO data on board will be coming alive fairly soon. Now we're coming across the incident. And guys, get your eagle eyes out. Let's see what's happened here. Yeah, some car off into the barriers over there to the right, I think. In comes Jade Buford. And they're having a look at the engine and underneath and everywhere else, having a good poke around. But
he's been in a few times, so I wonder from that hit if he must have had something internally got damaged other than just like the slight body work. Because he's been in the pits twice, so yeah, he must have some issue that they're trying to sort out.
I feel for him because the qualification was so good, and he had a real good chance at a run at the win here, especially with the championship going on around him. But boy, what drama those have. Zilich, though, staying out of it for now. And it's Zilich, Merrill and Hearn. And Annunziata in 4th position. Austin Green still 5th with that damaged car. Caleb Bacon, just got a glimpse of him in the 18 car. They now own their own team. They bought their cars from Kent Waits, at Showtime and TA2. So Kent's going to concentrate on TA. And so Caleb Bacon and the Bacon team, the Baconators, or CB Motorsports to be the official Cortex Racing Bacon development team, are now on their own with their own team. And so this would be a really good result if Caleb Bacon could get a 6th place. Let's head down to that CB Racing team and head down to the crew, Ben Sisson.
Thank you, Jonathan. I'm here with Rick Reynolds, the crew chief for Caleb Bacon and CB Motorsports. I've really seen you guys step up your operation the last couple of months, and now Caleb's 6. He's got to be feeling pretty good. What's your driver saying on the radio?
Yeah, he's real happy. You know, we're feeling good about the continued progress, just a little bit better every time. And the big thing right now is what the car is going to do over the long run. So we're trying to stay clean, keep the pace we're at. We're real comfortable with the pace, feel like we got a car that could be there at the end.
One thing we've learned from the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 series is you can't just get in and be fast. There is a little bit of a learning process. Was that kind of hard for you guys to learn? But now that you have, you're moving up through the field.
Yeah, and, you know, for first year, single car team, you know, it has been definitely a learning curve. We're going to be back with 4 cars next year and, you know, taking that knowledge and success we've had this year right into next year.
Wow. Back with 4-car field next year. Rick, good luck out there. Thank you guys so much. And welcome to the TA2 series. I love it. Thank you.
Doesn't get any better than that. 4 cars coming back next year. Everybody talks about the early 70s as being the purple patch and the great years, the golden years of Trans Am. Ha! Tut tut, I say this is it. We've got young guys going to NASCAR or Zillage, possibly going to Formula One with GM. We heard that yesterday. Wow, lots of stories to tell you, but we've got young guys learning road courses in their teens, like Evan Slater, like Brent Cruz, and like Connor Zillage. World kart champions, I may add. They could have gone anywhere in motorsport, but they're here in Trans Am. Then you've got Rafa Matos and Tyler Casera and guys that have been around just a few years in these seats. And then you've got Australians, young guys like 21-year-old Nathan Hearn. It's so exciting. Richard Petty's grandson racing in the 43, carrying that famous number. So many great stories here in the current. What about Boris Said? There's another one coming. Junior, he's got the same haircut. Excuse me.
You know, it's amazing you talk about everything that's going on right now. The rumble in the paddock this weekend is that maybe back to some international racing, a possibility going back to Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, the old Mosport as we know it. Talk about Trans Am history. Ron Fellows, a champion, part owner of Mosport. And when I got involved in car racing in my Formula 4 days, I was watching the whole Roush Trans Am team back in the days of Tom Bloy and Willie T. Ribbs and all that sort of stuff coming up in the factory Fords, and so it was a huge series up there right now, so probably making its way back up to Canada for what I'm hearing. So it's expanding. I mean, the competition in this series right now is tremendous, and yeah, the young stars like the one that we have sitting beside us in the booth here today, it's really cool to see.
It's an exciting time, Evan, to be around this sport, and particularly Trans Am. So much drama. We think we're going to go green next time by. Well, let's hope we're going to go green next time by. But we've had so much drama already this particular race.
And the championship going on now to Dakota. Yeah. That's the amazing side of it. Yeah. I mean, we didn't expect that when we started this morning.
Well, let's take another look at Rafa Matos again, because that pretty much started us all off. And that started, if you like, the big moment here for Rafa. On board with Jay Buford. Here comes Nathan Hearn. This is what Buford slowed down. He got a little tap there from Nathan Hearn, so he wasn't going as quick. And I think that's another reason why perhaps Austin Green went into the back of him.
Yeah.
He was kind of expecting him to be going out faster.
Yeah, got checked up by Nathan there. Yeah, I mean, it's just really a racing incident. I think when he went into that wall, what I've heard is he broke a steering component. That's why he's had to retire that car, unfortunately.
Okay. Well, great intel, thank you. What a race. There is Austin Green. That's the aftermath, if you will, in the 89. Doug Peterson, Three-Dimensional Services. We went to the factory earlier this year at Detroit. Fantastic company, making some really high-end 3D parts for all sorts of different industries, including Elon Musk's cars as well. So very, very interesting to go to the factory and see what Doug Peterson and his huge factory of different factories, got many in fact, and so it's great to have him in racing. He's a former Trans Am champion himself, and yeah, he's now bringing on young guns like Boris said, and it's great to see. And of course he keeps the likes of Rafa Matos to try and win the championships for him and also help those youngsters. Have you been getting help? Who mentors you? And you've had a few teams. But
I've had a lot of different mentors. I mean, Nick Middleton from Cube 3 Racing. I've had Joe Stevens. I raced with him all last year. Kent Thwaites. I've had a lot of great people that have been around that have really made me who I am. So, yeah, I mean, I'm really thankful for all of that. But, yeah, now we're looking on to the future. I mean, I've had all the great mentors, but I need to find somewhere to go in the future. So that's what we're looking at right now.
Take your helmet wherever you go. That'll be what Scott Goodyear will tell you.
Yeah.
You never leave home without it is what they used to always say.
Yeah. Well, Connor Zilic has got to get this restart right because he's got our current champion, Thomas Merrill, behind him. Merrill needs, and I say that, needs to win this race if he's going to keep everything going. And, okay, with both the other two out, obviously he doesn't need to, but I know in his mind, and that's exactly what he told me, that's all he's trying to do because he knows if he does that, that's the most he can do.
Yeah, the more points he gets here, the easier it gets at COTA. So he's going to be trying his best for everything.
Here we go then. The restart here on lap 14 of 30. Away they go. Zilic in the silver hair.
Covers the inside. 7. Very smart going in 1. Covers that inside line.
Does. Very nicely done. Nathan Hearn. Got to be careful not to let Annunziata and Green up into his grill. But off
Darren
goes
Mock
another
off the
car.
track.
That's Darren Mock. Yeah, absolutely. The 51 goes off. On board with Green behind Annunziata. Damage to the car, but it's not affecting him as they go through 3. Good restart by Zilic. Merrill holding on to second and holding up the rest of the field, but wants to stay there and wants to chase down Zilic. Going to stay with Austin Green as we well will through the Optima Battery Snake up towards the Bennett Bridge Hall. Uphill S's. I love this section.
There was a 3-dimensional service car in the back that was smoking a lot there. It looked like maybe he had some contact and a tire rubbing. It may have been, I don't know exactly who it was, but it could have been the 83 of Horace Jr.
Okay, we'll keep an eye out for that. Into Oak Tree.
Love when you watch under braking here, you see the front splitter just sort of rubbing on the ground.
Yeah, I mean, that's the goal. Ideally, you actually wouldn't want it rubbing on the ground. Ideally, you would want it like infinitely like a small amount just off the ground. Because when it's rubbing, you're losing grip. So you want it just as low as you can get it without actually touching, and these guys are really doing a great job setting up, these guys and their crew are really doing a great job setting up these cars to be perfect on the brakes.
I'll tell you what, we're spending a lot of time on board with Austin Green, and well, we might, because he's battling well here, given the fact that he's got a damaged car, so it can't be, there's certainly no bent suspension or anything like that, it's just peripheral damage, and he's dealing with it.
Yeah, Austin Green's a really impressive driver. I think there's a rumor that he's trying to go to NASCAR next year, so I don't know where we'll see him.
Certainly got the contacts.
Yeah.
His dad actually now works in NASCAR as a marshal, I think.
Yeah.
And so he's still involved, but of course he was a champion back in the 90s.
Oh, Austin Green going down the inside of Thomas and Annunziata. Can't make it stick. He wasn't late enough on the brakes, but definitely a good attempt.
Connor Zilic pulling away. The gap 0.9 between he and Merrill. So Merrill tried to make a move up the inside. It was covered nicely, as Scott pointed out, by Connor Zilic, and now he's building on that lead as they go 2, 3, and you can see that gap yourself.
So we were starting to chat just a second ago about burning off the fuel in these things, 24 gallons, and part about just a lot of weight coming off these race cars. I mean, when do you find the best time of this car is as far as tire wear is concerned and losing fuel?
It's hard. I mean, it's a balance. So obviously at the start of the race, you're going to have the best tires. At the end of the race, you're going to have the lightest weight. So somewhere around the middle is probably where you're going to be getting your best lap times. You set your tire pressures ideally so they're really good in the end, because that's when it matters. I mean, it doesn't matter if you're in first in the beginning of the race, and if you drop back in the end, it's useless. So you set your car to be good in the end. So, I mean, normally it's going to be pretty quick, ideally, from that 3/4 to full race distance.
Okay, so right now when you're saying the middle, these guys have got a car that's working pretty well right now.
Yeah, these guys probably should have a car that's working pretty well. It'll probably ramp up and start working better towards the end. But ideally, the car will be working the best it can through the whole race.
So 16 of the 30, we're getting down to the middle of this race. It's 100 miles or we get 30 laps in, and so it could be a time race if we get a lot of problems, and we look as though you were absolutely right about Boris said, because it looks as though he's coming in to change a tyre. He's not in yet, but we're expecting from Ben Sissel in the pit lane, who's just told us that he is on his way, and I can see the crew preparing right in front of our commentary position as the leaders come across the line. Again, it is Zilic still leading from Merrill and Nathan Hearn. Annunziata is 4th, Austin Green is 5th, Caleb Bacon in 6th place. This is one of the cracking races of the season, and I never know. I always think that, your racecraft is so honed by the end of the season. You know what you're expecting. Everybody knows who's doing what. and you know who you're coming across and what their skills are. And so we kind of get the best racecraft in the last few races.
Well, and I think as you start to learn the car, and these guys that drive it year after year, maybe not so much so, but I think as young drivers coming through this thing, you want to be one with the car. I always tell these young drivers that we have coming into our season, you need to wear the car. You need to understand it. And I say this because I started downhill skiing at a young age, and you want to wear the skis type thing. You know, for you guys, you've got a big car to carry all this weight, because these cars weigh
2,800 pounds.
2,800 pounds. Okay, so I mean, this is something that you have to wear all the way around you, and then as the season goes on, you start to slip into it. It's like putting a pair of jeans on, and you're absolutely into it. I just love to drive that.
Yeah, and the closer you can get that car to feel as though you're part of it, the better.
Yeah, and then the better you can drive it, and then the harder you can race it. So yeah, at the end of the season, when you're getting really used to the car and getting comfortable in it, you'll be able to race a lot better because you're comfortable with what you have, and you're more confident in the moves you can make.
On board again with the ASIO data, Barry Bowes. Bowes in 13th position. He's got Andretti behind him. And as you can see, he's got Thad Moffitt in front of him. Good season for Thad Moffitt. He's really done well. I was talking to Scott Lagacy about him earlier in the weekend, and he's really pleased with the way the kid has put himself together. And even though he's got that big name behind him and that famous number, he's certainly not got a silver spoon by any means whatsoever, and he's doing all the hard work. And Scott Lagacy is never easy on his drivers, and he admitted to me that he's got a soft spot for Thad Moffitt because he's doing the hard work, and that's what's important in motor racing. Evan Slater, I've seen myself doing that hard work, and that's what makes the difference between those that make it and those that don't. Welcome back to our viewers on MAV TV. We are having a cracking penultimate round to the championship. We've got some great stories for you. Caleb Bacon in 6th place at the moment. We're watching where Connor Mosack is making his way. He's up to 10th, folks. He's just got into 10th. Representing Sherry Strong and M1 race cars. I was talking about Scott Lagacy and Thad Moffitt's story, but Connor Mosack could be in the top 10 at the end of this race if he keeps going on that. But the way he's going, he might be in the top 5. Brilliant stuff. And Nathan Hearn could be on for a win. He's in 2nd at the moment.
Yeah, Nathan Hearn's just doing a really great job managing the car right now. He's trying to keep the gap with Thomas tight, not overheat the tires, just keep the car in check, minimize mistakes, and just trying to drive the race, let the time tick down, and then he'll really start making moves and being aggressive.
See how long that straight is, 4,000 square feet.
I got too excited for Nathan Hearn. He's still in 3rd. Zilic leads, Merrill 2nd.
Yeah, I mean, Zilic is just walking away with this.
He is at the moment, isn't he?
He's got that car hooked up. That silver hair team, they really know what they're doing with this car, and they got it working fast, and he's comfortable in it, and he's just driving it. Driving his own race.
Yeah, I'm looking at his lap times. Yeah, 150.1, you know, and that is what he's doing right now. But even down to the 49s is his best time. And other guys right now are in the 50s or 51. So he just really has that car. He's wearing that car like we talked about before, and he's just doing a great job. And we saw that also previously in St. Louis. It's just amazing how he's all in one with the car and just really doing a great job.
Well, lest we forget, he's won 2 street races from the back to the front, which is pretty amazing.
Yeah, that's impressive. I mean, that's just like a lot of aggression with the passing, but also not too much to hurt up your race car. And he did those races with keeping the car completely clean, which is really, really impressive. So this race, his car is obviously completely clean because he hasn't even seen another car because he's just been gaining a second a lap on the guy in 2nd. So he's really doing a great job this race, just managing it.
Just to illustrate it, we were talking about Connor Mosack up to 10th position. Well, his best lap, or his last lap anyway, a 152.1 compared to that 150.1 of Connor Zilic. Just shows you. I would say that those two guys are, you know, equally yoked in terms of their ability. In terms of Connor Mosack, a huge success story for us now with Toyota and going big guns in Xfinity, and Connor Zilic just moments away from doing that. He was very interested in TA. I did a little bit of ferreting to find out, but there was definitely a reason why GM decided to put him in the TA car, and Justin Marks wanted to have a closer look. Of course, he owns a NASCAR team, so that's why he wanted to see Zilic, and I think he got a good eye for him.
I'm sure he had a lot of fun because when you go to 550 horsepower to what that class is unlimited, so you got 859 or maybe more. I mean, you understand that every time I got into a car that had more horsepower, it's like, man, I want this for the rest of my life.
Yeah, and then it makes it hard to take a step back. So you're like, oh, this thing's so slow. But yeah, he's doing a great job.
we were having a laugh, me and Thomas Merrill, earlier in the season. I said, how is it going up against these kids? Because, you know, Merrill's an experienced driver. He's done a lot of racing in his time, in his 30s now. But really, in terms of Trans Am, you know, he's at the height of his career. And yet he suddenly found himself in a battle against Connor Zilic at 17, Brent Cruz at 15, Evan Slater at 17. And he said, you know, it's not fair.
You know, as we're watching him go around the track there, I mean, I just sort of visualize, you can see how much the car is working, and it's sort of, you can see the back end almost stepping out. We were sort of watching Connor Zilic a few minutes ago, and that thing just seemed planted. It went through the corner. I mean,
you watch Connor's car, and it's just like, I mean, we don't have an onboard from him, but I imagine he's just not doing really any work with the steering wheel. He's just turning it slowly, not fighting it at all. That car just looks hooked up. Whereas Merrill, you can see he's working with a little bit of setup issues, so he's having to fight it a lot more, and that's letting Nathan Hearn catch right up to him. So that'll be a great battle because Nathan Hearn has closed that gap significantly.
Big time, yeah. Nathan Hearn all over Thomas Merrill now. So this is going down to the wire. 10 laps to go. And this is where it starts to get a little bit itchy because the car's done a lot of work. The tyres have done even more. And you ask your question, which is how much have I got left? And this is where you kind of find out, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. Nathan's just trying to get a really good drive off that last corner because he's going to try and probably make a move at the end into this turn at the end of the straight here. So we'll see what kind of straight line speed he has and how much he has on the brakes.
Well, it's now 4.5 seconds the gap between Zilic and Merrill, but Merrill's got enough on his plate at the moment. He's going to have to hold off Hearn, and it's important for Merrill to hold off Hearn because he can't lose places because every time he does, he loses more points on the championship chase. And with both Brent Cruz and Rafa Matos out, this is a huge opportunity for our current champion, Thomas Merrill, who won it, let's remember, on the countback. There's Conor Mosak, first real glimpse of him in the number 8. And it's great to have him back. He's a great success story for us. He came through Trans Am, and now he's in Xfinity, just as Sam Mayer and many others have. But we wish him well in this one. So go, Conor Mosak. Had a quick chat with Connor, and yeah, he did a few tests here, and then he was telling me that because Charlotte's not far away, they practice in the morning on Saturday morning. The race is Saturday night. He got 24th overall last night, but I'm not taking that away from him because he was saying to me that he'd never raced at Charlotte, so he'd only had simulation practice. We went to Charlotte a few years ago. Connor was there, but that's a completely different track.
Right. And was that on the oval or the Roval?
Well, he was on the oval last night.
Okay, on the oval, yeah. I ran IndyCar on the oval, which actually you watched the oval on TV all the time with NASCAR. We got a chance to go over there early in the IRL days and run there. It was actually a pretty cool racetrack. And plus, you're racing at Charlotte Motor Speedway, so that was pretty cool for an IndyCar guy.
Oh, absolutely. So, Nathan Hearn. Evan, I'm going to put you in his car. Where are you going to make the move?
Where am I going to make the move? It's hard. So Thomas Merrill, from when I've raced with Thomas, he's a really strong motor. Like, that car is fast on the straightaway. I don't know if it's something to do with the rear wing setting they have, but that car's fast on the straight. So it's going to be hard to do it into here or into turn 1. So I would say into turn 4 is probably the best bet. I mean, it's a slower zone. So if you can get out of turn 3 really good, get good drive, and just send your nose in there into turn 4, you can kind of just block him on the exit, and then he really has nowhere to go, nothing to do besides let you by. But right now, it seems like the gap from Nathan Hearn to him is actually growing. So Thomas flipped the switch and is going a little faster now, pushing the car a little harder. So Nathan,
but it looks tough.
Yeah. Right now, what Nathan just has to do is close that gap as much as he can, get right up on him so he can make the move.
Austin Green thinking exactly the same thing on an Enciata. He's had a few goes, but he hasn't made it stick just yet. He's trying again here as they come into turn 1. The Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers turn 1. And he's right there on the rear end of the 90, trying to force an Enciata into a mistake as they dive into turn 2. Great racing from Trans Am. Really, really exciting stuff. We can't wait for the end of this race to come because it's going to be so exciting. We welcome back our viewers from MAV TV. I hope you're enjoying this. And if you are watching it and concentrating on it, you'll be able to see it again on Thursday night. We'll have all the highlights of TA and TA2, and it's well worth reliving what has been, so far, an absolutely stunning race here. The penultimate one of the season. We go to Circuit of the Americas in Austin, Texas for the final round in a few weeks' time, and the championship is still up for grabs. Nathan Hearn yet to win a race, but he's pushing hard in that Q329. Evan Slater and Scott Goodyear alongside me. Enjoying it, boys?
Yeah, it's exciting. I mean, lot of exciting things happening, a lot of crazy things happening, a lot of unexpected things. So it's a great race so far, and I'm really looking forward to the end of it to see what happens.
Especially when you tune in and you think that we're going to see a champion crown today, and then you're going to move yourself on Dakota. So that's disappointing for some, but great for some of us that get a chance to see what's going to unfold at Circuit of the Americas here in a few weeks.
Great place to finish the championship too. A big Formula One circuit with plenty of runoff and obviously plenty of places to make mistakes too. And but I think most people enjoy racing there. We love having Trans Am in little old Elroy, Texas, as I call it. And that Formula One circuit has turned out to be an absolute doozy. Dylan McAvoy. First time we've really had a proper look at the number 17. In 6th place, he's got ahead of Caleb Bacon, who's dropped to 7th. Dylan just behind Austin Green. Great to have him on board. And remember, Dylan also racing with Thad Moffitt as well. I'm sure you've raced him a few times too.
Yeah, Dylan McAvoy. Yeah, we've raced a lot. I mean, he's a Trans Am veteran, so I think most of the races that I've done in Trans Am, I think he's been somewhere around. So he's really experienced for sure.
Well, he's getting a good result. He needs one too at the end of the season. Annunziata, pleased for him. He's had to miss a few.
Oh no, Austin Green.
Austin Green. Where did that happen?
That seems like the exit at turn 1 to me, but I could be wrong. Yeah, it is the exit.
It is
at
the
turn
exit
1.
at 1. Yeah.
Car's smoking a bit, so I don't know what happened there.
What about braked himself maybe? Because he's definitely
he's
stuck now, and that's going to bring out a caution.
Yeah, we get a full course caution. It packs the group back up again.
Yeah, it's definitely in the horseshoe.
Yeah, he's rolling. He's getting it going.
He's got it.
Good man. So Austin Green, we'll find out what happened.
There's a lot of white smoke, so I wonder if tire.
It looks like the right rear, I think, is something going askew with that.
Struggling somehow because he should be out of there by now. And it's too deep in. I think he's got a puncture.
You saw sparks there.
Yeah, plus he's actually in the impact zone on the out there, so they're not going to wait very much longer for him to be able to get out.
No, they're going to have to more smoke.
Chip Gallagher. I think that's just brake smoke. So the brakes get super hot, so when you pull into the pits, they catch on fire if you're just stopped.
Well, let's take a look at the replay. And again, guys, tell me what you see.
And with the full course caution is out now like we thought was going to be here, so let's ride along with Austin Green. Into the braking zone. Everything seems normal. And the back end comes around.
Yeah, the back end comes around really aggressively. I don't know. That could be an outside rear left tire puncture, or that could just be he lost the rear. I think I would guess it's a puncture in the left rear, but we won't entirely know until we get confirmation from that three-dimensional services team.
Well, we're into another caution, our 90th. Well, it feels like it.
Yeah.
But great drama, great action.
Well, you know, if I'm Thomas Merrill right now, I'm thinking, okay, here's my opportunity to get one more chance to have a shot at this. So once you all pack up and get the restart going, that's what everybody's looking for to make that pass.
Well, Connor Zilic still continues to lead this race. We've had all sorts of drama, and as you can see,
that tire's cut down.
The tire is cut down, and therefore Austin Green is out of this race. I was about to say he needs somebody to put that out, and he has got them, and he's out of the car, more importantly. And Austin Green's day is over dramatically. And do you think that was a puncture that just spun him around?
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I mean, I don't think the puncture would just happen randomly, like in the grass, just spinning around and trying to get it out of the grass. So I think the puncture must have happened on the track. So it must have been maybe some debris still. I don't know. There's a lot of different ways a puncture can happen. Maybe he could hit a curb wrong, had contact with a car. You really don't know. So there's a lot of ways that tire could have gone down, but it's really unfortunate for Austin Green.
There is Austin with the helmet off. But, Scott, hats off to these guys at VIR. They do a hell of a job of clearing up. You must be pleased as a race director the way they go.
You know, and anytime you have an incident here, these guys are on the response very quickly. And then, you know, sometimes when we have scenarios with our cars, it's 2 at a time. So they got a lot of work to do sometimes.
Let's head down to the pits. Ben Sissel's got the crew chief of our champion, Thomas Merrill.
Yeah, thank you, Jonathan. I'm here with Bowser talking to Thomas Merrill, who is back in contention with the championship, and we saw it come down to the wire last year. Somehow he just stays in. Is there any way you guys can catch that number 7, or is he just trying to maintain? What's he saying on the radio?
He's pretty happy with the car right now. The Bennett Logistics, Ford Mustang, Cope Chassis, all these guys here, you know, we work our butts off, but I don't think we got anything for the 7 today. They definitely got something figured out, and we need to do a little catch up. But yeah, the championship thing is never over until it's over, as we all know.
I love it. Now, one thing to look out for, I've been watching this just from my eyesight. Now that the cars are going to be bunched up, look for Dylan McIvern with SLR and Connor Mosak. It seems like they found some speed. So Dylan McIvern, very good at VIR, so watch out for this restart. Jonathan, Scott, and Evan, I'm going to send it back up to you.
Welcome back to BAO TV and our coverage of Trans Am TA2 from VIR. We're under caution and we're very close to the end of this race. 16 minutes to go, and this is supposed to be a 30-lap race. 23 have gone. We've had everything happen, but one thing that hasn't changed is at the front. Connor Zilic has been cool, calm, and collected, as he has been all weekend. He won the TA race. He's about to make history. If he can continue this, he will be the first man in Trans Am history to win both races of a Trans Am weekend, and that's a pretty good number to take and put on your CV resume. Merrill in second place, our champion from this year, or last year I should say, currently the champion of Trans Am and trying to do it again, but he had a real uphill mountain to climb at the start of this race, but it was changed early on when Brent Cruz went out of the race, and Rafa Matos pretty much, but within a lap of each other. That changed the whole complexion of the race, and now Merrill senses the opportunity, and he does just need to finish second, but he'd love to finish first. With me, Scott Goodyear and Evan Slater. It's been a cracker, hasn't it?
Super exciting. I mean, Thomas Merrill, he's in a good position right now, but he's got a lot of fast guys behind him. So he's obviously looking forward to Connor Zilic, but I mean, as you heard from his crew chief and engineer, that he doesn't think he has the pace for the number 7 car today. So,
but it's not going to stop you trying on the
it's not
on the
going to stop
turn
him trying.
1.
But he's really going to be focused on trying to keep these guys behind him, because they're really aggressive, they're fast, and they all. Thomas Annunziato and Nathan Hearn both really want to win these races, and he also really wants to. So there's a lot of aggression happening, so it's going to be an exciting restart for sure.
And again, guys, I'm going to turn to you to ask, what is the key to the perfect restart?
Well, a lot of times it's jumping and getting a good jump on if you're leading on the guy that's behind you, or if you're in second, you're trying to maybe hang back a little bit and then get a jump as soon as the guy goes to the throttle. But with you guys having that rule that you can't pass until you go past the start and finish line, sort of bundles everything up that we ever learned when we were in junior formulas, and that sort of stuff. So I guess that rule's been in place for a long time in Trans Am.
No, this is the first real year with the rule. I'm personally really not a fan, because I think it kind of just takes the restarts and makes them less exciting, because you can't make up as many places. You can't do as much. So, I mean, the rule is good. I think they have it so you try and wad up less race cars on the restart. But from my perspective, they never really get wadded up right on the initial jump. They never get wadded up before the start-finish line. So I'm not a huge fan of the rule. I feel like it kind of just takes the restarts and makes them less exciting and less of an opportunity to pass.
Unless you're the leader.
Unless you're the leader, then you really like it, because then you can get away without getting passed as easily. But yeah, it's definitely an interesting rule, and it can change up restarts and the dynamic of them a lot.
And probably from racetrack to racetrack too, I guess. I mean, here you got a bit more of a straight before turn 1. I mean, there's probably some places where maybe you get a restart, I guess, Lime Rock, for instance, and the corner comes up very quickly. So if you're really on the guy's tail, maybe you get him under braking sort of thing. So
yeah, but then also from the other way, it can hurt you. I know Mid-Ohio is notoriously bad for if you're below 10th or 11th place, you're still going to be in the carousel while the leaders are taking off. So then it just there's the top 10 that are all with each other, and then the rest is all spread out. So, I mean, it is track to track, but luckily here at VIR, turn 17 is really wide open, so all the guys are going to be on the straight before they go racing, which is really good for them.
We're still under caution here at VIR, a cracking place to be for the penultimate round. We're going to go green this time. The lights are going to come off on that Honda Civic safety car, and then it's all up to Zilic to make it. He had a 4 or 5 second lead over Thomas Merrill before the caution, and it's got to be disappointing when you've done all the hard work. He won by a country mile yesterday. He's not going to do that now, given that we've done 24, and with 6 laps, Merrill is not going to lose him, I don't think. But we'll see just how good Zilic is at this restart, and we'll also see if Merrill's got what it takes. Watch out for Hearn. We might get some great onboards from him as he tries to attempt to get past Thomas Merrill. Let's hope it doesn't end in tears, but as they come out of Hog Pen, once again into the pits goes the pace car, and Zilic now controls this race, and it's up to him to decide when to accelerate and take this race by The scruff of the neck. Here he goes. Zilic accelerates away.
Nathan Hearn is right by Thomas Merrill, so hopefully he can make a good move into turn 1.
Well, we'll soon find out. Down to the big machine, Vodka. Spike Coolers, turn 1. Mosak on the outside. The number 10 of Misha Goikberg coming into play now. He on the inside there. Merrill still second. Nathan Hearn doesn't do anything. He now looks to the inside. Ooh, thought about it, but he wasn't close enough.
Yeah, wasn't able to make a stick, but that top 3, and it seems like the top 5 so far are unchanged from that restart.
Yep, I think you're absolutely right.
Contact in the back looks like between
Moffat,
Thad Moffitt and Misha
Goikberg.
Goikberg. Thad Moffitt going around.
The 43 gets turned around, and again, a similar incident than we had with Austin Green.
And more fender-to-fender contact a little bit further up. You know, those S's promote that sort of stuff because you get yourself beside somebody else and you don't want to take your foot off the gas, but then you end up with the fenders rubbing, so we saw some contact there.
It looks as though Boris Sed's got some big
Yeah, it looks like Boris had a little more contact. Connor Mosak really made the best of that situation, gained a few places, so he's probably up to 6th if I had to guess. Somebody's off in turn 10, south
somebody,
bend.
yeah, that's fast
Dip
through
the
there.
wheel.
Let's take another look at what we just saw, though. Here's another replay, boys. On board with Lostowski. That's Moffitt in front of him, so we'll see what happens to Moffitt because he does get turned around. Here he is, coming up on Misha Goikberg. Goikberg turns in, and, well, bang, 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 and away you go.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's just a racing incident. Rubbing's racing. That was tight racing.
Let's ask our race director.
Yeah, I think I agree, actually, and I think that could have probably turned around and gave a bit more room on the outside to help himself, but those are the sort of things you learn as you get involved in this sort of racing.
Robbins racing, that's certainly true of Trans Am and Muir. You're right, heavy cars, we're all looking for the same spot of asphalt, and yeah, it's rough out there, but that's what happens. Nathan Hearn through the gearbox, past our commentary position, and down towards the horseshoe. Once again, he's lost a little bit of time to the leaders, still in 3rd place, and Annunziata still in touch with him.
It seems like, maybe Race Monitor's wrong, but it seems like Thomas Merrill has dropped out of the position. Nathan Hearn's now in 2nd, and Thomas Merrill's nowhere to be seen.
Now that would be dramatic. Let's hope it's not just a transponder because, well, let's just pause for a second because I don't think that's the case on track.
No,
so I'm looking at Thomas
we're
Merrill.
riding along 3rd, and he's 3rd.
Okay, so it's just Race Monitor
Okay.
scaring us. He likes to do this, Race
Yeah.
Monitor. But Thomas
Good
Merrill
thing for
bouncing
his
over
case.
every curve now. 27 of the 30 gone. Under the bridge and into the S's again. The bridge hall. Uphill S's. There's Connor Mosak in 5th now. An incredible run by him. McAvern up to 4. So, fascinating racing this. But it's still Zilic. And I still think that Thomas Merrill's out there, personally.
Yeah, he is. I think it's
Yeah.
just a transponder issue when he crossed the line.
Yeah.
That's not a big deal. It'll be corrected next lap.
Brett Cruz is going out. Look. I don't know what's that all about. He's going to go and set the fastest lap. You watch.
So he's either going back to the pits or he's trying to go out there for some reason for some technical points thing. I don't really know.
Well, he'll get points if he finishes the race.
Finishes the race. So maybe he's just trying to do
That's exactly what he's doing. Smart move by the Nitro Motorsports team and Brent Cruz, because if he does finish the race, crosses the line and takes the checkered flag, he will pick up points. Very smart move. There is Merrill, no problems there. And in fact, he's as close to Zilic as he's been in the last half hour at least. And as they cross the line again, the exact gap is, what, half a second. So here comes Merrill and Zilic under pressure again.
So at this point in the race, the cars, they've burnt off a lot of fuel, and if you save your tires correctly, you're going to have a really fast race car. So right now, Connor and Thomas are both pushing as hard as they can. Thomas is just trying to close that gap, and obviously Zilic is just trying to keep pulling away. But it'll be an exciting end for the win for this race.
Well, 158, a 1 minute 50.8 by Zilic and a 151.3 by Merrill. You can see from overhead where the gap is, and they're pulling away from 3rd place Hearn.
Zilic's car just looks like it puts the power down and gets through the middle of the turn out very well compared to other cars, and I noticed this at other races that I've done. So whatever he's able to do and being able to do that, and they've done such a great job on the suspension of the car, I'm going to gather, because I noticed it before, like I said, there's a visual difference. I mean, when your seat's in the butt of the race car, then it's a huge difference.
Boris Said has come in with that damaged front left of his 83 three-dimensional services car. So he will be out of this race and not finishing. Meanwhile, Merrill bouncing over the curbs and almost getting a little too far. They're trying to repair it, get him out there, get him to finish the race if they can. They're going to pull the hood off. Come on, there you go. I love Trans Am. Off you go. Just a flesh wound, as Monty Python would say. We can keep going. Ah, no! Out goes Barry Bowes in the 32. Car looks okay. And he's got it under power. But he's trying to get it in reverse and trying to get it out of harm's way, or at least back on track.
He looks like he has difficulty getting it into gear, obviously, isn't he?
Yeah, with these dog box transmissions, I don't really know why, but they're hard to get into reverse. So sometimes they're just picky and they just refuse to go in. So, I mean, some things you can try are putting the clutch in and then trying to wiggle it around, put it into first gear, then reverse, trying to row through the gears while you're stopped to get into reverse. But that's his goal right now for this race, is to get that thing into reverse.
Well, if he can't get it going, and he
stalled.
Oh, yeah. Well, I was about to say we could be back under caution.
There we go. There you go.
He's got it
forward,
going.
spin it around, and away you go.
Oh, so it seemed like he wasn't trying to necessarily get into reverse. Maybe it's just a transmission issue, because he couldn't get into any gear, it seems.
Yeah, maybe
we're on board with Barry. Let's see what happens. Oh, it's old. Yeah, it's at Customer Bank.
Back end goes around, so as you mentioned, is it a transmission issue or just not have the balance of the
Yeah,
car
maybe,
right?
maybe
The back
he had
end
the
came
brake
around.
the brake bias could be incorrect. There could be a transmission issue, a differential issue. There could be a lot of different things, or he could have just lost the rear.
So the fuel load and changing the balance of the car, do you guys change the brake balance as the race goes on?
Yeah, so as the race goes forward, you move your brake bias forward because you're losing weight off the rear, so you can use more front brake. And if you don't do that, you're going to start tail wagging on the brake. So maybe he just forgot to turn that thing a little bit forward and had the rear brake bias incorrect.
Now, we've just worked out, we think, that if Brett Cruz will remain to be seen what he does pick up, but we think he's going to carry a 45-point cushion in Dakota, which is nice, but it's not, it's not something to breathe easy about.
Yeah, I mean, 45 points is really not that much. This series is pretty, I don't know, they give away a lot of points. So,
yeah.
I mean, if you win the race,
you can score over 100.
Yeah, you can score a lot of points. So, I mean, 100 or 45 points, the difference is easily scoreable in one race.
Yeah. So, Connor Zilic, though, on his way on the penultimate lap. And Mosak, I think, has done the business very, very good. And I think he's going to pick up the cool move of the day for sure, because he has gone from the back as the white flag waves for Connor Zilic, who is about to make history, folks. He is about to become not only one of the youngest drivers in Trans Am and a superstar for Chevrolet in the future. Where will GM put him? But boy, is he the poster boy today and most of this season. He won yesterday from the pole, and he won it by a country mile. He then stepped into the TA2 car straight after winning that race to qualify pole for this race in TA2. Brett Cruz back in the pits again, or back out again, I'm not sure, we'll keep an eye. But this has been sensational by Connor Zilic.
Yeah, I also think Nathan Hearn's also done a really good job. He moved that car up from 6th or 7th on the grid to 3rd. And it seems like he just hasn't quite at the pace of the 7 car, but besides that, he's been right on with the rest of the guys. So really good job by him and the whole Stevens Miller Cube 3 Racing team.
Yep. And as I want to confirm, that will mean if he does finish this lap, he will be the first man in history to do both and win of a weekend, both the TA and TA2. It's been a sensational weekend. One for the memory books and one for his home track. He lives just a few miles down the road from here, and I think his friends and family will celebrate with him. A former World Kart champion, and now makes a little bit of Trans Am history. Trans Am, the longest road racing series in America. We've been racing Trans Am since '66, but we've never had a phenom this young, this fast, and this brilliant in one weekend. We've got one now, and he's with silver hair and the number 7. Connor Zilic marches on into the future of racing in America by taking the checkered flag at Virginia International Raceway with a superb, immaculate weekend of victory. Absolutely superb. Following him home in 2nd place will be Thomas Merrill, who will help keep his championship alive with that podium. Nathan Hurt takes a valiant podium, and we will take a short break and we'll be back with more very soon. Well, silver hair absolutely delighted with that, and well, they will be. Well, they should be. It's been a tough year. They've had a few controversies, but a few fantastic moments coming from the back to the front. But all through it, Connor Zilic has been metronomically good.
It's been amazing just in the little bit that I've watched him. He's almost like a robot, and as you know, you have to turn around and do that. You're mechanical in your sense of driving a race car, hitting all your points, and making sure that you're doing the same thing every time. And a lot of that is seen by how consistent your laps are, and he's done that.
Yeah, I mean, really consistent. I mean, you look at his lap times, and they're all essentially the same. I mean, his average lap time that he's running is faster than most of these guys' best lap. So, I mean, just really impressive, really consistent. He's got that car working for him, and kudos to that whole silver hair.
Yeah. Shout out to Morris and Laura Hull, who of course live just 3 miles down the road. This is their home track. This is where they wanted to win. They were very, very accommodating to let Connor race, and that's a risk because he's fighting for the best position he can in TA2, and to let him race in TA, you never know what's going to happen over 100 miles. He'd never raced one of those before, but they gracefully put him in the Showtime car and allowed him to race with Justin Marks, but it turned out to be a great story, and this will be the highlight of Silver Hair Racing's young effort at Trans Am, and it's been quite a brilliant weekend for he and the team, and I think Morris and Laura can rest safe tonight that this has been almost the perfect weekend. So then, Connor Zilic making his way to Victory Circle, and we will hear from him down there with Ben Sissel, I'm sure. Thomas Merrill does all he can and takes second place, a brilliant second place, I may add. Brent Cruz will keep fighting. We think he's got a 45-point lead going into COTA, and that's not a great cushion, but it's not bad. Nathan Hearn, of course, in third. Welcome back to MAV TV's coverage of Trans Am here, and what a great race that has been. And don't forget, you can see the highlights again Thursday night on MAV TV, where we do it all again. We'll show you both TA and TA2, and I think the Zilic family might tune into that because they won both races with Connor Zilic. A brilliant run of form for him, and we kind of knew when he arrived and popped out here at VIR not that long ago as a 16-year-old and took the pole in his first ever Trans Am race that this was something special.
And just to have that youth, and along with them that's sitting beside us right now, I mean, such a possibility for all these young drivers because there's so much opportunity out there, not only in the single-seater, but especially, obviously, in the sedan racing and NASCAR with all the different classes. But this seems to like is now a destination for everybody that's thinking about NASCAR to get into these Trans Am cars because it offers you almost likeness of what you guys are looking for in NASCAR.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard from a lot of NASCAR drivers that these cars actually drive very similar to the Cup cars. So, I mean, this is a great feeder series. I mean, all of the NASCAR teams are learning that this is where you want to find your drivers. I mean, for the road courses, this is like the best you can get to prepare for NASCAR. So,
what's your ambition?
My ambition? I mean, I really want to do anything driving related. So NASCAR, IMSA, really anything. Open wheel, I would drive anything. I'm really focused on IMSA. I love the IMSA cars, but really anything. Any option I get, I would take.
Sounds like you need to go to the next 3 NASCAR races before you come to COTA and strap in again. There is Connor Zilic. Let's hear from him. Ben Sissel will be there with the mic.
Thank you, Jonathan. I'm here with Connor Zilic. I would consider this a clean sweep for the weekend. You win by a huge margin in TA. You had kind of a late restart. You had to be nervous knowing that the champion from last year is right behind you. But, man, how much fun was that?
Yeah, it was more stressful than it might have looked on TV. But, I wasn't really sure. When Merrill on that last restart was kind of hanging with me, I was like, man, I gotta figure something out and find a little speed somewhere. So, those last few laps there, I just made sure that I hit my marks and did what I needed to do. I had a really good race car. All my Silver Hair Racing guys have worked so hard to bring fast cars every week we go to the track, and it's showing now. We've been the fastest car the last few races now, and I'm doing my job to capitalize on that and do my best when I'm out on the track. But, it wouldn't be possible without all these guys, Jeff Jr., all the other ones. Thank you. Good job, man. For a good race. All the guys that work hard for, this is what they work hard for, and I'm glad I was able to get them to win.
Nice. Congratulations. Nice job, Connor. Let me come and talk to Merrill. Hey, Merrill. Last year's TA2 Series champion. great run out there. You're still in contention for the championship. So did you know that? Last time you didn't know that. Did you know that this time?
Well, no, it's funny. I just saw John Claggett have to get out of the car, and he goes, "Hey, this looks familiar." So 45 points out of first place going into Dakota. So, you know, no one knows better than me anything can happen, right? And I'm so proud of this HB Tuners Bandit Cope crew for sticking with it. I think tenacity is our brand, really. I mean, we're always there no matter what, and I can't wait to get to Austin.
Nice. I love it. Nathan Hearn, really hard fought, third place. Connor Mosak, I'm sure, coming from the last to, I think, fifth place. I'm sure he's going to be the cool shirt move of the race. But, Jonathan, I'm going to send it back up to you in the booth.
Thanks, Ben. Yeah, great words from our top man there, Connor Zilic, and obviously Thomas Merrill. As always, the epitome of a great sportsman, greeting him. And so, well done to him. Got last thoughts from you guys?
I think really for me, it tells you how much you have to concentrate and make sure the car works well and you have no mistakes and there's no mechanicals and the championship's on the line at COTA.
What about you, Evan? What's your thoughts?
I mean, I think it was a great race. I mean, you showed like the consistency, the great car from Connor Zilic, and then you had the perseverance of Merrill, and then he obviously didn't have any mechanical issues. All the mechanical issues that were surrounded by this race really made it interesting. So, I mean, Nathan Hearn, Cube 3 Racing, they did a great job too, just keeping it consistent, staying out of trouble, keeping the nose clean. So, I mean, I think it was a really great race, and then Connor Mosak also fighting from the back to 4th or 5th position. That was really impressive too.
Well, that's why he is our cool move of the weekend and the day, because Connor Mosak going right from the back. And remember, he was honouring Sherry Pollock's legacy. She died of ovarian cancer just a few days ago, so he purposely left his Xfinity race last night and came back here to honour her and the Sherry Strong Org, and he's done it valiantly by winning our cool move of the day by going from the back all the way up to a brilliant result by him. Well done to Connor Mosak in the number 8. Well done to Scott Lagacy and the team. Sherry Long and Sherry Pollock's legacy will go on. Sherry Strong. Cool shirt systems, cool of the race. Well done. So let's take a look at some of the highlights. Boy, we've got about an hour of those. But it really did have everything. And we got off underway with Zilic leading the field. Then we got into incidents, and the first major one was Rafa Matos, still in contention coming into this, but not the way he wanted to finish his day. But how about this? Brent Cruz all into the tyre wall. Likewise, Tyler Casera. That changed everything again. Jay Buford going off. He started second. He ended up in the tyre barriers. He too would go out. Austin Green got into a bit of a flurry as well, damage to the car. Then obviously another incident, Misha Goikhberg taking out Thad Moffitt, but it was Zilic all the way. What a great race for him. So then, as we bring our MAV TV viewers back to the scene of what has been a fantastic weekend at VIR, in all categories I may add, but the Trans Am absolutely top draw. VIR always throws up great racing. My thanks to Evan Slater. If you have anything in your pocket or you want to see another 17-year-old just as good as Connor Zilic, put some money behind Evan Slater. Scott Goodyear, I'm sure, would agree. But let's head down now to Ben Sissel, who is getting ready to do the podium.
Virginia International Raceway, let's hear you. Come on now, get loud. You just witnessed a little bit of history there. The Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 Series. Look at it. Come on up here, Eric. Get loud. Get some Bennett Bridge Hall trucks here. Come on now, get loud. Oh, right off the head. Look at that. That was a little bit of a ricochet. We've got some on the shoulders back here, too. All right, I need you guys to stay with that kind of energy here, okay? Can we do that? We've got a lot more to throw out. So, in Pro-Am and Masters, first place in that beautiful number 33 car, where is William Moore? Give it up for William Moore, ladies and gentlemen. Bill Moore. Nice job. Come on up to the top step, Bill. Let's have a hand for Kim McCullough with our trophy presentation, ladies and gentlemen. So, Masters, Pro-Am, beautiful day at Virginia International Raceway. Fantastic crowd. Does it get any better than this?
No, it was a fantastic race. Everybody had a lot of fun out there, and hats off to my crew. We really thrashed yesterday. We blew a clutch. We had a rear end problem, so we had no rest last night.
Oh, nice. I love that. Anybody you want to thank?
Well, I want to thank the crew, Jeff and Don over there. They did a great job this weekend.
Nice. I love it. All right, Bill, hold that up high. Let's hear it, ladies and gentlemen. William Moore, Pro-Am, Masters, Virginia International Raceway. Keep it up, Virginia. I like this crowd. Very nice. Yeah, don't go too far. You got a hat, too. One more time. Bill Moore, Pro-Am, Masters. Yeah. All right, Bill, thank you so much. Congratulations. The Big Machine Vodka Spiked Coolers TA2 Series. Did you guys appreciate and enjoy the race today? That was quite a race. Lots of drama out there. We thought the championship might get decided today, but in fact it goes on to the next round, which makes things even more interesting. In third place, one of our young guns, kind of a regular here on the podium with the TA2 Series, all the way from Australia. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up, Nathan Hearn. Cube 3 SMR. Has never raced here before and probably had the least amount of laps here starting today. Nathan, great run. Last year's TA2 Series champion, and it got decided on the last turn of the last race last year at COTA. Still one of the only two drivers still in contention for this year's championship. Let's hear it. Thomas Merrill, Bennett, Mike Cope Race Cars, HP Tuners, TA2 Series car. And then, ladies and gentlemen, we saw him win yesterday in the TA class in his first time in a TA race. Then we saw him be the class of the field in the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 Series. The silver hair, Carter Bank and Trust, number 7 Chevrolet Camaro, Connor Zillich. Ladies and gentlemen, get loud. A clean sweep for Connor Zillich. Look at that. That's got to feel good. I love it. Well, Nathan Hearn, man, we were speaking just, probably an hour and a half ago, and you were a little bit dissatisfied with how many laps you got around this track. But, man, you really showed the talent that you have. Congratulations.
Thank you, Ben. It's, it's been a hard year, obviously, rocking up to every track for the first time. In Virginia, that was very hairy of a track to learn. So, but during the race, obviously, I had some pretty good company in Connor Zillich and Tom Merrill. And following them along, I got to pick up a few pointers. So, but it was awesome. And a big thank you to Howe Racing, Stevens Miller Racing, and Cube 3 Racing for all the support. It's been a good year. The podium's starting to come more consistently, so next year I think we'll come back and hopefully be stepping on that one.
Nice, I love it. Let's hear it, ladies and gentlemen. Nathan Hearn, third place. Nick, Cube 3, thank you so much. Merrill, somehow, I don't know how you do it, but you just know how to just hang on to a championship by your fingernails. And hopefully Bowser and your team were telling you you're still in this thing. How was it out there?
Oh, it was awesome. I always love racing here at Virginia. Really, really fun racetrack, and wish we got more green flag laps, but otherwise it's all good. So, big thanks to the Bennett Bridge Hall HP Tuners Scope crew for always giving me a solid car. Not ever giving up. You know, we've had a lot of ups and downs this year, but we got to make the fight for the championship interesting somehow, right? So maybe next year we'll work on a lower drama season. But big congratulations to Connor and the Silver Hair team. You guys are the class of field today. Well done. Congratulations for a good home victory. Well done.
Nice. Thomas Merrill, ladies and gentlemen. Thomas, we spoke a couple years ago when this Young Guns thing was happening, and you were like, what a great idea. This is so awesome. You still have that same opinion?
Depends on the day, actually. Yeah. It's been really fun to get to know these kids and work with them and coach some of them and watch their careers grow. And obviously, Connor's the star of the future. I don't think anyone doubts that, so it'll be interesting to see what he can do.
Nice. I love it. Thomas Merrill, ladies and gentlemen, last year's champion, could be the 2023 champion. You never know. We got to stay tuned for Circuit of the Americas. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I keep saying this, but remember this day, that you probably afterwards got Connor Zilich's autograph, because we are going to be talking about this man for a long time coming, really showing us the talent. Connor, unbelievable weekend, clean sweep, nice job. Take the mic from me. Tell us about your weekend.
Yeah, first of all, I'm glad that Tyler and Brent are okay. That was a scary-looking wreck down at the end of the back straightaway, so thankful to see them walk away from that and be okay. That's obviously the most important thing. Second of all, thank you to my whole entire team, Silver Hair Racing. They've worked so hard to give me fast cars every week we come to the track, and it showed the last few times we've been here. So it means a lot to be racing for this team. Maurice and Laura Hull, they gave me this opportunity to come out here and race. My family for giving me this chance. My mom and dad always support me the most that they can, and Carter Bank and Trust for coming on the car this weekend, local company for helping us out and helping us get to the track. And it just means a lot to be standing up here for, I think, the 5th or 6th time this year. I don't even know. But it's pretty special to have this good of a year and, end the year the way we have and, go to COTA with a chance to win. We're out of the championship hunt, so we can't win the championship, but there's still a race to be won. So we'll go there with that goal. And, I can't ask for much better of a weekend, winning both features and getting 2 poles. So, thank you to everyone, and see you at COTA.
Nice. I love it. All right, you got some hat. Let's see what kind of arms these guys have here. Who wants a hat? Beautiful Sunoco hat. Come on now. Throw that thing on. Okay, let's see what you got. We'll see a boomerang, Nathan Hearn. Yeah. Here we go, Nathan Hearn. Oh, it's a little bit of a boomerang. And fell short. Oh, you got some more stuff. Now, just right back here in this golf cart, ladies and gentlemen, Connie, the proprietor of the track. Everybody wave at Connie. Let's have a big round of applause for Connie. Connie, thank you so much. Beautiful track, but thank you so much for ordering this weather. I know that took some work. Beautiful weather. Connie and I home back there. The reason Virginia International Raceway exists. All right, hold up those trophies, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get loud. Nathan Hearn, Thomas Merrill, Connor Zilich, the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 Series. That was quite a show here this weekend, gentlemen. And Connie, the whole VIR staff, crew, Kerrigan, everybody that put in the great work, and the corner workers. How about a round of applause for them, too, ladies and gentlemen? Unbelievable. But come on, Virginia, get loud. Nathan Hearn, Thomas Merrill, Connor Zilich. Uh-oh. Okay, so just so you know, he gets water. The rest of them get champagne. Connor Zilich gets water. Thomas is not waiting. Sorry, Chris. Look at him. He can barely spray it. Connor, I'm sorry. But you still got 4 years before we can legally give you champagne.
I want something that'll spray.
Yeah, we need to get him like a seltzer sprayer or something. Come on, Virginia, get loud one more time. Nathan Hearn, Thomas Merrill, Connor Zilich. Nice job. Connor, don't go too far. Don't go too far. Nathan, nice job. Yeah. So, our Omologato fastest lap, the Omologato watch. Where is the watch? I just saw him check his, sorry, I went out of order because he asked me. What are you going to do when a champion asks you, you know? Hold that up. Let's hear it one more time. Connor Zilich for the fastest lap. Omologato watch. Don't drop it this time. And it is a new one, yeah. It is a new one. Nice new one. Nice. Connor Zilich, congratulations, man. And then, ladies and gentlemen, another Connor, and the grid was bookended by 2 Connors, starting in last place because he was racing yesterday in the Xfinity race. He's been racing here for the last 2 years. His first Trans Am start was here at Virginia International Raceway a few seasons ago, but coming all the way from 34th to, I believe, 5th. Is that correct? He finished 5th? He's not sure. Anybody? 6th? Finishing 6th. Team SLR M1. Let's hear it. Connor Mosack, the cool shirt, cool move of the race for working his way all the way up from 34th to 6th. Come on up here, Connor. Because I know last night's race you were racing for a great thing with Sherry, and then today the same thing. And welcome back to the series, man. We've been loving watching you in the Xfinity Series and ARCA. But tell us who you're racing for today.
Yeah, it's an honor for us to represent the Sherry Strong Foundation and honor Sherry Pollock's legacy in the sport of racing and in NASCAR. So just an honor for me to be able to do that in the Xfinity race yesterday and then again today. But just big thanks to my team, Scott Legacy Racing. We brought a really good car, just took us a little bit too long to get going. So I think we learned some stuff for sure, but had a lot of fun coming from the back and just happy we could finish near the front and just wish we had some more laps there.
Perfect. I love it. Let's hear it. Connor Mosack, ladies and gentlemen. He just loves VIR so much, he had to race here again. How about that? Where's, we good? All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that does it for the Trans Am Series presented by Pirelli here at Virginia International Raceway. I'm going to put the pressure on Connie and say we will be back here next year around the same time. So make sure you stay tuned. Thank you guys so much for coming out. And I'm going to send it back up to the booth to Jonathan Green. And thank you guys so much for coming out.
Well, thank you, Ben Sissel. And thank you to our podium top three and winners of the cool suit in Connor Mosack. What a weekend. Really had everything and truly was a fantastic venue. Confirmation of the result then. Connor Zillage makes history for Silver Hair Racing at home for Chevrolet, and the Camaro taking victory ahead of Thomas Merrill, the current champion and still in the hunt for another championship. Nathan Hearn takes a brilliant third place, the Australian for Cube 3 Berryman, and of course Joe Miller Racing and Berryman, well done to him. Annunciata fourth, McMacavern in fifth, Connor Mosack from the back to the sixth place, and that's why he gets the cool suit move of the year, of the weekend. May have been the year. Caleb Bacon takes seventh, Misha Goikberg eighth, Darren Mock in ninth, and Adrian Lostowski rounding out the top 10. And we look a little further down, Pro Chuck, Sheehan Leesfield. Good to see Chris Leesfield back in Trans Am, and a 13th place for him. Cale Phillips takes 14th, Ty Young 15th, Jim Gallagher 16th, David Hodge making his debut for Fast Auto Racing, and he does a good job in 17th. Abate 18th, Luke Rumberg in 19th, and Lee Saunders, his very first ever TA2 race, and he finishes in the top 20. Well done to him. William Moore takes 21st, Al Rowland 22nd, then it's Bose, Moffitt, Ced Jr., and these are the guys that didn't make it to the end. Austin Green, Andretti, Sargent 28, Jay Buford 29th, and Matt Gray 30th position. And finally, Patrick Paul retired, as you saw, a big crash for Brent Cruz, and likewise Rafa Matos and Tyler Casera involved in that tyre wall incident at the beginning of the race. But that's how it all finished, and it really was a Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers cracking TA2 race. Doesn't get much better than that. So then, now we look ahead, because, of course, the season has one more hurrah, because we will be bringing you, first of all, highlights of the Big Machine Vodka Spike Coolers TA2 series on Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern, on the 12th of October. And then, of course, following that is TA at 9 p.m. Eastern. But that's it for this weekend. Join us next time out from COTA. I'm Jonathan Green. Until next time, from all of the Greenlight and the rest of the crew, bye-bye for now.
For low to medium volume production parts and full assemblies, utilizing the latest manufacturing technology and automation, which 3D continually invest in, we are able to deliver high quality parts rather than empty promises. 3D takes on the jobs our competitors simply can't. The Three-Dimensional Services Group loves the challenge. Our team is your team. The Three-Dimensional Services Group, prototype, production, proven.
Hungry for SVRA action? Well, the best way to enjoy classic auto racing is with a delicious classic from Mission Foods. Green flag your race-watching snacks with Mission's mouth-watering race day recipes. Try some of our tasty tacos, piled high nachos, fresh chips with guac, and more. So gear up your ride and fuel up those stomachs with delicious Mission Foods. Now that's too fast, too tasty.
I'm Richard Petty, and you might say I've had a fairly successful driving career. And you know the secret of my success? Having a good support team around me when I need it. Whether you're a route driver, over-the-road trucker, or you're interested in driving special purpose vehicles, Clean Harbors is the kind of place where you can build a long driving career. Do yourself a favor. Give Clean Harbors a call.